Hello everybody, so welcome back to another account review video, and if you would like your account to be reviewed, just feel free to drop it in the comments below, your UID, and if you want to have a quicker review or something like that, feel free to join the Discord server in the description down below. You can ask for help there for anything you really need, build advice, stuff like that. But, so anyways, let's get straight to the reviews, and I hope you enjoy. Okay, we're going to be starting off with all the NA accounts, and then we'll go to EU and then Asia, just to go through everything in easy, order. Since this one's in-game, don't mind the bio of this person. Let's just check their builds. So, I mean, judging by their bio, they like Nouvelette, so we're going to review Nouvelette first and see how good he is. As we do these reviews, I try to, just give advice if they need it, but I'm not going to, if someone's build is not that great, then I won't, rub it in. I want to make people improve and have fun in the game without forcing them to play a specific character and stuff like that. So, yeah. Let's see what we got. So far, everything's looking pretty good. This one's good CV. This one has some good CV as well. This one's pretty good. A lot of 4 rolls in crit. And the fact that there are no HP substats, HP percentage, but you have triple HP, so that circumvents that. C0, R1. Pretty good ratio. Pretty good ratio. Despite having, no crit circlet, you have a pretty good amount of crit rate for Marechaussee Hunter. So you'll crit most of the time, which is nice. Crowned, nice. So, yeah, that's a good start. Arlecchino has Jade Spear, 4-piece of her set. This looks pretty good. This one's also good. So far, yeah. Got a bit of ER here, but that's alright if you... I mean, you don't really need it, but yeah. Just got some decent crits, some EM, good crit value, good elemental mastery as well. Onset Goblet. Pretty good all around because you get some EM as well for melting or vaporizing. And this is a good circlet. So, Yelan, R1. So, my thing about Yelan, C0 R1, is looking for energy recharge. Because Yelan is extremely energy hungry. So, that's the main thing you want to look for here. Did I look at the main stat of the full thing? This is a good crit ratio, too. With a pretty good EM. So, alright, anyways. ER is the main thing we want. Alright. Decent crit value, some HP percentage, no ER. You can circumvent this issue if you have double to triple hydro. Mainly triple, like Xingqiu, Farina with Favonius. But yeah. Good crit damage, some crit rate, and HP percentage once more. This is going to be ER here. Okay. HP Sands, this is very good as well. This might be a low roll, 5 roll piece as well, which is even better for crit. HP Goblet, so got some ER as well. Yeah, so got 9%. Decent CV. And a crit rate circle with a lot of HP percentage in the substats. So the crit value is good. For me, I mean, maybe your teams don't need much ER. Who knows? For me, that's a bit low, especially for C0. But if you're doing what you need to do, you're good to go. All right. So, yeah. All right, Mavuika. Mailed Flower, R3. This is the event weapon, right? Unfortunately, you did not finish it. Sad. So, anyways, let's check this out. Obsidian Codex. This is pretty good for having attack, in case you need a bit more of that. Crit damage and EM. Nice to see. So, let's see if you have the crit rate you need. Okay, there's the crit rate you need. It's not an EM Sans, but you have the EM here. So, it's kind of flip-flops the build, which I think is going to be just fine. A Pyro Goblet with pretty good CP. Not too shabby. The other stats don't do much, but at least you have some good crit. Is this going to be crit damage or crit rate? Yeah, I don't think you... crit rate, okay. So you'll have enough to crit, and you'll have a lot of attack percentage here. 60 crit rate? A little slightly overcapped, but that's fine. It's fine. Only adjustments for that crit rate would probably be, I don't know, a raw only crit damage piece here, or something similar with no crit rate. But otherwise, Mavuika's really strong, doesn't really matter. So, and she's crowned. Farina, so if you pair Farina with Yalan, is there Favonius? There is. That's a good start. This is very good crit value. This is pretty good. Actually, it's a 4 roll, just kind of low roll in the crit rate and threw me off. But that, yeah, looks fine. Some HP percentage here. Are we looking at C2? C1? Okay. This is not too shabby. With a good ER, which makes it good value. A lot of ER here with some HP in the goblet. So, looking good. And a really good circlet with some ER as well. So that gives her how much? 200? 203. Okay. With high crit rate so that she procs Favonius often. So that helps out a lot. Or not often, like so that you can, you know, proc Favonius while she's on the field without having to sit for a few seconds to auto attack. This is good. I like it. The catch, Raiden Shogun, C0. Alright. 4-piece emblem as expected. This is a good crit value with some ER. So that's a good start. Well balanced piece, not too shabby. Yeah. This is honestly pretty good because the ER sands of this set have been rough for many players. So having a decent amount of CV with some attack percentage in the substats makes it a good piece to have. Attack percentage on the goblet with a lot of EM. So I guess if you do a hybrid Hyper Bloom, it makes it useful, but I'm guessing you're doing hyper. With a crit damage circlet with a lot of crit rate. So crit rate, a little bit of crit rate, good crit rate. Is that enough? 57 plus 12? 69. Yeah, that probably gets the job done for you. So, yeah. And crowned. Sweet. So Mulani is going to be the buildable. Nope, Widsith. R2. So if I see an R2 Widsith, I assume players are free-to-play or low spenders, because... Yeah, I mean, I just always assume that. My guess. There aren't that many constellations here. I think I just saw one with Farina. Yep, okay. So with Obsidian Codex, let's see how your luck is around the board. What are we looking at? Just one crown, yeah. Very good. A lot of crit damage with some EM to help that out. It was a 4-liner because it rolled EM and 4 into crit. Pretty high rolls too. Crit rate, crit damage, a decent amount of that overall. So not too shabby. This one's good. I like it. 30 plus CV with some elemental mastery for the vapes. This is good. I like that. Onset Goblet. Not sure if it was built or not, but if it was or not, I mean, it doesn't really matter. This is pretty good. Can be rerolled if you ever need it. So 1, 2, 3, 4 was it a 3-liner? It could be greatly improved if you ever want that, but not sure. It might be good enough for you. And HP percentage with some crit rate, elemental mastery. That's good. Does she have enough crit rate though? Yes, she does actually. Nice. This looks good, especially when you get the right Widsith buff, elemental mastery or damage percent. That's great. Yeah, I think that's a really good Mulani. So let's check out the last option. Navia. Tidal Shadow. I mean, judging by the weapon options, I don't think I saw... okay, I know there's 2 signature weapons. This is probably from standard, or if you lost, I don't know. Tidal... yeah, low spender or free-to-play is my guess. Pretty good. Pretty good crit value. The other stats won't do too much, but that's it is what it is with artifacts. Now this is very good. This is honestly perfect. Perfect. This is a 5-roll, I believe, or a really high-rolled crit rate. It might have just high-rolled, but if it didn't, it could be a 5. But just whatever it did, every substat is good on Navia. This is a very good piece. I really like it. An off-piece Sands. Ooh, that is a 5-roll. That is guaranteed 5-roll, so I bet you're wishing that was probably HP here, but no, I'm glad to see this on Navia. This looks really nice. So this is an onset goblet, so either it's going to be really good or really mediocre, just so you can use this really good piece. So no matter what the goblet is, it's fine, so you can use the sands. It actually is a pretty good goblet. Decent CV for what it's worth. So yeah. And a okay circlet, but yeah. Yeah, overall, personally, I like my Navi to have a bit more energy recharge and maybe attack percent substats, but you probably, yeah, you get more attack here, so it probably doesn't matter as much. No crown, so, but otherwise the crit value is very, very good, actually. Keep that in mind, she doesn't have a crit weapon, so she's doing really good. Yeah, I like this. Very good Navia. So, I approve. Greatly approve that. So let's check out the next accounts. All right, so going on this account, they have a lot of 4 stars to showcase, so we look at everything here, even if they say otherwise, because why might as well. So Kuki will be a simple one, I think. Just look at her set and scroll, but it'll be full EM with a lot of EM substats. She doesn't need ER, so 84, 77, C6, level 11. Yeah, a lot of EM. That's really all you need to look at. Burgeon Toma, I'll be quick here as well. It's Burgeon, so this is very appreciative because everyone who plays Toma knows this is very necessary, or at least an ER weapon. So 24% with Dragon's Bane. That's good ER, but it probably still isn't enough. That's just how rough Toma is, but yeah, sweet. Gaming, so I can actually look at him because he can use this. So Gaming, ooh, wait, oh no, it's not R5, so it's this thing plus that, plus Gaming C6 gives him crit rate, I believe, yeah. Let's see how your crit is. So no crit rate, I think that's a good start. A lot of crit rate, because this thing gives you crit rate. This gives you more crit rate. I think we don't want too much crit rate on Gaming, right? With this set, let me check. So let's slow down. Very good piece. Some ER, some attack percentage, and a lot of crit damage. This is very good with all the crit rate. This is pretty good. It's going to EM sands, but a boatload of attack to circumvent the lack of attack. So yeah, more attack percentage in the substats, good crit value, and elemental mastery, and a lot of ER in case you need that, and crit rate. So he has 45% crit rate, so plus 32. It's pretty good, along with the fact that you get 20% crit rate from here to make it very good. So yeah, I don't know if you plan to R5 this thing. I don't even remember what banner it was whenever this thing was here, but I didn't get it because I either got unlucky, I can't remember. But yeah, looks it's a good build. Chevy, probably don't even need to bother too much. Noblesse, 4-piece of all a bunch of HP. Yeah, okay. It's your typical Chevy. Nice. Fischl, though, can be reviewed. So R4 stringless. 4-piece golden troop. Your sands is the off piece, so let's look at that one last. This is good. This is a very good piece. Because it's a 4-roll with attack percentage, so it was a 4-liner start. But now, yeah. This is pretty good. Well, not too shabby. I thought that was attack, but yeah, that's all right. Gets the job done. On-set goblet. Are you really good or okay? You're not too. You're all right. You're all right. So that sands must be really good because it's on Chevrolet's set. So not too shabby as well. Got some ER if you really need it. Official. I mean, she needs like a tiny bit, I think. Elemental mastery is always good with Dendro teams, and I guess electrocharge because it got buffed. I don't know how much it matters now, but some good damage. And then, yeah, it's pretty good. That's like a 4-roll. It was a 4-liner because I rolled defense, but yeah. C2, unfortunately, not C6, but yeah. Yeah, good CV. I really appreciate that. So, Auroron. And also, I don't know how much you prioritize these characters since they are not maxed like these two. But you do care about Burgeon and Hyperbloom, which level does matter. So, but as for melting or vaporizing, level doesn't matter as much. So maybe you're efficient with your resources. So yeah, okay. Auroron, sacrificial bow for more particles. Scroll set. There is one piece that isn't maxed. I don't know if you don't know that or not, but No big deal. It's Auron. He's a support. So this is pretty good. This is very good. Very good CV. Of course, it's on this set. With ER and attack. Yes, it's great. This is very good too. So you get, well, yeah, it's good. I always think about crit rate so you can proc with Fav, but you don't have Fav on him. This is not too shabby, and that's fine. But it doesn't really matter that much because it's a support probably, but yeah. C6, 1111. All right. Aoife. Aoife with Widsith R2. Viridus and Vendir. Swirling is a crit. Yep. Not bad because it's got decent, somewhat alright crit value, but it's got some EM to help that out. This one's alright as well. Got some attack percentage to help out a little bit in case you need that. But yeah. I don't know too much about Aoife, so I don't know exactly what you need if you want attack or elemental mastery. Or both. I don't know which one you need more of. But this one's alright. It's not maxed out, so you either gave up, ran out of resources. It happens. Very good Animal Goblet. 4 roll. It was a 4-liner because the extra roll went into attack. But yeah, this is a very nice piece. And crit rate circlet, which did not get crit damage at all. So maybe a work in progress, or you just gave him what you got, and it's not too shabby actually. So, all right, yeah, Aoife build is not too shabby. Let's check out the 5 stars. A lot of HP, as I can see. So Prototype Amber might be double HP. I don't think it'll be triple. So let's see. Very good. Well, I don't think it could be still Hydro as well. This is very good with some HP percentage on here. This one's honestly good all around the board. A little bit of ER is good on Nuvolette. HP percentage, some crit value. Yeah. Very good. Very good crit value here. HP or Hydro? Hydro, okay. A lot of crit damage. Nothing else, but the crit damage makes up for it. So, if we're looking at crit rate, a lot of crit rate, no crit rate, really. I mean, just a tiny bit. And a good amount of crit rate. Are we rocking crit rate here, or are we rocking the 40 crit damage piece? I think it's 40 crit damage. 40 crit rate. Yeah, it is. Okay. HP percentage, energy recharge, crit rate. Overall, that's good. Crit rate's a bit low for my liking, but if it kills things, you're just fine. All right. 120 ER with your teams, with a little bit of energy from this, you're good to go. Mavuika, let's check this out. Wolf's Gravestone, so you'll have a lot of attack, so you might not need too much attack percentage. Okay, there's a lot of attack percentage. That's good. A lot more of attack percentage, so yep. I think I saw you had 187 elemental mastery, so you have no EM substats. It's right here. That's the main stat. A lot more attack. I gotta check her attack. Jeez. No attack here, but good crit value with, well, energy recharge does nothing. How much have we got? None, only 5%. And a little bit more here with a lot of attack as well. This is a very good piece. I really like this. That is a lot of attack from Mavuika. Along with the Wolf's Gravestone. So it will blow things up. As long as you crit. Because the crit rate's a little bit low for my liking. But, yeah. Yeah. No big deal here. You'll still have like 85, I believe, right? Yeah. Or 86, to be exact. Arlecchino, White Tassel. So that's a free-to-play build, basically. Or there's not really other options. This is very good. Very good. Elemental Mastery. ER is not much needed, but yeah, good value. Once again, it's basically the same thing. Good piece with everything. A little bit of ER, but whatever. Okay, we're looking like I'm seeing the same thing every single time. 3 back-to-back 4 rolls with Elemental Mastery. No ER here, but yeah, this is a very, very good start. All right. Honestly, not too shabby. Not too shabby. Could be better. And this one's okay. So, very good build. Honestly, like the first half was very impressive. No crowned. But yeah, I approve of that. Navia. Low attack, so it's probably a 3-star weapon. Or not a 3-star, 4-star weapon. No, it's not, actually. Maybe just no attack subs. Okay, anyways. Let's see. Pretty good CV with some ER, which is very valuable. I like it on her. This one's not too shabby. It's got some 30 plus CV with whatever other substats. It's crit value. It's fine. This thing's okay. It's you're working with what you got. It's an attack stance with somewhat decent CV, so that's fine. Very good goblet. Once again, some ER. A lot of high rolls and crit for a 4-roll piece. 3-liner start, I think. So, yeah. And a bit more ER as well, and some crit rate. So, good crit value with good ER. I like it, actually. So, if you have, like, Bennett or double with, like, Bennett Shangling, if you do that for more Pyro Resonance, for more attack, and to utilize your passive, you'll have the attack threshold. 4-piece noblesse on Bennett. I think you'll have enough attack. I think just baseline kind of confused me a little bit. So, yeah. Risley. R1, C0. 4-piece Mastrossi Hunter. Good piece. That's a good start. 4 rolls. Low rolled a little bit, but it's alright. Good amount of crit damage and attack percentage with a little bit of crit rate in case you need that. It's always welcome. Once again, same thing. A bunch of crit damage, a little bit of crit rate. Very nice piece. Onset. Okay. A lot of attack from that. A little bit of crit rate, and EM is good for melting. So. And attack percentage, a little bit of crit rate. Do we have enough crit rate? I'd say we do. That's good enough. So, yeah. I'd say that's a pretty good build on a Risley. Low EM, but it is what it is. You got the good crit value, so you'll be critting and you'll be most likely killing everything you really need. So, yeah. So, anyways, let's check out the next account. Alright, on this account, we can clearly see that they either save for a very long time or they are a whale, which is, I'm assuming it's the latter. People play however they want. No need to judge others and stuff like that. Let's see what this guy likes to do. They are an Ayato enjoyer, so let's see that. R1, C6, Echoes, so let's see how the farm went. Very good piece to start off the account, so yeah, nothing really much to say here. A lot of crit value and attack percentage. A lot of crit value and a lot of attack percentage again, and he scales tiny bits of HP percentage, so that helps out a little bit more as well. So, attack percentage again. This is the weakest link, I'm surprised, but otherwise the other two pieces are very good. So maybe you can craft this piece and it'll be an improvement. So if you really like that, I'm guessing you do because you are an Ayato main. I'm guessing maybe? He's the first on the list. I don't want to assume things. You have a Skirk profile picture, so I don't know what your main is. Typically, if I see a C6 Ayato, those are very rare, so they have to really like the character to C6 them. So maybe you main him, maybe you don't. This is not too shabby. So C6 triple crown. Yeah. Very good crit ratio. I like that. ER is probably not needed. I don't know what his constellations do. Otherwise, increase. I know his C6 does, but the rest, no clue. Maybe there's ER in there somewhere. Maybe he doesn't need it with your current teams. I don't know. Good start. C2 Farina, a lot of HP. Is it going to be Nilu's weapon? No, it's Favonius, so double HP, I think. Yep, okay. Oh, and tenacity. Good crit value here. Nothing else really there. Okay, this is a piece. I don't think you need the EM really anywhere. But it's fine. You'll probably get an upgrade soon. If you even care enough. It's Farina, so she probably doesn't need too much for that. A little bit of crit damage. The main stats are whatever. Or, not main stats. The other stats are fine, I guess. Ooh. I didn't even look deeply into this one. So, looks like you're just focusing a little bit into ER. And if you crit enough for Favonius procs, you're good to go, which you will. I guess that's fine. And you have tenacity. You're buffing someone. You probably don't care about her as much. Maybe you're buffing Ayato or Hu Tao. It gets the job done because Favonius procs are important, and you will most likely hit those. So, anyways, Escoffier. I don't see Skirk here, so you might be doing her in progress. So, not sure. Homa, Golden Troop. Pretty good with some ER. That's good value. This is also good. Some ER as well. More ER, great. A little bit of crit value. It's gonna be ER all over the board, so she will be able to burst whenever you need it. So if you have the triple cryo team, I don't know if you have Shenhai or not, it will be a good thing to have. So don't see Shenhai. So okay. Yeah, overall crit, yeah, good, decent crit value and energy recharge. But you get 15% crit rate with cryo resonance, so it is a good crit value. Yep, that's good. So Sit Lolly, a lot of EM, so it's probably her signature. Oh, nope, it's not. I think it's very simple here. A lot of EM main stats, maybe some ER substats. Gets the job done. 120 ER, we'll see. Otherwise, yeah, a lot of EM for maximizing the shield. Kinich, R1. Obsidian Codex. This is pretty good. Some ER if you need it. This is all around good piece, good crit value, and along with attack percentage. So, yep. This one's honestly pretty good. 30 plus CV on onset sands, I'd say, are good enough because sands can be tricky. If you compare it to these ones, main stats are static, always the same. So if you want to, like, you know, get better substats, you can only focus on the substats. Here, you have to take into account all the main stats in that. So, yeah, it's pretty good. This is very good. I don't even know what set this is. It's like, is that Child's? Nymphs? I don't even remember. This is a very good piece. It's a 5-roll, obviously. Very high CV piece. With a little bit of ER. And this is pretty good. I don't know how much ER Kenichi needs, because I don't own him, but he's going to get the job done, for sure. That 1% chance of not critting, I think it's not a big deal. 0.8. Alright, Yolan, Favonia, C Aqua or Elegy? Aqua. R1, C2. Alright, let's see how much ER we'd like to work with. That's what all I really critique on her. Most Yolans with Aqua have good CV. I just have to look at the ER to figure that one out. Good CV here. HP percentage, no ER on site. Also, maybe you use Yolan, Farina, and Ayato all together, so you don't need ER that much. That could be the case. Crit damage, HP, and ER. Good. Very good piece here. There's the ER. Okay. I see that. So, a 5-roll. Is that a 49 CV? Very close to 50. So, very nice for the Nymphs set. Onset Goblet with a lot of HP percentage, tiny bit of crit damage. Makes you able to use this, so can't really complain. And HP percentage and crit damage. So you have 180 ER, which is on the low end, but good crit CV. Not really on the low end if you use these characters all together, then you're good to go. So, yeah, nothing really to complain much. R1. Ah, I see. Okay, so Chaska on Aqua as well. Well, we got another Codex set. This is very good for some EM and 44 rolls, almost 40 CV, but at low rolled. This is honestly pretty good as well. Good, decent CV with a lot of EM for the fact that she'll be doing a lot of reactions. So yeah, this one's okay. It happens. Don't blame you. And this one's also okay, but it is an onset to help you use this circlet, which I'm guessing is very good. Yes, it is. Low crit rate, but you probably have enough crit rate, I'm guessing. Maybe I'll check. But a lot of EM for the fact that, well, you use her with like maybe Farina Bennett and Sitlali, and you're good to go. So, yep, you're good to go. A lot of EM. That's good. Emily, Jade Spear, C0. Deepwood, so buffing up Kinich on the Kinich team. So let's check this out. Decent, good crit value. Element Mastery probably doesn't matter too much for burning reactions because it's burning doesn't do too much on its own, but ER is good to see. This is good for the CV plus with attack percentage. The off piece is a 4-roll, low roll a little bit, but it gets the job done. It's really nice. So onset Goblet, just to have the crit rate in case you are low, which is always good to have 70 to 80 plus, preferably 80 plus for my account. Like, I haven't gotten there yet because I haven't farmed Emily. I just got her, kind of. But I want to get 80 plus, but this is good enough, I'd say. And if you're generating enough dendro particles, you can get her burst decently enough. Or you can use it every other rotation, and then you're good to go. So, yeah, Emily's just fine. The C6 Hutao. I respect it. 4-piece Marishazi Hunter, which means they use Farina, Yalan, and probably Sitlali or Shalonen. I don't see a Shalonen. That's my guess. That's what I use. It's very strong, and I really love using it. Personally, I'm not a big fan of C6 Hutao, though, because I don't really see the use of it. You get, what, 100% crit rate for being low HP, but if you're getting healed by some teams, it doesn't really matter. It's rewarding you for having bad artifact. I don't, wait. Okay, okay, hold up. Let me just ignore what I say. I just think Hutao C6 could have been better. That's all I gotta say. All right, I love your C1 though. So anyways, let's rinse and repeat. So this is a lot of EM, attack percentage, a little bit of crit damage, some crit damage, HP percentage, and a good amount of EM. ER is all right. Very good piece here. A lot of crit rate, attack percentage, HP main stat with a little bit of ER. This is very nice. I like this. The onset goblet is, well, the fact that you need to use the circlet. I have no clue what it is. Let's check it out in a moment. But a little bit of attack percentage, flat HP, I guess, and a little bit of crit damage. And a pretty good piece here. Not too shabby, actually. Attack percentage, crit rate on the circlet. So 33%. So do you utilize her C6? Because you had to be at fatal health. But if you need to heal to proc fanfare, or at least a little bit of fanfare, even though you get it very easily with C2, I would use Bennett, Jean, or Shalonen. I won't be low HP with her, probably. Unless you like gambling. You like getting that low crit rate and just kind of blasting enemies. I don't know how people play, but everyone plays differently. Everyone has their own fun. So, yeah, cool. Been a while since I've seen a C6 Hutao, though, so I respect it. Yoimiya, Thundering Pulse, C3. I gotta respect that. I have not seen that in ages. So, Crimson Witch, very, very good. Oh my. Okay. Very, very good piece. This is a 50 CV artifact, I believe. Yes, that is. For sure. With a little bit of Elemental Mastery to top it off, just to rub it in. This is, okay. Okay, no, the EM is good. The EM is very good. Low CV, but it's always nice to vape with her. Or melt if you can do that. I don't know. A little bit Elemental Mastery, some decent CV on the attack sand, so gotta appreciate that. Pyro Goblet of this set. This might be a little bit better for your Hutao, but looks like you didn't want that. You want to buff your Yoimiya a little bit more. So that's fine, honestly. So Elemental Mastery, a little bit of crit damage, but EM is always nice. A little bit of crit damage, but a lot of EM and a little bit of ER, which isn't really needed, but it happens. Good CV. It's Yoimiya. C3 Yoimiya. I have not seen that in ages. Or run, probably basic crit for... Actually, no, okay. This is a very good piece. All around good stats everywhere. This one's alright. As long as I see some ER substats, we're good to go. That's not too shabby as well. This is okay, but it's Auron, so he doesn't do too much damage on his own. He just needs to proc scroll, so I don't really need much to say here. Decent, good ER and all that stuff, so yeah. Official C6, yes, obviously. Skyward Harp. Was a level 9 talent. Golden Troop, 5 piece. Okay, let's see which one we can replace for something else. Not this one. This is a very good piece with some energy recharge, so nope, not replacing that. This one's pretty good too, in case you don't need much crit rate. Elemental Mastery for Dendro reactions, this is good too. May not be. This one might be replaceable, but we'll see. This one's okay. It is an onset sand, so if you don't have a better option, then that's just fine. But yeah, this one could be replaceable in case you have a better option. The onset goblet. This one's pretty good. It's decent CV, but it is onset as a goblet, so can't really say much about that against that. Other substats exist. Don't really do much. But yeah, this is very good. Elemental Mastery, energy recharge, and some crit damage. So crit value is good, but if you want to have an off piece, maybe the Sands or the Plume. So yeah. Anyways, pretty good account. They clear all the end games with their options, so that's good to see. So yeah, I approve. So let's check out the next one. All right, so on to the next account. This person asked for a review as well, but they didn't put their UID, so I was able to find it myself through the Discord server. But anyways, let's check this out. They are a Farina main, so let's start off with that. So C6 R1, 4-piece Marshall's Hunter, so obviously a C6 DPS. This is all around good stats, decent CV, but HP percentage. ER isn't really needed too much on her because C4 gives her like a lot of energy. But yeah, more is better than none. This is pretty good. This is very good. I like that. Not too shabby actually for a onset goblet. 4 rolls into crit with a little bit of HP percentage. So yeah, that's pretty good. And a lot of crit rate and a little bit of HP percentage, which leads you to slightly overcapped in crit rate, but very good crit value. Very good. I greatly appreciate. I approve of that. I wonder how an HP circlet would do. No clue. But yeah. Alright, going to Skirk. Wolfang. C0 with another Marshall's Hunter build. Let's check this out. This is pretty good for her. Not too shabby as well with attack percentage, so decent CV with that. Attack percentage. Sands, unfortunately, a bit of ER and low CV, unfortunately. Only rolled crit once, but we're going with what you got. You're working with what you got, so you gotta really, yeah, do your thing. Not too shabby on the goblet. 30 plus CV, and then a... Ooh, do you have enough crit rate? You probably do, actually. Oh, okay. So, with Skirk, we got... How much crit rate you get? Or is this skill and burst, so you don't get crit rate on your normal attacks, so it doesn't really matter? Your elemental skill crit rate and burst, or... So, okay, normal attacks are not buffed by this, so... 60% crit rate, plus 15 with Cryo Resonance, and then plus 32 through this set. So a bit overcapped, but that's alright. That's alright. Maybe you're still working on this set. I don't know. I'm just gonna, let it slide. Anyways, Ayaka, the OG Cryo DPS of the sword genre. So let's see. This is pretty good. Good CV. Other stats don't do much, but yeah, it really high rolled that crit rate, which is nice. Once again, decent CV, but ER is always welcome for her. This is a classic build, so I don't know how much you use her nowadays. Yeah. A lot of crit damage, a little bit of crit rate, but you probably don't need much crit rate with her if enemies are frozen. There's some crit rate with some more ER, which is great to see. Attack percentage. And more ER, attack percentage, and crit rate. Okay, sweet. So she'll have like 140, okay, 130, I mean, with good crit rate, because you get like, what, 40% through here, and then 15 more with Cryo Resonance. Yeah, that's good enough. This is a good Ayaka. Triple Crown, probably had her for years, so this is a classic. Arlecchino, with her signature, our C1. The 4-piece of that set. The off-piece is the goblet, so let's... Oh, it's the other set, so let's see where the luck flip-flop to. This is pretty good. 30 plus CV with a little bit ER, which is not really important for her. Okay, CV. I mean, I think it's like similar to this, but like, yeah. Other stats don't do too much. This is nice. A lot of crit damage, a little bit of crit rate. Other stats aren't useful, but it's okay. It's a very good high crit damage Sands. And Circlet will be a little bit ER, which whatever. But attack percentage and a good amount of crit rate, good to see. And then the goblet is not too shabby. Decent CV, which will have 79 crit rate and 211 crit damage. So I say that's pretty good. No ER, or no EM. So if you're doing vaporizes, melts won't benefit too much from that. But if you're doing overload with like Chevrolet or Mono Pyro, then that's don't have to worry about EM. But no clue how you play. You probably bounce around with other characters, so good. A lot of attack here, so that's probably her signature weapon. Yes, it is. C2. So that's going to buff Skirk a lot, and Ayaka, whoever you play. 2-piece, 2-piece, so let's look for some energy recharge. 20% attack percentage. You don't need to look for crit rate since it's not Favonius, so let's just ignore crit. 17%, 8% here for both of those useful stats. A lot of ERs here as well. 20% again. 23% again. Wow. And 11% here, so 195% probably is I mean, that's probably enough, but on Skirk teams, when you have enough crowd characters with Escoffier, Skirk, Shenhe, and Farina, you will have enough energy recharge. So yeah, this is very strong. You're utilizing a lot of her attack buffs, so that's good to see. And you have 2 skills with your C1, so you have more particle generation. So yeah. Yalan, all right. Low, no, I mean, I don't need to say low, yeah. Let's see. Favonius, so it's a support emblem, so C0. So let's look for 200 plus ER probably. Let's check this out. Decent CV. HP percentage, good to see that at least. Energy recharge, and if 4 rolled into crits, we got a 4 roll, but it low rolled, but it's still good. Decent CV here with on the HP Sands, so yeah, nothing much to say against that. Onset Goblet, HP percentage with good crit rate, a little bit of energy recharge, and some crit damage, so yeah, I like this piece actually. And a lot of ER and a lot of crit rate on the crit circlet, which means you have 212 ER and a lot of crit rate for Favonius procs and some crit damage. Otherwise, I say that's pretty good, because with the Favonius proc with this much ER, I think that's enough. It's C0, but yeah, that should be good. I'm guessing. Escoffier with engulfing lightning, so you will have no energy issues. I feel like I should see no energy recharge in the substats now. I don't think you need any more, right? So, good crit value. A decent crit value with a lot of attack, so that's good to see already. Good crit rate, crit damage. Other stats aren't too important unless you just happen to vaporize or melt with her, but probably not often. This is good. 30 plus CV on the sands on set, so that's good to see. Is this a 5? No, it's a flower. Okay. Onset Goblet with a lot of ER. Do you need that? Unless you play Escoffier in different teams that might need more ER. I don't know. Maybe outside of the Skirk teams, you need a bit more ER, and you want to use her as a universal support. And crit damage with a lot of ER attack percentage, so you have 186 with a decent crit value, actually. Because I'm trying to think of the other teams you'd utilize with her. Because you probably need, like... I mean, being overkill in energy recharge is better than not having enough, so I'm not going to say too much. So, anyways. There we go. Nivelette, R1, C1. Okay. Cool. Crowned. 4-piece Master Hunter with an off-piece circlet. Lower on the HP threshold, so there's a Hydro Goblet for sure. Maybe no HP percentage subchats. Maybe 1 to 2 rolls. But yeah. A decent CV with some energy recharge, so that's a good start. Well-balanced piece. Oh, there is the HP percentage. Maybe there is more. I miscalculated that. This is good. Good CV. Wait, yeah. The Sands, not too shabby. Flat HP. 30 plus CV, I believe, yeah. With on the onset, so can't really say much about that. This is, okay, a little bit more HP percentage with some decent CV. Whatever. It's an onset goblet to utilize this circlet, which has a lot of crit rate. A decent amount of energy recharge, no HP percentage, so I was like off by 1 roll of HP percentage. You have a lot of flat HP, but he'll kill things. So yeah, can't really say nothing against that. Lower end on the crit rate, but you do this for the fact that you have 300% crit damage, which is pretty to see. So can't really go against that. Raiden Shogun, R1. Favonius, so maybe you're just playing around with things. And Raiden actually holds this wait. And, oh yeah, Escoffier holds Favonius, which means you have Okay, the ER main stat is much lower, so maybe that's how you do it. That could be the case, actually. I keep on clicking on Shenhe. So if that's the case, then yeah, this is a good Favonius build. Then I will not say anything else. So yeah, okay. Favonius build. That's my guess, because obviously nobody uses Favonius on Ryan Shogun unless they have no other option. C0, okay. Let's assume that there's an engulfing lightning on the build. So decent CV, good CV with attack percentage. Very good off piece right here, and pretty good electro goblet, just a lot of good damage. And a crit rate circlet with a little bit of good damage and attack percentage. So decent stats. I prefer a little bit more crit rate, but that's how it goes with artifacts. Raiden Shogun is very demanding, and then you'll have like a bit more energy recharge to utilize her signature weapon. So yeah, okay, now it makes more sense now. Scofier actually isn't using this; she just happens to be holding it. This Shalonen should be simple, just a bunch of defense and maybe healing bonus. Nope, maybe ER here. Yep. So very basic C2, like ER and a lot of defense for her signature weapon to proc. Can't really say anything against that, so there you go. Sitlali, I could see the EM, so I don't really need to worry too much about it. Let's just, yeah. Look at ER substats, 20%, 16%, 16 again, 11, and 11. So you have like 180, 175. And a crowned skill to maximize her shield strength. I don't know how important her shield is. I just kind of just went ER on her, and it gets the job done. So anyways, Mavrika, some attack and EM just by first glance. R2 on her signature weapon, so you probably rolled for something else. I can't remember what Mavrika runs with. Emily's weapon? Or she ran with, I don't remember, Sitlali's weapon. Maybe you got 2 of those before you got this. I don't know. Obsidian Codex, let's check this out. This is a good piece. A little bit of ER, which at least it didn't roll it, but pretty good. Got some EM, which is very valuable for Mavrika. A lot of crit damage, a little bit of crit rate, but once again, some EM to have those melts. Attack Sands, okay. Okay CV with EM substats, so it could be adjusted for EM eventually, because Mavrika prefers that, but this is a very nice, I like this actually. This is a very nice onset goblet. It's like, it's okay CV, but a lot of EM, so gotta appreciate that. And then the off piece is attack percentage, elemental mastery, and good amount of crit rate. To where you almost have 100% crit rate, but it's pretty close to where it doesn't really matter too much. C1, so I don't wonder if you're going for any more, maybe C2. Anyways, I think that's good. So yeah, that's a pretty good account. Let's check out the next one. Alrighty, so let's check out this one. Very simple build. Wait, 2-piece, so probably a work in progress here. I can see the EM, so it's gonna be all EM substats. EM is a very nice piece though. And elemental mastery. So you just need one more EM main stat, and then you have 4-piece deep wood. That's all I gotta say about this one. Higher level talents, and all right. So Farina, R5 Favonius, so that's already good. 4-piece golden troop. So all we need to have is like 70 crit rate plus. So a little bit of crit rate here, with some HP percentage here with some decent crit rate as well. HP here, a little bit of crit rate. HP, tiny bit of crit rate, but some ER. And a crit damage circlet, actually. So maybe you could flip-flop that or get higher substats, but mainly maybe a crit rate circlet, just to ensure that your Favonius is proccing every single time, so you don't have to worry about it. But not everyone plays as efficiently as others, so they might be just casual. They just want to use Farina for the sake of using Farina, so it doesn't really matter as much. So yeah, if it gets the job done, you're good to go. Raiden Shogun, is it the catch or other weapon? The catch, okay. C0, I'm guessing everything's C0. A lot of ER, which is nice. Low CV, but it happens. Everything went to ER instead. A well-balanced piece all around the board. This is very good as the off piece. So are we rocking electro damage or attack? I'm thinking it's electro. Yes, it is. Very good piece. Very good 4 rolls into crit as an onset. This is very, very good, actually. along with the fact that back-to-back, these are good pieces. With a crit rate circlet, a little bit of crit damage, but some ER and a lot of EM. So this should be a really good build. And it is, because a lot of ER, but the fact that you have 83% crit rate with this. Maybe all you could do to min-max is increase crit damage in some way or another. But otherwise, it's a good build. That is a good build. Navia. Oh, I looked at this first. Spoiler alert. Tidal Shadow. 2-piece Glad. Okay, no set. I don't see any path towards any, so it might be just a bunch of random pieces. It happens. If you have them lying around, might as well try them out, just to try out the character. You still have this ER on her, so ER main stat isn't exactly ideal, so eventually if you can get a nice attack percentage stance, I guess on any set, since there aren't really anything worth going, I mean, there isn't any path on this build for a set. Just eventually, if you have one lying around, that could work too, but yeah. This is a good Geo Goblet for rolls into crit. It was a 4-liner because I rolled defense, but yeah, it's a good piece. And the off piece is, well, whatever. It's not that good. It's fine. A lot of ER, maybe a bit too much because of the fact that, well, it's sands. Yalan's Slingshot, so, okay. So the main thing to look for is energy recharge, which I'm guessing will not be too much because of the lack of ER in the weapon and C0, so let's see that. Crit damage, a little bit of ER. No ER here, but okay, crit value with some HP percentage. HP percentage, very good piece here, actually. 4 rolls into crit, 40 plus CV, along with a little bit of ER, so this is a very nice piece. Hydro damage goblet, whatever, crit damage, but a lot of HP percentage, which helps out a lot for damage. And a crit damage circlet with no crit rate, but a lot of ER, so crit rate might be low. But what the heck does Slingshot do? Just crit rate, okay. Crit rate's a little on the low end for Yalan, but it's fine. ER is on the low end, unless you play her with a lot of Hydro characters. Singcho, Farina, probably not Milani, I hope not. But otherwise, she will be doing damage when she has the burst, so yeah. Maybe good crown. Do you have any crowns? You have 1 crown activated here. Maybe if you have the resources, you can crown some more characters, just to have the guaranteed damage increase rather than going for RNG on artifacts, but that's up to you. Milani, Lost Prayers, could be better, just because there are other statistics that could be a better improvement. Not a 4-piece set just yet, but it looks like it's a work in progress, so let's find out. This is a pretty good piece with Elemental Mastery, 30 plus CV, I believe. Yes, it is. Yes. Okay. It's low CV, but a lot of HP percentage, so that increases the value by a bit. This is good. Elemental Mastery, decent CV, but 30 plus CV on onset at the HP Sands. Always welcome to see. So, this piece may have a lot of HP, but it can be replaceable to eventually get a 4-piece set, because the goblet's pretty good. A lot of crit damage and energy recharge, so can't really say anything against that, because you'll get a lot of crit rate through the Codex set, along with the fact that you have Lost Prayers, but also the fact that Lost Prayers has a lot of crit rate. You might overcap once you get the 4-piece set, so having no crit rate substats might be useful as well. So, a lot of HPs here as well. That's really nice. Too bad it's the wrong set. So, otherwise, crit value-wise, it's very good on its own. But if you're seeking out the 4-piece set, then you'll have to suck out a little bit of crit rate and hope that helps. So yeah, okay. Pyro Traveler, I don't even know what to look at for here. Just scroll pyro damage on set. That's fine. I don't know, like, does the Pyro Traveler do a lot of damage? I don't know. Probably just a support with scroll. Oh wait, it's not even a 4-piece, never mind. 2-piece, 2-piece. That's fine. So, yeah, it's all around the place. It's just a Pyro Traveler. I don't think there's too much to say about it. C6. Okay, so crit value. Not sure what this is. I mean, I guess it's a stat stick for flat attack. Base attack, I mean. Maybe. I don't know. Kanich. So, with the cardboard claymore. Okay. I don't think Kanich needs ER, but hey, it's a weapon you can use. Oh, I could see. So you're farming for the sets, but you are getting the other ones. So, yeah, I can see that. Let's just see what your other set has gotten you. Pretty good CV with energy recharge. A lot of attack percentage, which is pretty nice here, actually. Low CV, but that's okay. Low CV happens, but having all that attack percentage might help out a bit to make it feel better. Crit rate, maybe you need it. You probably do, just because you don't have 4-piece obsidian on him, so that's nice. Attack percent on the goblet, so not a Dendro one just yet, but probably a work in progress. Unfortunately, all the rolls are bad because none of them hit crit, but it is what it is. This one's easy to replace by literally anything on the planet, basically, so that's fine. As long as it's not like, it has to be attack or Dendro. So that's all I gotta say on the main stat. And a good, very nice circlet. Energy recharge, a lot of crit rate, and yeah. Just needs, he just needs the set. That's pretty much it. And Shangling, Favonius, 4-piece emblem. Probably pretty basic stuff. Yeah. Nothing too crazy. Pretty nice sands, though. And a decent goblet, but a lot of ER and EM, so can't really say no to that. Elemental Mastery again, a little bit of crit damage, so crit value-wise is alright. Not C6, but C6 doesn't really matter as much because C4 is where she shines, so. On the low end of crit value, but it happens. It's Shangling as long as she's getting her burst. Maybe that's enough. Hopefully it is, but yeah. Okay. Pretty good. Pretty good stuff. There are some improvements to be made, but once again, this is not an AR-60 like the other accounts have been, so they have not been farming as much. So, yeah. Okay. Let's go to the next account. Alright, so at least this one will be a quicker one, just there's only 3 options to work with. A lot of the accounts have been full ones, so let's just check this one out and see how this person has been working on it. They are AR-56, so once again, compared to the AR-60s, they have much less time to farm to improve their characters, so let's work around that. Deathmatch on Arlecchino, so 4-piece Glad, that's good because the set is good, but it isn't gonna be like, you need it. This is very good. It's a 5-roll into crit. 40, it's the high end of 40 CVs. I don't feel like doing the math in my head right now. 48, 49. But anyways, this is a very good piece. Very good. This one's honestly really good as well, as long as you have the right team for it. Decent crit rate, some crit damage, but a lot of EM, so that's good. A lot of crit damage here. A little bit of EM on the attack sands, so gotta appreciate that as well. That's good. As long as you have crit rate for the entire build, we're good to go. A little bit of crit rate, good crit damage, elemental mastery on the pyro damage. This is a very good onset piece. I really like that. And Ariana crit damage circlet with a lot of crit rate and some ER, which isn't needed as much on her, but as long as you have a good crit ratio, which you do, you should be good to go. Yeah, this is a very strong Arlecchino. Maybe from here, maybe the set's fine. Maybe you don't need to improve it, so the only thing to improve is talents. So normal attack, skills, whatever, burst is whatever. If you don't use it, it's kind of like a panic button to heal. So normal attacks can go up, and that could be just it. That's all I really got to say about that. And also, the weapon can be leveled up too. So, yeah, there's that. Farina, level 90, level 1, level 20 Favonius R1. So, for starters, you can level that up unless your actual Favonius weapon is on someone else. I don't know. But yeah, Golden Troop 4-piece, so let's see how this is. So, a lot of ER, a lot of EM, I mean. Some HP percentage. Okay, crit value, but it's fine. It's replaceable because it is the flower, so that is like the easiest piece to change, along with the plume. The plume is very good on someone else, not Farina. A lot of attack percentage, but won't benefit her. But since I don't think you have the options, this one is also very easy to replace because it double rolled. It has 2 crits, but it only rolled crit once and everything else into attack. So yeah. The attack sands. Okay. This is a very good piece for someone else, once again. So for Farina, this is not going to do anything because she scales with HP, but if you have someone else who can use this, Very good. Even if it's not a golden troop user, just give them this as their off piece, or maybe give them 2-piece golden troop. This is a very nice piece. Very, very good. But not for Farina. A hydro damage bonus for C0, or not C2. Preferably it's HP percentage, so maybe you can find one of those around if in case you want to improve or build, but otherwise hydro gets the job done. This one can be easy to replace because of the crit value isn't too high. It low rolled, but yeah. And the circlet, honestly, is very good. It is the off piece, so you got some crit damage, some HP percentage, but a lot of ER, which is very valuable. So yeah. I can't really gauge the ER too much because the weapon is level, well, 20. So, high crit rate for the fact that you need it to proc Favonius, especially the fact that you have, well, R1. I don't know if you have an R5 or anything else lying around. And Lanyan, okay. 4-piece Viridescent. Very good piece. Another 5-roll. Your AR 56 and you have 2 5-rolls? Wow. Okay. A very, very good piece. 5-roll again. This one's okay. Got attack percentage and crit damage. This one has a lot of EM in case you swirl with her. I don't know how much damage her swirls do. I have not built her. But good crit rate, ER. This one's an onset just for using it to be an onset. I got some attack percentage, energy recharge, a little bit of crit rate. Dodged it at every single roll, unfortunately, so you didn't get any more. And a crit damage circlet with a good amount of crit rate and energy recharge. So otherwise, lower end on the crit rate spectrum, but there's some good pieces here. So in case, I don't know how much you plan to play Lanyan, but it's a good start. So yeah, anyways, that's a good AR-56. Very impressive builds for that level. So yeah, let's check out the next one. All right, moving on to this account. The next one, I have their comments lying around as well, just so I can see what they really have. They have a goal on this account to build a team of every single element. So like Nuvalet, Arlecchino, Raiden, Ayaka, Navia, and Kanich, and Wanderer. They're all their DPSs from each element. So let's check them out. So yeah, we're gonna start just have a team of every element to see they can work with everything. So for the Wanderer, Lost Prayers, 4-piece Desert Pavilion, Crowned. So let's check this out. Good start. 4 rolls into crit. I think that is 1 in defense, so it was a 4-liner. But yeah, good piece. Energy recharge, sweet. This is also pretty good, honestly. Good CV. And attack percentage, which makes it even more valuable. The off piece is a attack sands with good crit damage, a little bit of crit rate. Other stats don't matter. And then the onset goblet is honestly very, very good. 30 plus CV, along with the fact that it has attack percentage. And the circlet has attack percentage, energy recharge, and a little bit of crit rate. So overall, a good start. Very good start, honestly. Very impressive. I like this. So, all right. Yeah, that is a very good start here. Kanich, a lot of attack from a first glance. 4-piece obsidian, obviously, with the C1 or R1. Let's check this out. Good start. Decent CV, but a lot of ER in case Kanich needs that. I don't know how much he really needs, but yeah. Attack percentage, some crit damage, a little bit of crit rate. Good to see as well. This one could be improved a little bit in case you don't need that much attack, but otherwise it's fine. This one will be replaceable with being a plume, so it's easier to get the substats. The onset stand. Okay, I don't know how much ER Kanich needs, but if he needs a lot, then this is very useful. If he doesn't need a lot, I'm not sure what to say about this one, but that is a lot of ER for a substat. And yeah. The Denjo Goblet, though, is decent CV, but a lot of attack percentage, so that's just fine, I'd say. And mediocre substats, but decent crit rate for a result of 53, so 93 with 202 crit damage. A lot of ER, so if he needs that ER, then sweet. If he doesn't, well, unfortunate. But anyways, perfectly fine. I mean, you can always craft a better CV1 in case this ER isn't valuable. But maybe it is. I could be wrong. All right, this was a C2 Nuvalet, right? Okay. C2 for boost Maréchal Hunter with Sacrificial Jade, so HP should be relatively low because this thing isn't procced. It might be an HP Goblet as well, or Circlet. Yeah, a Goblet. HP percentage here, whatever crit value. Decent start. A lot of HP percentage. But I don't know how much he really needs now because he has well, this thing gives you a lot of HP, a lot. So I don't know if you need more and more of that because you get Hydra Resonance and stuff, especially with this. You keep your buffs with Hydra Resonance. But anyways, HP percent Sands, okay crit value, but yeah. Onset Goblet with okay crit value, but it is onset, so that gives you the value. And then the off piece is a crit damage circlet with a lot of HP. This is actually all Hydra. You just have a lot of HP percentage substats. So, good HP. Maybe that's worth it. Pretty good crit value. Almost 100% crit rate. But yeah. Okay. Yeah. He will kill everything, especially for being C2, and that gives him crit damage, right? So, a little bit more crit damage on the build, which from the constellation and all that stuff. Yeah, strong. Ryan Shogun, C2, R1, 4-piece emblem, and crown. Okay, so this one's okay for being a flower. This one can be upgraded anytime soon, hopefully, probably, in case you plan to do that, but who knows. Attack percentage with some crit rolls in the crit, one of each, but it's okay. But attack percentage may help out a bit in case you are on the low end of that, because you might have electro damage. Yes, you do. Okay. Energy recharge, 4 rolls into crit, was a 4-liner because it rolled into HP. This is a very good piece. I like that. In case you are low in the crit rate threshold, which a lot of Raidens are. But we'll see. Energy recharge, always good to see. 2 rolls into crit, but that's alright because the fact that it was an onset with all these stats is always good to see. And then the crit rate circlet, a little bit of crit damage, and a good amount of attack percentage. So, yeah. You are in a pretty good crit rate threshold, and okay crit damage, and good amount of ER. You are in the ER threshold. You just need like 170 max with R1, so that's good. So, yeah. Navia. A lot of attack, as I can see on first glance. So I wonder if that means she's equipped or not. Or do you have a lot of attack percentage substats? Maybe a goblet? Oh, you do have an attack goblet. There it is. Pretty okay crit value. No other good stats, so this one can be replaceable if you want to upgrade her. Let me make sure I'm not looking at it wrong. Yep. This is a very, very good piece. Is that still a 4-roll? Just with max rolls into crit? I think so. Crit damage, I mean. Actually, max crit rate as well. So, very good piece. Other stats are useless, but good crit value. I like it. Attack percentage Sands. Whatever other substats, but decent crit value to where it makes it useful. So, yeah. I'd say this is fine as well. And the attack goblet will preferably be Geo eventually, hopefully. I know you get a lot of damage percent here. Damage percent from Farina. Most likely Shalonen. In case you have her. And Geo Resonance. But I think Geo damage is still better, right? In case you like use Bennett, then you have a lot of attack percentage again, along with her own passive. So you're kind of getting everything. Attack from her own passives, buffs, and then damage percent through her own stuff, along with a little bit from Verdict and attack. Oh my. Just everything. I guess maybe if she's blowing things up, then it doesn't really matter as much. Yeah. ER. I like ER on Navia. A little bit of crit damage with leaves her with a little bit of ER and good crit value. So, yeah. I approve. Ayaka. So a classic. Absolution. Okay. Sweet. Maréchal Hunter. So, yeah. Is it like, what's her threshold? 46% crit rate, 45 to be max with crowd resonance? I can't remember, but we'll find out. Good crit value. The other stats aren't doing much, but 4 rolls into crit is always welcome. Another 4 roll with attack percentage as another buff. So, yeah, that's great. 4 rolls into crit again. I think it's a 4-liner because it rolled attack percentage, flat attack. So this is good. A little bit of ER, which is valuable for her. Less value for Skirk teams, I believe. So, but it's good to have more than none. Crowd damage bonus on set. There's some ER. Nice. Good amount of crit damage. A little bit of crit rate. Good. And a crit damage circlet with a lot of ER and a good amount of crit rate, which leaves her at 45 crit rate, which I believe is around the threshold of reaching 100% with Cryo Resonance and Marshall's Counter, I believe. Or maybe it's like 40, a little bit more. That's roughly around the range to where, well, 300% crit damage and 133 ER. That's perfect. Sweet. So, yeah. Arlecchino, C0, C0 R1. Similar to mine, 4-piece fragment. I do not have that, but let's see how your luck was on this domain. Pretty good actually. A little bit of attack percentage, a good crit rate. Low rolled the crit damage baseline, but it is what it is. That's not too shabby. 4 rolls into crit, good to see. A little bit of EM, a little bit more ER, but that's all right. I see a lot of elemental mastery. Do you have an EM Sands? You do. Okay. Good crit damage, some ER, okay. A little bit of crit rate, but EM. So let's see how your attack percentage substats are looking. Like, pyro damage bonus, a little bit of attack percentage. This is 4 rolls into crit, so that's very valuable. Don't know if you crafted it, but if you didn't, you did. Looks good. It was a 4-liner because it rolled once into defense, but yeah. And the last piece has 23% crit damage on a crit rate circlet. No attack percentage substats, so attack is a bit low on her. But if you use Bennett, and maybe other sort of buffs, you're going to be killing things. So I don't think it really matters. So, yeah. Okay. Farina, a lot of HP. Wolf Fang, so that might be just HP crit damage. Let's find out. A lot of ER, good. Low crit value, but the ER can help out with Farina. She's not the main focus of the team's damage, so yeah. A lot of crit damage here, HP percentage, a little bit of ER, which is always good to see as well. HP percentage Sands with energy recharge, crit damage, and other stats don't do too much, so that's fine. As long as your ER is getting a little bit higher, since you don't have Favonius or other stuff on her. HP on the goblet, 4 rolls into crit, a little bit of energy recharge, very good piece. And a HP circlet, it's triple HP, okay. Maybe you should go double HP and put ER on the Sands because just to make sure she has more than 150 ER. But crit value is fine. You get a little bit more through the R3, but yeah, you will be doing damage. But all I can say is maybe get a little bit more ER here, since yeah, that's all I gotta say. ER is great, but unless your team has a bunch of Hydro characters, maybe you don't need it. I don't know. But yeah, anyways, Escoffier. Death match, 4-piece golden troop, very good piece, 4 rolls into crit with a attack percentage substat. A plume with a lot of ER actually, a little bit of crit, but attack percentage. So this is a very good roll value, very good piece. It may be low in crit, but everything else is amazing. Very good 4 rolls into crit, 4-liner once more, attack percentage here on the off piece. So let's see if this one's mid or really good. It's honestly, no, it's actually really good. So 30 plus CB or close, decent CB, but a lot of ER in case she needs that, and I don't think she needs any more. So a lot of attack percentage, a little bit of crit rate, and that should be enough. Yup, that is good. That is good, especially for a Scoffia team, Skirk teams, not probably Skirk, or not Skirk, Ayaka teams, because I don't think you rolled for Skirk because Ayaka exists. So yeah, that would be good. Sweet. Yalan, so all I have to look for is energy recharge for her. Favonius, good start. And let's see what we got, because it's C0, so we want 200 plus. Very good piece. Everything is a good substat with a roll into HP. More HP again, decent CV, so this is a pretty good piece as well. This is pretty good as well, not too shabby. It is an onset Sands, so that's pretty valuable. Let's see if we can get some more ER. 4 rolls into crit with 1 line into HP percentage, so a 4-liner, very good piece as well. I like that. And no ER here, HP percentage and a lot of crit damage, so you have very good crit value. 175 ER. If your team has multiple Hydras, maybe you don't need the ER. But I don't know. because it's C0, so you have more ER to worry about. But if that's enough for you, then so be it. All right, Emily, good amount of attack. Scoured Spine, so ER is pretty much taken care of. Let's see, a little bit more ER, some good crit value, a lot of EM, which may not be more valuable for her. Some ER again. Okay, crit value, low rolled a lot, but it happens. This one's easy to replace, so if you want to improve it, you can. Onset Sands, pretty good CV, honestly, 30 plus. With other stats are useless, but it's a Sands. The Dendro Goblet is honestly pretty good too. It's not too shabby, but yeah, it gets the job done. Other stats are whatever. And the crit rate circlet with attack percentage and a good amount of crit damage. So is that 80 crit rate? 74, okay. 74, 163, 148 ER. That is a good build for the fact that you have a non-crit weapon and a lot of ER on it. So yeah, that's good. Kazuo should be quick. It should be just a bunch of ER or EM. Maybe an ER Sands. I don't know. Nope. 42, 16, 11%, 21%, 10%. So with Zyphos, 153, C0. Maybe on the low end for ER, but it probably gets the job done. So yeah, that looks pretty good. This is a good account. They clear all the content in the game, so that's good to see. And yeah, I guess a bunch of the gamblers don't. They quit right before they win big, so I don't condone that. Do whatever you want. So anyways, yeah, this is a pretty good account, AR60, so thank you for that. Let's go to the next one. All right, on this next account, they are a free-to-play that they would just like want to review, so let's check this out. With the perspective that this is a person who does not spend money on, well, anything on this game. So everything they have been patient. So, okay. Some crit rate, energy recharge. So this one can be replaceable because it's a flower. So this one can be if you want to improve it. Attack percentage here, a lot of it. Some ER. Didn't roll anything into crit, so that might be an issue in case that arises. A little bit of crit. This one could. All right, so this one, these pieces can be approved as regards to like trying to get more crit overall. Energy recharge is always welcome. And I do like the attack percentage here, but unfortunately the crit was avoided. Onset Goblet, not too shabby for what we have around here. Some crit damage, and ER is always nice. So, and a crit damage substat on the crit circlet. So overall, the thing is, it may be a tricky build to look at. Like, things can be approved, but note that the weapon really, the build does function. Like, you have all the crit rate you need to kill things with a decent amount of ER. So yeah, like maybe if this is enough for you, then there's nothing really to improve. Maybe talents. I don't know how much you play Aika just because of the talents, but yeah, okay. So otherwise, that's fine. If that's enough for you, we'll move on. So Ryan Shogun with Scoured Spine, level 70. So I guess the first tip I can give is to max that one out if you can. I guess before I even continue, I recommend focusing on talents and the characters that you enjoy, so that you can rather than farming like the RNG artifacts, you can get your guaranteed damage increase. So, anyways, let's check this out. Some crit. All the other stats don't do too much for Raiden, but it happens. Artifacts can be rough. Wait, what's your... Okay, 58. So, yeah. If you plan to improve Raiden's build, this is the easiest place to begin. This is the second easiest. Okay, maybe this is another easy one. In case you can get ER on the main stat of the Sands. That can be pretty rare. But if you can, that'd be nice. Otherwise... whatever you think is the best option for the fact that like these having no crit may does reduce her damage by a lot, but yeah. So for here, yeah, crit rate's low. I don't know how much you play Raiden. So maybe, but maybe you do. I don't know. But if you do, Raiden is a very hard character to build because you have so many stats you want, like attack percentage, sometimes electric damage bonus, energy recharge, attack, crit rate, crit damage. So having all those stats, like maybe just try to find the crit if you can, but if you don't like farming artifacts, I don't blame you. Let's just move on. Zhongli should probably just be a bunch of HP, so there's nothing really much to say here. 12% HP. I mean, these are 4 stars, so it's not a big deal. HP main stat attack, but it's a 4-star, so that could be easily replaced in an HP, but you ran out of artifacts probably to level up. You got the 4-piece set bonus. Zhongli is extremely easy to build, so this is just fine. Like, even if like you crowned him, so you stay alive. Oh gosh, he's talking. Okay. he will shield your team for he's crowned with all that HP, so this is good. Like, it can be improved by leveling up all the other artifacts and get all the 5 stars, but yeah, for you, probably not a big deal. I don't see much end game usage, so you don't really care too much about it. You're very your account does say you need to help, so hopefully this video helps you if you do watch it. Just hopefully you skip through the timestamps, because this one is already going to be like 3 to 4 hours long. But yeah, anyways, Nahida, very low attack, so you might have a level 1 weapon. Oh, maybe no artifacts. Okay. I can't really judge too much about this just because it's not finished, but we'll start. For starters, let's just get the 4-piece Deepwood sets out of the way, even if they're ugly pieces, just so you can have it, alright? And you can go for crit, but if you want it to be easier, you try to get the EM main stat on the pieces, and just give her EM with the sacrificial fragments. That is it. That's all you really need, and then you're good to go. Alright. Neuvillette, let's check this out. Lost Prayers. 4-piece Maréchal Hunter. Most pieces are maxed, but we're missing 1. So maybe that one is the weakest link that you're trying to improve upon. But let's find out. A lot of HP, a little bit of crit rate. Didn't roll into crit, sadly, but a lot of HP again. This is very good. Now we're talking. A 4 roll into crit with 1 into flat HP. So it was a 4-liner on an onset Sans on Neuvillette. So this is very, very good. This is something you don't need to touch. This is good. Good enough. Perfect. The Hydro Goblet, honestly, that's unfortunate. Oh, no, you have a few levels to go. Maybe you get some crit rate from there, some ER. This can stay, but you probably ran out of artifact XP, which happens. I'm out of it right now. So, yeah. And a crit damage circlet with no good substats, unfortunately. But crit damage is okay, and crit rate is near 100. So Neuvillette will be killing things, especially for what you do. If you do just casual exploration and stuff like that. I don't know what you do. If you play with friends, maybe you just do stuff, because I don't see much endgame here. So if you don't need the characters to do like a lot more damage, this one, he will do enough to make you happy, I think, which is my guess. So, all right. Arlecchino with the Staff of Scarlet Sands. Okay, I haven't seen this in a while. So this weapon is very nice for crit value. So we're going to ignore the fact that, like, some people may say, okay, low attack and you need a lot of EM, but she wants more attack and stuff, but mix like that. Crit value is very good to help this player crit, which is, yeah, good. So 4-star pieces, so obviously I can't rate them too much, but this one's honestly pretty good for being a 4-star. Not too shabby for what you got. Good crit rate here, actually. Attack percentage. This one isn't leveled up, so I can't say much about it. Power damage goblet, not too shabby. And this is a crit damage circlet. No crit rate on the substats, but you might actually have enough crit rate. Not bad. Like this, she will be hurting stuff. Obviously, artifacts are not max, but artifacts can be very time consuming, and sometimes people don't want to do it. All right. So let's see what else we could do here. Widsith, R5, so that's nice. Of the new set, so you have been farming for Veressa, so you do plan to play her much, or somewhat. I don't know. Talents are a bit low, but you're probably out of resources. So whoever you're trying to focus on right now, you could just like work those up to, let's say 8 is the good stopping point. Like a few of your characters are crowned. Some of them have 8s, some 7s. But yeah, 8 on the normal attack, 8 on the burst. Skill is okay. But yeah, you don't need it. But anyways, let's see how your new set luck has been going. This is actually pretty good. Pretty good amount of crit rate, attack percentage, and energy recharge. So that's all the things that Varessa really likes. Yeah, this is very, very good. This is a perfect artifact, actually. So very good. 4 rolls into crit, 1 to attack percentage, which is nothing wrong with that, with some energy recharge. So you have been getting pretty lucky here. This is honestly pretty good too. If you level it up one more time, if it rolls crit one more time, if it doesn't, it's still good. Can't say much about that. And then the rest of the build is not finished. This one is a 4-star crit circlet, so you have a pretty decent build. Just need a bit more crit rate and stuff, so which you can get through, you know, a 5-star artifact. So, which has to be on set, unfortunately, because that you are rocking this. But yeah, whenever you do get lucky, or if you're farming it right now, I wish you the best of luck. So yeah, all right. Mavwika, Earthshaker. Okay. Not maxed out, but we'll just work around that. Some pieces are not maxed, so you are doing everything kind of like a work in progress, so I can't really say too much. The thing is like, I'm not sure what you're focusing on right now because everything is kind of all over the place. Yeah, but anyways. Mavrika, this thing has potential for having some crit. Could get the 4th stat as another crit, but I will assume it won't because artifact luck. This is honestly very, very good. So I hope it rolls well once you have the time and resources to level it up. So if it does roll well, I am happy. This one can be replaced in the future. That's fine. Pyro damage, if it rolls into crit a few times, hopefully with the last 2 rolls, then that's pretty good. And a crit rate circlet, which leaves you at a 40. Okay, so this is a work in progress. I can't say too much about it because Mavwika is not done yet. All right. Because talents are low. Maybe this is your newest character. I don't know. Artaki Ito. White Blind. So that's the free-to-play option. 4-piece Husk. I'm not a big fan of this set. I don't like farming it, but we'll see. This is a good piece for being a 4-star. This isn't that bad, but it's a 4-star. I don't want to say too much about it. Defense. You got the main stat, but unfortunately no crit. And a defense percentage goblet. Not bad. Geo is obviously better, but defense isn't going to like break the build. And a crit rate circlet that could potentially be even better if you leveled it up, but I don't know how much you use Ito. Maybe you liked them for a time and you stopped. But yeah, the work in progress once more. So yeah, just talent levels are always valuable for all these characters, and obviously I simply put is like just farm more artifacts, which is like obviously get lucky, but not everyone is lucky, so it's hard to say. Just keep on grinding, and wish you the best of luck on that. Shenhe should be just a bunch of attack and maybe ER, so this is not much to grade. Attack. This is a nice piece though. Attack percentage again. Attack, yeah. You just need energy recharge, which you got a little bit, so it's a start, so not too shabby. Kokomi will be very easy to rate. Just look for HP and healing bonus. So this one's attack, but it's a work in progress. Maybe when you work on your Ito, you'll get more of these. So yeah, HP here, healing bonus here. So yeah, you just need to max them out and get some adjustments if you plan to. But yeah, very simple Kokomi build. Ganyu on a Scoured Harp, Wanderer's Troop. A few level 0s, so it's an unfinished build, so I'm not going to give it too much attention for what is wrong or right, because it's like not done yet, so I can't really say. This is a good start. Hopefully it rolls crit. This is also good. Hopefully it rolls crit when you level it up. This is the off piece, so if you need it or not, I don't know. This is the goblet. Cryo damage bonus, so it is an onset, so hopefully you get like crit damage, crit rate as the 4th stat. It probably won't, but if it does, great. You can use a good off piece then, whatever that may be. Crit damage here, and it's all right. It's a work in progress. Can't say too much about it. Anyways, yeah. I hope that gave you enough insight. Just pretty much everything's kind of scattered. You like have a start on a character, and then it's like all over the place, and then there's another scattered character build elsewhere for most of the characters. So no builds is like really complete yet. Like no, the artifacts aren't fully done. Some are 4 stars, but like what I could say is just pick a character, and then just work on them for a little bit just to max out everything. Just it'll take some time, but you can go on them one by one rather than being overwhelmed with everything at once. If that's what you're doing, I don't know. Maybe that is. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But if that's the case, yeah, I hope that helps. So yeah, let's check out the next account. All right, on to the next account. We have someone who they have a Mafrika that is a work in progress, and they say ignore her, but I'll look at her. I'll still look at everyone. Raiden and Chlorine share a goblet because it's insane. So let's go with this. They say that they don't go with talents too much, but they love gambling artifacts. So I'm guessing talents. I mean, for the fact that you say that you're lazy with talents, your talents are higher than most players. So yeah. All right. Anyways, let's just check this out and see how it goes. So C1R1, not a 4-piece set, so maybe there's one piece that's just lying around. But yeah. This is a pretty good piece, honestly, with some attack percentage and elemental mastery, well balanced of all stats that she wants, which is good. Once again, decent CV with attack percentage. I like that. So gets the job done, gives her good stats. Elemental mastery with some decent crit value on an onset sands is really something you can't say no to. And then you have the onset goblet for her signature set, which is awkward. So it's like, okay, you got the hardest part out of the way of this set. So it's like, okay, do you finish it because you need one more gladiators, or you go all the way to get the rest for this? Do you have like, because Chlorine is, oh, she's rocking half and half as well. Okay. So crit damage with a little bit of crit rate. So good crit value, a little bit of EM, and good attack. So let's see how this is. So Skirk, R1, Marechaussee Hunter. So let's see, it would probably roughly 40 something crit rate, I'm guessing. Let's see. All around the board, good stat. I mean, except for ER, but yeah, a lot of attack, which is nice, and then some crit value, decent. Same thing, decent crit value with a lot of attack, which is very valuable. To where you probably don't need much more attack in the build. This is good for an onset sands, decent CV. The other stats aren't too much, but you don't have much to really work around for Skirk on these pieces. Flat attack, I guess, is useful, but EM and ER isn't really useful before her, unless you play her on Melt, but you probably won't. No one really does. Crowd damage bonus, a lot of crit damage and a little bit of crit rate. Other stats don't do too much for Skirk, but otherwise it's a lot of crit damage. Crit damage circlet with some crit rate, attack percentage, and the rest aren't useful. And we got Crowd. Oh, okay. So for this, it's a good crit ratio for Marechaussee Hunter, but just note that if you're playing Skirk teams, she will have 15% increased crit rate from Cryo Resonance. So maybe you could find a way to subtract 15% crit rate. I don't know where. Maybe if you have a plume with only crit damage, or a circlet with no crit rate. Something around the build. If you want to min-max it to that degree, because the crit rate will be overcapped by like 13-12% probably. But otherwise, if you don't care, you will be killing things. So, doesn't matter. Alright, Chlorine, let's see. You share the goblet with Raiden, so we'll figure out which one is on which character. Favonius, so someone's holding her weapon as well. I don't know who would be holding it, but someone else. I don't know. I'm assuming you have the signature, so let's just assume that. So, very good piece. Like a 4 rolls into crit, I believe, if it max rolled crit damage, but a little bit of attack percentage, which is cool. This is good. Wait, what are you missing on her? Crit damage circlet with attack percentage and a lot of EM. I mean, do you like Arlecchino more? Maybe you could just swap this out for the 4-piece. Maybe you did, but you swapped it out on accident earlier. I don't know, because this would help out finish out the build with a lot of EM for just having the 4-piece set. I don't know. But anyways. Here we got a very good Sans, though. I mean, so yeah. Very good Sans. A little bit of EM if you want to do some aggravate, but probably overload. Maybe you do. And then very good circlet here, which Arlecchino would love. And is this the OP? Okay, it might be on Raiden. But this is a pretty good piece too. Crit damage, Elemental Mastery, and ER. So I don't know what weapon you have normally. Maybe I'm assume it's maybe the signature, but if it isn't, I don't know. Something with crit damage. 85 crit rate with her passive activated, and a bunch of more crit damage probably. So that's fine. Raiden Shogun, Engulfing Lightning. So oh, it's of that set, really. If that's the OP one that swaps around, and then you have a 3-piece. A 3-piece set. So wait, do you need one more? Is there another one lying around? I don't know. Artifacts feel kind of scattered right now. This is very good. Very good piece. I think it's a 4-roll with like completely maxed out, nearly maxed out crit rate. So everything is good here. Very good. Once again, very, very good as well. Attack percentage with some elemental mastery, which may be useful in some regards, but mainly not for her. Unless you do specific hybrid bloom stuff or hybrid. This is very good. Once again, if you do hybrid elemental mastery, but the 4 rolls into crit, almost 40 CV, but it low rolled a bit. That's very good. And the circlet is good too. ER, attack percentage, a little bit of crit rate. And then the goblet, which is a 4 roll with energy recharge on set of Chlorine set. So this is very nice. Like, this is very good. Which helps out give her the crit ratio she needs. And then obviously flip-flopping it back to Chlorine, you'll have more crit rate and a similar amount of crit damage, roughly. Wait. The exact same crit damage, but like obviously more crit rate. So you'll have like 90 plus crit rate, which is great. And then maybe if you have her signature lying around, or Missplitter, or any other weapon. I don't even know what other option. I don't know what you use on her. I don't think it's Favonius. Maybe it is. I don't think so. But yeah. Very good build so far. Yelan, C0. So all I have to look for is ER. So Elegy, that is a based option. I'm really excited for her skin. I'm going to get that like immediately when it drops. And then I'll make a video on Yelan. That'll be fun. This is good. Low CV, but ER and a lot of HP. Can't say no to that. Good CV, 4 rolls into crit, but the other stats don't do too much, but crit value. I like crit value. HP main stat, a lot of ER on the substats, decent CV, 30 plus, which is already good enough for onset HP sands, so that's good. The circlet, a lot of crit damage, HP percentage, flat HP, I guess that helps, and energy recharge. Sweet. And then we got a hydro damage bonus off-piece goblet with HP percentage and good crit value. Which leaves you with a pretty good crit value and good energy recharge. I say this is good energy recharge for C1, but since it's C0, as long as you're playing her with like Farina or one more other Hydro Xingqiu, then I don't think you'll have no issues. Maybe you don't have issues. Maybe I'm just assuming I don't know. Yelan likes energy. She really does. So hopefully you got that threshold. Farina, Favonius or Signature? Favonius. So C0. So I'm guessing it's going to be HP Hydro or HP maybe. Yeah, I'm guessing that. Good crit rate for Favonius proc. Some HP percentage. A little bit of crit damage. Good all around stats. Everything is good here. This is good. This is a very good artifact. Some ER, which is valuable. The off piece is very good. With very high stats. To help out her prop Favonius whenever she needs that. So that's good. The onset goblet, which is a 4 roll into crit. This is a 3. This is a 3. No, that's a 3, I think. That's like a 4. Really high 4, I think. I don't think it's a 5 roll. No, it's not that high. It would need one more crit roll. Yeah, okay. But this is another 4 roll, and then this is good. So a lot of crit rate, pretty good crit damage, and then a good amount of ER if you're not solo Hydro, which you probably aren't. So that's good. Very good. Yeah, as you can see, well, even being solo Hydro, you probably get some good procs of Fav if you play, because you're in a Escoffier, or you're in a Skirk team. So Escoffier has Favonius, then yeah, you're good, along with Favonius. I don't see Shenhe, so maybe you use Yelan in the team as well. And then that's good enough. Yeah. So, yeah. I'm guessing Skirk, Yelan, Farina, and Escoffier is my guess. Unless there's a hidden Shenhe. Oh, there's a Shenhe. Never mind. Maybe not. But, I mean, I think it's still enough ER. So, anyways, let's carry on. Staff of Homa on Hu Tao. Obviously, that's good. C1. Triple Crown. Looking very similar to mine so far. That is not similar to mine. That is a very, very good artifact. Okay, 5 rolls. Every substat is good. This is perfect. Can't really ever replace this unless you are the luckiest person on the planet. So yeah, this is very good. This one's pretty good. Got some HP percentage, 30 plus CV, so that's a good roll. EM Sands. I do not use an EM Sands on her, but if you have enough HP percentage stuff, maybe you a C2 Shalonen. Nope. Wait, no, she doesn't get HP because she's Pyro. If you have a lot of sources of buffing your stats, then that's probably just fine. Or maybe it's fine no matter what. I don't know. HP percentage on the substats, some decent crit rate. Yeah, it's fine. A lot of HP here as well, so maybe that's where it matters. So, decent CV, attack percentage is helpful as well a little bit. So, that's good. And some crit damage and ER, which isn't needed too much for Hu Tao, but yeah, good crit value. Yeah, that's good. I like it. I almost said Yelan. Navia, good attack on first glance, so R1. Oh, Bacon. 2P, okay, that's where the attack came from. 2P. So you have not bothered to farm her signature set. So yeah, let's just check them out. They might be good CVs. This one's okay. I mean, it's decent CV, but the other stats aren't like attack percentage. If that was a attack, that would be amazing. This one's pretty good. Useless other stats, but 4 rolls into crit is always nice. This one is some ER and a lot of crit damage. Here's hoping you have enough crit rate for everything, but yeah, you do. Never mind. Here's another 5 roll on the account. A 5 roll piece. Into crit. So attack percentage, onset geo with all of these stats. Yeah, that's very nice. Very, very nice. And then a crit damage circlet with a lot of crit rate and energy recharge. Navia loves energy recharge. Not many people do that, but yeah, decent ER and very good crit ratio. So yeah, nice Navia. Shalonen. I don't think I have to rate her too much. A lot of defense, so I think she's just triple defense. And yeah, this is silly. Good crit value there. But yeah, simple Shalonen build gets the job done. She's a support. Very easy to build, which I like about some characters, where you don't have to have a headache going for perfect pieces. Favonius Escoffier, 4-piece golden troop as expected. So yeah, this one just should have some ER probably. This is a good piece. Good crit damage, some crit rate, attack percentage, good for Escoffier. This is also good. Decent CV, a lot of attack percentage as well. Help out a bit. This is very good. I like this. Is this a 5 roll? Just low rolled? If it high rolled, it could be like 15, up to 15, and then 20 crit damage for a 50 CV. Or is it a really high 4 roll? I don't know. No, this one has to be a 5 roll, I think. I think so. Here's another 4 roll though. Attack percentage on the goblet with a little bit of ER, very nice. And a good amount of ER and a good amount of crit damage here. So this is a good Escoffier. Talents are a little bit low, but it is what it is. You did say you're lazy with talents, so you're lazy with this one. So I hope you level this one up, because with the damage you should be outputting with the build, I would recommend getting that up a little bit more. But yeah, anyways. Mavwika. This is the account that said Mavwika is in a work in progress, so we'll do that one last. Let's see. Nivelette, Sacrificial Jade. Good start. C0. Crowned. Onset Goblet, so let's check that one out. A lot of HP. Some crit value, but a lot of HP. That's good. This is a 5 roll. Off piece. Nice. HP percentage is a bonus, so that's good. Nothing much to say about that. This is a 4 roll into crit on an onset Sands. It was a 4-liner because it rolled defense once, but yeah, that looks good. A little bit of HP percentage, some crit rate, and then the onset is whatever crit damage, but a lot of HP. So a little bit overcapped in the crit rate, so we can adjust that a little bit, maybe if possible. Something along the lines. I don't know which one. Maybe just get a crit damage circlet with no crit rate and then a bunch of HP percentage, and that's it. So, all right. And then Mavuika, the work in progress. So, unless they're just being humble and this build's really good. You never know. This build could be the best on the account, and they were just being humble, saying that it's a work in progress. Let's find out. This one's not too shabby. It's a flower, so this one can be upgradable. So 30 plus CV, but the other stats don't do too much. This one is good, 40 CV, 40 plus CV with attack percentage, so can't say nothing bad about this. The Elemental Mastery Sands, good crit damage, a little bit of crit rate, unfortunately rolled defense, but it's an onset Sands, can't go wrong with that. Good crit, I mean, obviously it's crit damage no matter what. Good crit rate and attack percentage and Elemental Mastery, and then the Goblet onset is not too shabby. It's not much crit damage, but a lot of attack and Elemental Mastery to make it more valuable. So, did I see any ER? Nice. You avoided it. Mine did not. So, for overall stats, this is looking really good. I think it just, if you want to min-max, just get like, what, 6.6% more crit rate around the board somewhere, and then you're good to go. Otherwise, yeah. And obviously talents, but you said you're lazy with them, so eventually you'll get them up. But yeah. Looking good. You clear you clear all the content. Obviously, you probably don't have enough characters for theater, but anyways, very good account. AR60, greatly appreciate it. Hopefully, you like the review. So yeah, let's go to the next account. I think the only problem is that this artifact is so good that if it wasn't so good, I would recommend getting an 8 energy recharge main stat here. But oh well. Very good set, though. Can't really say no to that. Because if I look at this, it's like, it's a very high CV despite not being a crit circlet. Wow. Okay. Nahida looks like a hybrid, or just mainly a hybrid. Actually, it might have crit. Let me see. Yeah, it does. Okay, we'll look at it. Good, pretty good here. We'll be roughly quick. A lot of EM for the stats of her passive and overall buffing. This is good. Off piece, a Dendro's on set with some ER, and yeah, that's Nahida doesn't really look too deep into her. It's just like, yeah, her passive increases her crit rate. I don't know the exact number, but it'll make it decent, I'd say. So nice. Mavuika looks like it's an attack Sands. Yes, it is. All right. This is a very good piece, off piece, but decent CV, but attack percentage and a lot of ER, a lot of EM, which is nice. And a lot of attack here, which may not be needed despite having this. R3. And you probably use it with Bennett and maybe a Sitlali somewhere. And a C2 Shalonen who buffs her attack even more, which is very diminishing, I'd say. So, yeah, so far I could say, like, try to maybe adjust this for more crit value or something, or more EM, and try to get this to an EM main stat. It is a very good piece, though. It's got everything you really need except for EM or ER. So, yeah, that's good. And then onset Sands, very nice, just for being an onset with decent crit value, and then a crit damage with a lot of EM here. So, yeah. Because you have a lot of it. 2.8k, wow. Yeah, you like a little bit more crit rate and stuff like that, but otherwise, yeah. EM main stat. And maybe more crit on this piece. Or get an EM main stat, only crit damage. This being only crit damage, and then get a crit rate circlet. Something like that with a lot of crit damage. But this one has a lot of EM, which is nice. So, I don't know. Whatever suits you better. Chlorind. Let's see. Mistsplitter was forged. C0. No crowns. 4-piece fragment. So, let's check this out. Decent set. 30 plus CV with ER. Nice. Roughly similar, but some EM if you want to do some aggravate stuff. ER is always nice to have. This is nice. No other good subs, but it's 40 plus CV, so that's nice. On an onset Sands. Onset Goblet, 4 rolls into crit. Not a 40 CV, but pretty good nonetheless, with some attack percentage. So yeah. And a crit damage circlet with a lot of attack percentage, elemental mastery, and crit rate. So this is a very nice looking Chlorind. 92% crit rate with the passive, and a good amount of crit damage. So yeah. Nice. Aito. R1. He is double crowned, so let's check this out. This is not too shabby. Got some ER, but like, yeah, this one is replaceable, I'd say, unless your ER is very much needed on this piece, so we'll see. This one's not too shabby, decent CV, but along with the fact that it has a lot of attack percentage, so which helps out a lot to make the artifact value increase. Off piece right here. A lot of crit rate and some crit damage a little bit, and then some ER. This is very nice. I would like this for my Emily, because she's lacking in crit rate, but yeah. Hydro damage bonus, 4 rolls into crit, very nice. And then we got a little bit of energy recharge on top. Same thing with this. We got a little bit of crit rate, so you probably have reached your threshold, and then have a lot of attack. So 70 something crit rate, 80? 81. Okay, nice. That's pretty good. Ridsley, Skyward Atlas. So we have no crit weapon, so we have to see how impressive it will look when it's done, when we look at the main stats. So a lot of attack percentage, some okay crit value, rolled it only twice, but attack is always nice. 4 rolls into crit with attack percentage and energy recharge, very nice. This is pretty good, good CV, 30 plus on an onset sands. 10% crit damage on a lot of attacks, so there's no EM subs anywhere, unfortunately. But it is what it is. And then we got very nice piece here, yeah, just perfect. 40 plus CV, I think, and then yeah, attack percentage, and then energy recharge. Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, yeah, it's just 50. Like, typically I see builds with his signature or something like this, or Widsith. So, without the crit weapon, yeah, this is nice. Alright, moving on to Mulani. We got... Oh, I already spoiled myself with the crit ratio. It's very good. It's very good. Oh, it's just... Oh. Okay, looks like these two share the weapon, because I'm assuming with having a Nouvellette a signature weapon, you probably just bounce back and forth. But, yeah. She is the double crowned one, and Nouvellette is not, though. So, maybe you found a new friend. Alright, anyways, let's check this out. Tome, C1. Okay, I can already see the bias. 4-piece codex. Good. 4 rolls into crit. Simply put. Decent crit value here with a little bit of attack percentage, which doesn't do anything, but yeah. High crit damage and a little bit of EM, a little bit of crit rate, so that's good. Onset goblet with HP percentage and 4 rolls into crit, which is good. This is great. I don't know if you crafted it, but if you did, looks great. And this is a lot of crit rate here with useless substats, but it's just fine because you got enough crit rate for 100%, 103%, and nearly. Honestly, I wonder if are you trying to, like, you know, get rid of one crit rate roll for the sake of crit damage, so you can have a 100, 300 build. That'd be funny. That'd be fun. Keep it up. I hope you get that. That'll be really cool. Yelan, sacrificial bow. So there's bootleg C1. So that's nice. This is a good start. HP percentage, high crit damage, and good a little bit of crit rate on the top. So that's cool. This is nice too because it's got some ER with some crit value. So that's nice. The HP Sands is 4 rolls into crit. It was a 4-liner because it rolled once in the HP, which is cool. But yeah, otherwise this is a good piece as well. No, I mean, yeah, there's a load of ER from here, but yeah. No ER here as well, though, but somewhat decent crit value for the off-piece goblet. Maybe you don't have any other options, but yeah, that's fine. And then a crit rate circlet with a lot of crit damage, some ER, and unfortunately useless attack, but it is what it is. You have a 166 ER. If you have like double hydro, then it should be enough. If you're procking sacrificial every single time, it's an 80% chance. Okay. So hopefully it does proc whenever you need it. So yeah. Okay, sweet. Kazuha should be very simple. I like the flat 1000 EM. It's perfect ratio with Zyphos. So nice. I'll just be simple. EM, EM, and then triple EM. Hopefully you have enough ER. C1, so you have a little bit more particle generation. 109. That is a bit low, unfortunately, but it is what it is. It probably don't matter too much for you, but yeah. Yaimiko is R1. Let's see how this is. So You don't have any 4-piece set on her, so none of her preferred ones. So 2-piece, 2-piece. So this one probably is some good CV. Pretty good start. Some attack percentage with a decent crit value. This is 4 rolls into crit with a little bit of EM for some quicken, aggravate stuff, so that's good. This is pretty good too, honestly. Onset Sands with decent crit value, but some ER, because she's pretty energy hungry if you want to use her burst often. This is pretty good too, honestly. Decent CV with a little bit of ER, EM for that as well, so that's good. And then a crit rate circlet with a good amount of crit damage, energy recharge, and elemental mastery. So that's a very good piece. So good crit value, a little bit of ER, which is good to have. And yeah. Arlecchino on deathmatch, a fragment. So yeah, 4-piece of that. Good to see. This is a good start. Attack percentage and 4 rolls into crit. That's good. That's very nice. This is a 3 rolls into crit with a 1 into attack percentage, which is great to see. So that's well balanced all over the board. This one's attack percentage with some crit damage, nothing else unfortunately, but that probably is pretty useful in the build. Onset Goblet, working with what you got, so you can utilize that off-piece circlet, which is probably really good. So there we go. A little bit of crit rate. Maybe this will be a crit damage circlet with 13% crit rate, 10%. 10% with 11% attack, which brings her to 80 crit rate? 74, okay. 74 to 20. That's good. That's a good ratio. No EM, but Arlecchino does a lot of damage on her own, so I don't think it doesn't really matter. A lot of attack here. Is this a Wolf's Gravestone? Verdict. Okay. Oh, you want to attack Goblet? Okay. No, I don't see that. Maybe there's a lot of attack substats, or maybe I forgot how much attack Navia has. Let's just take a peek. There's a lot of attack substats. Okay. 15% as a starter. Low CV, but a lot of attack. Good CV. Oh, actually, no. Yeah, decent CV with energy recharge, which is very valuable on her. Onset Sands with decent CV. Other stats don't do much, but it's a nice Sands. The Onset Goblet with some ER and decent crit value. And then the Circlet. Crit damage with some crit rate and a lot of attack, which leaves it to 66 to 12. So for me, since Navia's kit revolves around doing her skill, I want to ensure that skill crits. So I like going to a much higher crit rate, but if this is enough for you, then so be it. You do what you want, what you enjoy the best. It hurts whenever my Navia doesn't crit, so I put it very high. Relatively high. It's like 80 something. But if I can go higher, I could, but I haven't farmed the set in a while. But anyways, Mavuika. Wolf's Gravestone. There's that. C1. So let's see how this is. This is very good. It's like all the good substats, except for ER for Mavuika in particular, but overall for any other character, this is great. So, yeah, this is very nice. 4 rolls into crit with attack percentage and ER. Nice. 4 rolls into crit again. So that's nice. Flat stats. It is what it is. Few stats into crit. This is also an not an EM Sans, which is unfortunate. But hopefully, if you're farming it right now, wish you the best of luck. Pyro damage bonus Goblet with a lot of crit rate, some attack percentage, and a little bit of EM, which is great to have. And then a crit damage circlet with a little bit of crit rate and EM. A lot of HP, but yeah, it doesn't do anything. Pretty good ratio. 96 crit rate. I think that's probably enough for her. She slams. She probably does. I think you just need an EM Sans, and that's pretty much it. Emily. J-Spear. Oh, signature. Level 80. So it's not maxed yet, but I'm assuming you have a 4-piece set, but you unequipped it. So unfortunately, I will not be able to see the full build, but we'll see what else you have on the build. So good crit rate. ER attack. So there's that. That's pretty good. Ooh, okay. Maybe this is a work in progress, so maybe she's not done yet. So I'm not going to say too much about the build. This is a pretty good piece as well for being, you know, a Goblet. So you have some decent CV with some... Oh, actually, the other stats don't do too much for burning, but yeah. And, yeah, this is a work in progress build, so can't really say too much about it. But if you just got Emily, congrats. So just wish you the best of luck on her artifacts. So anyways, there we go. This account is pretty good. So yeah, Greatly appreciate the request for the review. So let's just go to the next account. Alrighty, on the next account, this person states that they have been only able to clear the Spiral Abyss once, and that was without 36 stars. So they don't know what they're doing wrong, and here I am to try to help. So for starters, before I even look at the account, Spiral Abyss has gotten harder over the years for being such, the enemies scale so much in HP, and also they are very like they want you to get the new character to beat this boss easier, like, oh, Mavuika, Skirk, stuff like that. So if we will try to work around that, but if we want to improve it from what you have right now, let's check out what you got. So all right, Yalan, Aqua Simulacra, C2. Okay, two piece. So that for starters, it's a pretty good start. We just need to see decent amount of ER so you can be consistent for her to be a DPS. But if you use her in pair with Farina, then that probably is good enough. So this is a good all-rounder, I'd say. Good stats, crit value, and some HP percentage. EM is fine if you happen to vaporize on her skill on an enemy, but otherwise for baseline content, you probably won't be. Some crit damage, good ER, which is nice, and HP percentage. So yeah. This is an all-rounder, a very nice piece. Some crit value, but ER is very valuable for her, especially for not being on Favonius or Elegy. So this is pretty good. Good CV, decent CV on a crit damage, or not a crit damage, on a off-piece goblet. So yeah, and a crit rate circlet with didn't roll crit damage at all, but it rolled HP a bit, which leaves you to 160, 140. So ER wise on her will be a bit low unless your team alone gets the job done to give you enough particles. So I don't know what teams you play with her, but if they aren't giving you the best, like, it's the best I could say. It's just like, yeah, she's tough to build ER on, especially with Aqua. Like, that's why I have Aqua, but I don't use it on Yalan because I like having Elegy or Favonius on her just because I like being consistent. But since you have the weapon and C2, you want to do the damage. So as the main DPS, if Farina gives you enough particles, I don't know where you use Sijuin. If you use her on like a main DPS or a support in any sort of team, maybe you get enough particles. So yeah. So, anyways, I didn't even look at the main stats. Yeah, I looked at the crit. So decent crit. Yeah, pretty good crit. And then like, yeah, ER is a bit slow, but at least you have C1 plus because having the extra particles is nice. So C0 Farina with the pipe. So let's check this out. This one has some HP and energy recharge. Obviously did not hit any crit, unfortunately, but let's see what we got as the future, as the build goes on. This is the off piece. It's not too shabby. It just has some decent crit value. The other stats aren't too valuable, unfortunately, but it is what it is. The onset sands, some crit value, but at least you got to do a crit. EM doesn't do too much. Flat HP is unfortunate, but it's more than nothing. Hydro damage bonus, a very good hydro damage bonus goblet, by the way. So yeah, C0. So I wonder, typically people do like HP here and then another HP or an ER just for the sake of that. But if you have enough ER, which I'm not sure if you will, this is pretty good. This is good too, but so 66, 161. ER is a bit low. You get 32% through her weapon, so that's, yeah, that brings it up to like what, 89. That's not too shabby, and a little bit more crit rate, which brings you up to 82, which is good. The crit rate's good with the weapon, and you get a bit of ER for just a few seconds. So not too shabby. Double crowned, which is nice. Triple crowned on Yalan, which, yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Sijuin, let's see what you planned. There is an unfinished artifact here, so maybe it's a work in progress. I'll just do a rough idea. Because I don't know what you planned. I don't know anything about Sijuin. Maybe the weapon gives her crit, right? I don't even remember. Crit rate by 28%. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know too much about Sijuin, but I don't know where you use her on. But yeah, I don't want to say too much about something I don't know much about. So anyways, Yoimiya. Yoimiya on 4-piece Shimenawas on Rust. Triple crowned. Okay. Okay. Wait, how many crowns do you use? All of them? But I will respect that. What I will say, if you like using Navia a lot, is that her burst doesn't do much damage, to where her normal attacks do pretty good amount of damage while waiting for the next skill. So you could have crowned that instead. But if you want a triple crowner, you may. But I do respect that, like, a lot of people don't crown their characters, but this person does do it. So I do appreciate that. So this is a good start. I thought that was great. So decent start. Got some EM here. This one can be improved if need be, but yeah. This one's decent as well, like 30 plus, not quite 30 CV, I think. Yeah, oh yeah, it is. But yeah, decent CV, obviously. Yes, it is 30. But decent CV, nothing else is really valuable here. Attack sands with some good crit rate, a little bit of crit damage, and good EM, so that's good. Pyro damage bonus, goblet. Only crit damage, elemental mastery, and attack, so that's good for those stats. Crit damage, circlet, crit rate, and energy. Elemental mastery with some ER. The thing is I'm concerned about is that you don't have enough crit rate. Yeah, okay. I don't know if you use Yoimiya in the current abysses. She probably can clear it if you're like really invested or know what to do, but I haven't seen any gameplay. I haven't really bothered to look, but I don't know if you use her in any current content, because she is tricky to play in the modern day abysses since, well, HP inflation and stuff, or the way how enemies work. Just, it's rough. But anyways, let's check out Navia. All right, so on the cardboard weapon on this set, so we don't need, I don't think we need any ER substats, so let's see if we get any. This one's all right. This one is the quickest piece to upgrade on the build, I'd say. Probably no matter what, unless something has no crit. Okay, this one doesn't have really any crit, but it has a lot of attack, if that is needed. So for Navia, she can be tricky. So this is a little bit crit damage, some ER here, so there's that. The geo damage goblet is honestly pretty good. Got some decent CV, but got some energy recharge, which probably you have enough. Yeah, you have enough. 173. You'll have her burst. But yeah, like for Navia, she just needs a bit more like crit and stuff like that. So if you're planning to build her or work on her more, I don't know what your current goals are. Oh wait, is C1 the energy constellation? Is it the energy constellation, not the crit rate one is C2? Meaning that you actually are extremely overcapped in crit and energy recharge. I think that's the case. Okay. Maybe you don't even use this weapon. I don't know. Maybe you swap to the Fontaine buildable one or something. But like something like that. But yeah. Crit rate is a bit low, so that could be adjusted. And I think I'm dropping the ER just because it's C1. Let me double check, actually. You get energy. Up to 9 energy. And the cooldown of her burst. So, yeah. Okay, let's just resume the review. Alright, moving on. Shalonen should be very simple. Yeah, just a bunch of defense. I don't know, it doesn't really matter. For a Shalonen without C1 or R1, any weapon really matters. Honestly, this weapon's whatever on her, even though it's like defense. Because Shalonen, I mean, I guess it can technically increase your healing, but like Favonius is like the go-to without it, because if you need the energy for your team, because, well, Shalonen doesn't really buff based on her defense. She just heals. So if you heal enough, then you're good to go. But if you have a weapon, then you buff based on your defense. So yeah. Otherwise, it's not a big deal. It's like whatever. Shalonen's strong no matter what. Mavuika, R1, C1 as well. 4-piece scroll, crowned. Support set. So she supports someone. I don't know what your current teams or options, but yeah, let's see this is. Very good. Very good piece. I like that. 4 rolls into crit attack and some EM. This is also a good piece. A little bit ER, which isn't needed, but it is what it is. So yeah, Or this could be a build that like you tried to get this set, but you ended up getting the other one. I don't know. This is very good because this is, I think this is a 5 roll, but it low rolled the crit damage. But yeah, that's very good. On an EM one, yeah, this is good. And then a pyro damage bonus on set with 4 rolls into crit with elemental mastery. It was a 4-liner. Damn. Okay, yeah, that's very good too. And a crit rate circuit with some ER, which is useless, but a little bit of crit damage. So yeah, this is a good build, even if it's on the wrong set. But yeah, that's good. Really good pieces here. Varessa is on the Widsith on her. Yep, not the new set. So we're Obsidian Codex on hers. So let's see how they look. This is all right. Not too shabby. If you do aggravate, that EM can help out a little bit. But yeah, baseline crits a little bit all right. This is fine. Like still low CV, but once again, ER and attack percentage, which makes the value go up a lot. So this is good. Attack percentage sans with some CV, but it is a sans, so I gotta come some slack. This is very good. I like this. This is a very good crit value piece with some elemental mastery in case you do once again the aggravate stuff. I don't know if you do. It might be overload. And a crit damage circlet with a lot of energy recharge. Holy moly. I don't think you need that, but that's that is a lot of energy recharge. So yeah, she doesn't need that much, I don't think. But the crit value is good. Like you don't even need the crit rate, so that's why you use it. So yeah, it's just the energy recharge is just a bonus. If it was like all those rolls from energy recharge to like attack percentage instead, wow. But yeah, it looks funny. So yeah, Varessa build, I mean crit value wise is fine. So yeah. Kazuha should be just all EM, I'm guessing, with like probably animo damage or something. Yeah, just stuck in there. Pretty much you just want all EM on him. So a very simple build on Kazuha. Gets the job done. ER is okay. So yeah, and Bennett, it's just high base attack, ER, substats, and you're good to go. ER, a little bit of ER. 200%, that's probably fine on most teams. So yeah, okay, crowned. All right, so yeah, pretty much all I gotta say for not being in the Abyss is that like maybe it's just the lack of the specific characters the game really demands you to have. So it's like it may not be your problem. It's most likely the game just trying to mess up many players who are like, I don't want, like maybe you don't want a specific character that is very, very good for the current Abyss and stuff. So yeah, it's a bit tricky, but I'd say your account's in the right direction. So you know how to make your characters built strong. It's just that like the game kind of gets you. But I'd say, yeah, I think you'll probably get another one eventually. I'd say in time, but otherwise, yeah, you're on a good path. So yeah, anyways, good account, AR59. So yeah, let's go to the next one. Going on to the next account, this is an AR60 that seems to be pretty strong at beating all the content in the game. So this one should be a pretty good one to review here. So let's check this out. Starting off with a C2 R1 Mavuika. So this one should be a pretty strong character. Yeah, low crit value, but a lot of EM, which makes it more valuable for the overall Mavuika stuff. This is very good. 4 rolls into crit with a little bit of elemental mastery on top. Great. Attack sans, so this one could be adjusted to EM, but attack probably gets the job done too anyways. Especially if there's like a, never mind. Yeah. A lot of crit damage here on the goblet, but that's pretty much all it has. And crit damage circular with a little bit of crit rate and some elemental mastery. So yeah, honestly pretty good. She will be killing things, so I don't think there's not much to say about that. C2 R1. What? So Farina, we got R1, C1. So let's see how that is. No crowns. Oh. Well, then we transition to someone who doesn't like crowning characters. So I think I will say it again. They probably have heard this statement many times, but like farming artifacts gives you really good damage increases, but it's RNG. Farming resources for a talent may be time consuming, but it's guaranteed. So yeah, anyways, moving on. Let's look at the build. So some energy recharge, which is good, especially for being R1. So we need that. Some crit damage, a little bit of crit rate. HP percentage, good ER, and some crit value. Energy recharge sands, which is good, with a little bit of crit value with some HP percentage. HP? Yep. Decent crit value, but with some energy recharge, and then a crit rate circlet with some good crit damage, HP, and good ER. So 200 ER with the weapon. I actually approve of that. That's actually very good. That's a very good build. Raiden Shogun, Engulfing Lightning. So yeah, C2R1. No crown, but yeah. Let's check this out. So 4 rolls in the crit. That's great. That's all I gotta say. 5 rolls in the crit, so this is also great. Too bad the other stats have been, useless, but it is what it is. Crit value is nice. Onset sands of this one looks like something I have. Yeah, energy recharge, crit rate, crit damage, just with some elemental mastery. Great. Off-piece goblet with 4 rolls in the crit. It was a 3-liner, but yeah, this is pretty good. Yeah, it's good. Good crit value. And then a crit rate circlet with a lot of crit damage. So far, it is a crit value build. The other stats have been, unfortunately, bro got dodged by, every other substat. But crit value is nice. So, gotta give it to that. So, yeah. Good crit value. Nahida, probably just a bunch of EM with... I think it's just a full EM build, but she's just on the wrong weapon. 4 rolls into crit there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe she's not supposed to be holding this thing. Maybe someone else is holding it, but yeah. I'm maybe signature weapon or sacrificial fragments. Unless maybe she does use this. I don't know. But yeah, alright. Yeah. Eula. Now that's cool. I have not seen a Eula in a while. So, let's check this out. 4-piece Pale Flame. Attack percentage, decent crit value. This is a good piece. 4 rolls into crit. Good. Other stats are useless, but still crit value. Nice. Very good piece. Good. I don't even know if that's a 4 or 5. Probably a 4, but really high 4. Maybe a 5, actually. But yeah, very good good piece. Unfortunately, other stats don't do much, but yeah. Energy recharge is looking very absent right now. 2 rolls into crit, a little bit of ER, and a little bit of flat HP, but yeah, at least there's some ER. And the circlet has a little bit of ER, good crit damage and attack percentage, so this might be just kind of like the nuke and run. You won't have much ER unless your team generates so many particles. I don't know, but yeah, this is a pretty good Eula actually. So I approve. Don't really see those nowadays anymore. C2R1. So I gotta consider the fact that you don't need that much ER and you don't need that much crit rate on her with these constellations. All right. So a lot of attack. Whatever CV is okay CV, but a lot of attack. Very good CV. That's a 5 roll. If it max rolled, I believe it would have been 50 plus CV or higher rolled. Some energy recharge, doesn't need that much. A lot of crit damage here on the attack sands. 40 CV plus on the goblet, nothing else here. And a crit damage circlet with crit rate and a lot of energy recharge, which is overkill for the fact that you have the constellations. So, yeah. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm so used to using Navia with my Farina on Favonius, but there is no Favonius, so it's not as important. So 64 crit rate, I believe you get 32%, 36 or 32% from the C2. So that's good. 100% crit rate, basically. A lot of crit damage and a bunch of ER. Actually, that's honestly, yeah, this is good. Yeah, maybe this is just fine ER for yeah. And once again, no crown, but yeah, good. This is a very good build. I like it. Shenyun, C2, R1. DPS. Okay. I was going to just look for ER, but yeah, okay, DPS. Pretty good, pretty good. Very good. Got some ER, which is needed, which is very much needed. Good crit value here. 4 rolls in a crit. And then attack goblet with decent CV and some energy recharge. Did I say? Yeah, good crit. Yeah. And then the circlet with a little bit of crit rate, some ER, and other stats that just exist. All right, CV. I don't know how much the ER matters for But if you're using her as a DPS, using Farazan and Farina, probably Farazan has Favonius or something. So I think you'll probably have enough particles. Maybe. Especially if she's on field. So, yeah, okay. Skirk. Marechaussee Hunter or the new set? Alright, new set. Let's check this out. So, let's see. This is a very good piece. Good crit value. It was a 4-liner that rolled into HP once. This is also good, the off piece. No other substats, unfortunately, have been valuable for the build so far, but it's fine. This one is good crit value, pretty good crit value for onset sands. Unfortunately, the EM and flat attack don't do much. Onset goblet, very good. Now we're talking. We got some attack percentage on the goblet. This might have been crafted, or you got lucky. Got some ER, unfortunately, but it is what it is. And then we got a crit damage circuit with some crit rate, and everything else just kind of exists. So, yeah. 73 crit rate plus 15 with crowd resonance. It's a good build. So, yeah. Nice. Yelan on Favonius. Good. C0. Okay, we need a lot of ER. Let's check this out. HP, high crit damage, low crit rate, so that's fine. A lot of crit damage, low crit rate. Some ER, which is great. HP Sands with some decent CV, 30 plus, so that's good. Hydro damage bonus goblet, some HP crit damage, and a lot of decent amount of ER. And then the circlet has no ER, but it has some HP and a lot of crit damage. So, depending on your team, this may not be enough, just because it's C0, but it is good crit value and stuff like that. But yeah. But if it is enough, then yeah, it's good enough. Chlorind. All right, R1 Chlorind, C1. Sweet. So the 4-piece of the set. Let's check this out. 4 rolls into crit. Low rolled the crit damage, but that is what it is. The other stats don't do too much, but crit value is always welcome. Attack percentage here. 2 rolls into crit, unfortunately not many, but attack percentage helps out a little bit to make it look a little bit better. Off-piece Sands with 4 rolls into crit. Very high rolls in all of them, though. A very nice piece. I like this. So, yeah. And then the Onset Goblet, which has okay crit value, very low, but has some attack. So, it's fine. It gets the job done just so you can equip this and make it more valuable. And the crit damage Goblet, or Circlet, with a lot of attack and some crit rate. So, which means you have 90% crit rate and good crit damage. So, yeah, this is fine. Varessa with Sith. New set? Okay, so I'm going to assume that you were farming for Skirk and then you ended up getting this, or vice versa. I don't know. Let's see which set got luckier. This is a very good piece. Good CV, along with the fact that you have a lot of other good substats, like, attack percentage and energy recharge. So this is also good. Attack percentage and 40 CV plus. So yeah, that's good. This one's pretty good. Got some decent CV for me, but it's an onset sand, so it's already pretty good. So yeah. And the onset goblet, which is decent CV, but it's onset dual crit. That's good. That's nice to see. Off piece is a lot of crit rate in the substats. Other things don't really do too much unless you do some aggravate stuff. But otherwise, 73, 245. Yeah, that's probably good enough. If you use her overload, then that's good. But if you use her with Shen Yun, you get a little bit more crit rate, so that's cool. Arlecchino, R1C0, Fragment of Whimsy. Let's see, let's see how good this one is compared to the Chlorine one. Who's holding the better pieces? This is pretty good. No other good substats, unfortunately. This one's really good. So once again, no other subs, but yeah, crit value. 4 rolls into crit. This is even better with the EM here, so as a little bonus. So this is very nice. The Pyro Damage bonus goblet, once again, 4 rolls into crit. Very nice, with some Elemental Mastery as a cherry on top. And then the crit damage circlet with some crit rate and a lot of attack. So this is actually a very nice build. 78, 222, yeah, this is good. So overall, like, there's nothing really say to improve because this person knows what they're doing. So yeah, this is a very strong account. Greatly appreciate this. So yeah, let's go to the next account. All right, going on to the next account. Here we got an AR-59, and let's take a peek and see what we got. A Skirk with a lot of attack, so that's already a good start. C0 R1 double crowned of her signature set with the Marechal Hunter off piece. So, all right. Very good. A lot of crit damage, a little bit of crit rate, but crit value is always nice to see. Once again, crit value is nice to see. So yeah, this is very, very, very nice with a little bit of attack percentage on top. Wow, you've been pretty lucky on this set, huh? So this is once again good. Good CV on the onset sands and then the onset goblet. It is attack percentage. It's not cryo, but it does have some CV and the other stats are useless. But yeah, if you need this, cool. Maybe some cryo damage. I think with the signature, without the signature, you can flip flop between attack and cryo. But I think with her signature, it is indefinitely cryo. But if things are dying, I don't think it really matters, huh? So, anyways. And then the circlet is a good one. Crit rate with some crit damage and attack percentage. So yeah. 85% crit rate, more like 100% with cryo resonance, and some good crit damage and a lot of attack. That is a good build. Alright, sweet. Escoffier with some with the Skyward Spine and 4-piece Golden Troop, who has good crit value here with some attack percentage. Pretty good crit. I mean, decent crit, but a lot of EM and energy recharge. So this one's a maybe not for Escoffier, but it's fine. Attack percent Sands, off piece with the energy recharge and then some crit value. So yeah, that's good. Onset Goblet, attack with some crit rate, energy recharge, and a little bit of crit damage. Good. And a crit damage circlet with some good crit rate and attack percent and ER. So overall, your ER threshold has been met, and you have pretty good crit ratio. So yeah, that's good. So, okay, Yalan. Let's check this one out. Favonius, R2. So, let's see. That's 70% of the time. Probably will get procs pretty often. So, let's see. We're just looking for a good amount of ER for a C0 Favonius Yalan. So, all right. Crit rate for procs, energy recharge, and HP. Nice. Crit rate, crit damage. Very good piece here. Well balanced in all stats. HP, energy recharge, and 40 crit value, basically. Yes, I think it is. Or really close. So, yeah, 30 plus CV on the sands. On set, pretty good. With a 40 plus CV Hydro Goblet with no other good stats, but good CV. With a crit damage circlet with a lot of crit rate, some energy recharge, and HP percentage. So that is very nice. Very good crit ratio, and I'd say probably pretty good ER. For solo Hydro, probably not. But if you're playing with other characters, then like Farina, Singcho, stuff like that, I think you'll be just fine with no issues. So now going on to Writhelane, we got a Widsith. Jeez. Widsith on 4-piece Marechal Hunter, C0, crowned. So let's see what we got. This is very good. Pretty good CV, but other good substats. Is very nice to see all 4 substats being good here. And then a decent CV with whatever, everything else just, eh. Attack Sands, looking good here as well. So, yeah, good amount of ER and crit damage. A lot of crit damage, a little bit of crit rate. I don't know how much ER he specifically needs, but I think you met that threshold. So, yeah, I think good CV all around the board. Some ER again, crit rate. Not much attack percentage unless it's right here. Nope. Okay. Some Elemental Mastery. Was I looking at Elemental Mastery? That's good for melting. So, okay, that was the only Elemental Mastery on the build. So, Elemental Mastery and some crit damage and a little bit of crit rate. So, you have a lot of crit damage. Crit rate's a little bit low for my liking for a Marechal Hunter set, but if that's enough for you, then so be it. Arlecchino on Jade Spear, C0. Crown, maybe? Yes, okay. On her signature set. So this is a good start. Decent crit value. Nothing else is useful here, but yeah. Okay, crit value again, but we got a little bit Elemental Mastery to help that out. This is good. Some Elemental Mastery and 4 rolls into crit. Pyro damage bonus, a little bit of Elemental Mastery, and some rolls in crit. Not many, but it's fine. And a little bit of Elemental Mastery and a lot of crit rate on the circlet. So this one should be 78 crit rate. Yeah. This is good. I like this. Pretty good. Emily with Calamity Queller on a 4-piece set. Level 8 talent. Let's see what we got. This one's not too shabby. Decent crit value. The other stuff isn't too important here. Once again, decent crit value. Attack percentage does help out a bit. This one's okay, but it is an onset sand, so that's probably bad luck for you. So working with what you got. That's fine. And a Dendro damage goblet, decent CV, but nothing else is really valuable here. But it's the goblet that gets the job done. And this is a good circlet. So attack percentage and a bunch of crit damage. Did I see any ER? No ER, so you won't be getting your burst. You'll probably get your burst every other 2 to 3 rotations, which isn't preferred, but it is what it is. Unless your team is like gives you enough particles. I don't know what teams you use. I don't see a Kanich around here. But yeah. Yaimiko, Skyward Atlas, the 2-piece. Okay, let's see what that is. There's no elemental mastery, so I'm not sure what the goal is here. I mean, just bad luck. Yeah, it is what it is. Crit damage, crit rate, some attack, so that's good. This one's okay, but it's got some attack. This is good. Got some crit value here. What is Arlecchino using? It's like the same thing, but slightly worse because of no EM. Wow. Okay, sweet. Electro damage, decent here, but it has a lot of attack, so that helps out making it a lot better. So this is pretty good, actually. And then a crit rate circlet, a lot of crit damage, energy recharge, and attack percentage. So, yeah, I like that. Decent crit value. A lot of attack, though. So, yeah. Shalonen, Favonius on 4-piece scroll, as expected. Probably not too much to look at here. I don't know if you're rocking crit. I mean, I do see crits. Aren't really necessary, but let's just look at the main stats. Yeah, that's a decent crit value stat on Favonius, so. There we go. Crowned, yeah. This is a good piece, yeah. Otherwise, yeah, the pieces are pretty fine. You're probably hoping that was a main stat, huh? Oh, no, never mind. Doesn't matter. It's worse. Yeah. But yeah, you got some good sands on this set, though. All right. Anyways. Marechaussee Hunter, obviously, on Nubalette. Prototype Amber, R5. So energy recharge probably don't need too much. 120% maximum, I'd say. So we're halfway there. Well, more is always better, but yeah. Ooh, this is very nice. Energy recharge, a lot of crit rate, a lot of crit damage. Nice. I'm like having deja vu looking at this artifact. 13.2, 14.8, a little bit of ER. Really close. 21, or EM, I mean. And a HP goblet with a decent CV, but it is on set. And then we got a crit damage circuit with some ER, a lot of HP, and some crit rate. So, yeah, 122 ER. That's like roughly what I said, which is nice. So, sweet. Kazuha, I'm going to be quick on this one. Zyphos Moonlight with a lot of EM. Yeah. A little bit of ER, which is nice to see. But, I don't know how consistent it'll be. Like, Zyphos does help out a little bit. R1 with a, 126 ER. C0, so, yeah. Auroron, Skyward Harp. Ooh, Skyward Harp. What do we got here? C6, level 1 talent. So he is specifically used to buff, but you aren't using Favonius so because you don't care about his damage. So are you even giving him crit? You are? So you just don't care about his damage. You just want him to crit. For what? Because there's no Favonius. Unless there is supposed to be a Favonius, but you swapped out for Skyward Harp and someone else is holding it. Because, well, I mean, the crit ratio looks normal. I don't know. I mean, it's Auron. He's not maxed out, so. And then for Arena, the Pipe, Golden Troop, C0, level 9 talents on the Skirk team. So, this is pretty good. Decent CV with some energy recharge. Valuable. Good CV here. I think that might be a 5 roll or just really low ones. Or it could be a 4 roll. Maybe. I don't know. No other useful... no, I keep forgetting. HP is good. And flat, I guess, helps, but not much. HP percentage here. Decent, okay CV, but yeah, it's onset sand, so I'll take that. This is fine. I mean, it's whatever. It could be greatly improved. Since its HP is not like as rare as the elemental ones. But yeah, this one can be improved if you desire that. It's okay. And a crit damage, good amount of, decent amount of ER, and then some crit rate. No HP percentage on that piece, but yeah. 62 plus 16. This is a good stat. Some decent ER. If it runs well pretty smoothly, you do get all the stars in the abyss, so that's fine. All right. Yeah. Okay, that's a pretty good account. I greatly appreciate that. Oh, let's go to the next one. All right. I think this one has a pretty older UID, so yeah, let's check this one out. C3 from first glance on the right, and so let's see how that goes. Engulfing lightning, obviously. Crowned. Let's see if this person has been living in this domain for years. Very good. Very good and all around the board. That's a very nice piece. Another good piece. 4 rolls into crit with another in attack. This was 4 rolls. I think it was a 3-liner, but it had a nice roll into attack percentage here. This one's fine. It's got decent, okay crit value, but it's got a lot of attack on the ER onset sands. And electro damage onset was decent crit value. I mean, pretty good, I'd say. And then a lot of crit damage, some ER and crit rate. So having a pretty good crit ratio, I'd say. So yeah, nice. Farina, a lot of HP. So is it the key? Yes, it is the key. Is it HP crit? Oh, it's triple HP. Okay. Or double HP with Hydra. Okay. This is good. All around stats, everything. Crit rate, crit damage, HP percentage, and energy recharge. Good crit rate, crit damage, energy recharge. Defense is useless, but everything else is good. Very, very good. I like this. So this is I believe, a 50 crit value item. Let me double check. Yep, this is a 50 CV onset sands for Farina with elemental mastery and energy recharge. So that is your best artifact I've seen so far, and I just started. So yeah, very good. And another 5 roll, not a 50 CV, but wow. This is a 5 roll, good all around the boards. ER elemental mastery isn't too much, but it's good too. And just in general, just to look at it, just makes the artifact look prettier. And a HP circlet with 30 plus CV with a lot of ER. So, double crowned. 74, 154, a better crit ratio than most Farinas I've seen. I think the only problem is that this artifact is so good that if it wasn't so good, I would recommend getting an 8 energy recharge main stat here. But, oh well. Very good set, though. Can't really say no to that. Because if I look at this, it's like, it's a very high CV despite not being a crit circlet. Wow. Okay. Nahida looks like a hybrid, or just mainly a hybrid. Actually, it might have crit. Let me see. Yeah, it does. Okay, we'll look at it. Good, pretty good here. We'll be roughly quick. A lot of EM for the stats of her passive and overall buffing. This is good. Off piece. A Dendro's on set with some ER. And yeah, that's... Nahida doesn't really look too deep into her. It's just like, yeah. Her passive increases her crit rate. I don't know the exact number, but it'll make it decent, I'd say. So, nice. Mavoika. Looks like it's an attack sans. Yes, it is. All right. This is a very good piece, off piece, but decent CV, but attack percentage and a lot of ER. A lot of EM, which is nice. And a lot of attack here, which may not be needed despite having this. R3. And you probably use it with Bennett and maybe a Sitlali somewhere. And a C2 Shalonen who buffs her attack even more, which is very diminishing, I'd say. So, yeah, so far I could say, like, try to maybe adjust this for more crit value or something, or more EM, and try to get this to an EM main stat. It is a very good piece, though. It's got everything you really need except for EM or ER. So, yeah, that's good. And then onset sands, very nice, just for being an onset with decent crit value, and then a crit damage with a lot of EM here. So yeah, because you have a lot of it. 2.8k. Wow. Yeah, you like a little bit more crit rate and stuff like that, but otherwise, yeah. EM main stat. And maybe more crit on this piece. Or get an EM main stat, only crit damage. This being only crit damage, and then get a crit rate circlet. Something like that with a lot of crit damage. But this one has a lot of EM, which is nice. So I don't know. Whatever suits you better. Chlorind. Let's see. Mistsplitter was forged. C0. No crowns. 4-piece fragment. So let's check this out. Decent set. 30 plus CV with ER. Nice. Roughly similar, but some EM if you want to do some aggravate stuff. ER is always nice to have. This is nice. No other good subs, but it's 40 plus CV, so that's nice. On an onset sands. Onset goblet, 4 rolls into crit. Not a 40 CV, but pretty good, and nonetheless, with some attack percentage. So yeah. And a crit damage circlet with a lot of attack percentage, elemental mastery, and crit rate. So this is a very nice looking Chlorind. 92% crit rate, the passive, and a good amount of crit damage. So yeah. Nice. Ayato. R1. He is double crowned, so let's check this out. This is not too shabby. Got some ER, but like, yeah, this one is replaceable, I'd say, unless your ER is very much needed on this piece, so we'll see. This one's not too shabby, decent CV, but along with the fact that it has a lot of attack percentage, so which helps out a lot to make the artifact value increase. Off piece right here. A lot of crit rate and some crit damage a little bit, and then some ER. This is very nice. I would like this for my Emily. Because she's lacking in crit rate, but yeah. Hydra damage bonus, 4 rolls into crit, very nice. And then we got a little bit of energy recharge on top. Same thing with this. We got a little bit of crit rate, so you probably have reached your threshold. And then have a lot of attack. So 70 something crit rate, 80? 81. Okay. Nice. That's pretty good. Writhley, Skyward Atlas. So we have no crit weapon, so we have a see how impressive it will look when it's done. When we look at the main stats. So a lot of attack percentage, some okay crit value, rolled it only twice, but attack is always nice. 4 rolls into crit with attack percentage and energy recharge, very nice. This is pretty good, good CV, 30 plus on an onset sands. 10% crit damage on a lot of attacks, so there's no EM subs anywhere, unfortunately. But it is what it is. And then we got very nice piece here, yeah, just perfect. 40 plus CV, I think, and then yeah, attack percentage, and then energy recharge. Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, yeah, it's just 50. Like, typically I see builds with his signature or something like this, or with Sith. So, without the crit weapon, yeah, this is nice. Hu Tao. Dragon's Bane, C0. No crowns. Maréchal Hunter, okay. Let's see, check this out. Very nice. Like, crit value is okay, but HP percentage and elemental mastery makes it even more valuable. The off piece is Crimson Witch, funny. Perfect substats all around the board, and 4 rolls into crit, low roll crit damage, but still very nice because it has everything you really need. Onset Sands, Elemental Mastery Sands. Is that overkill? Maybe. I don't know. Let's take a peek. A lot of crit rate, some crit damage, HP percentage, and then we got a pyro damage bonus goblet, 30 plus CV with a lot of EM. We have 300 EM on the build. Some EM here, crit rate, a little bit of energy recharge, and HP percentage, which means you have 60% crit rate. So using here with Farina will give you really close to 100%. And you have a lot of EM. So yeah, low attack, low HP. So I wonder how that would work. But I mean, if things are dying, it doesn't matter. A lot of attack, probably Peak Patrol Song, C2. And just look for a lot of defense. That's pretty much it. So, not going to look too in-depth here. Just defense percentage. And, damn. That's a 5 roll. Just sneaking in this build. Okay, well. Okay, that's a 4 roll. That's a... And then this is the... Okay, yeah. Alright. Nice. Skirk. 2000 attack. That's a good start. Azure Light. C0. 1 crown, and then the finale of the deep galleries. Decent. This one has okay CV. Nothing else is useful, but Skirk is tricky. So let's see what else we got. This is good. Well, okay, no, this is good crit value, but all the other things are useless, unfortunately, because we love energy recharge being useless, I guess. So can't use that. But this is some CV. Once again, energy recharge, which is a shame, but it is what it is. The artifact RNG can be rough, but it's got some crit value in case you need the crit rate. Off-piece goblet with some good crit value. 4 rolls into crit. No other good substats, but it's fine. And a lot of attack here. Some crit rate, so you probably have a... The crit ratio is good. Yeah, crit ratio is good with 72 plus 15 for the Car Resonance, so yeah, it's fine. Escoffier. Her signature weapon, C0. I haven't seen this, actually. Cool. So, very good. Elemental energy recharge with high rolls into 4 rolls. Well, at least in the crit rate threshold. Very nice. The off piece. Everything is good here. Everything's good to look at. Very nice piece. Because it's got like all the crit value you need. Energy recharge and an attack percentage. Yeah, that's nice. This is the weak link in regards to the crit value. But it gives you all the energy recharge that you need on the build. So this is fine. And this is a, you know, a 4-roll 40 CV artifact, so there's nothing really much to say about this one. It's off-piece. No other good subs, but it's an on-set. Oh, no, I said off-piece. It's an on-set goblet. Very nice. And then this is a attack circlet, actually. That is a 5-roll with energy recharge, which means you have a pretty dang good crit value with a boatload of attack because you have an attack circlet. Nice. Eula. Scoured Pride. I use that too because I like energy recharge on her. This is pretty good. I mean, decent CV with attack percentage. Can't go wrong with that. 4 rolls into crit. No other good subs, but still good crit value. 17% crit rate. Nothing else is good, but 17% crit rate is always nice to have. Physical damage bonus with a lot of crit rate. Attack percentage. So I like seeing Eula's with crit rate in their subs. Nice. Crit damage circlet, a lot of crit rate, and energy recharge. Is that even enough crit rate? 70%? It's probably fine for them. So, a lot of ER, which is enough for her. And, yeah, okay. Anyways, yeah, I just went through this account. This account is pretty dang strong, especially for probably playing for a very long time. They didn't put any information for what their account is all about. But, yeah. Strong account. I greatly approve of this one. So yeah, let's check out the next one. All right, going on to the next account. Well, at first glance, this person is has a very strong account for having a very good time on their Stygian Onslaught, and they really like Linny. So let's what they've stated in their comments is that they've been playing since like the first week of Genshin, and they have some vertical investment. They love farming artifacts. So let's check it out. Skirk. Let's see. Oh. I guess constellations are not being showcased. Okay. Well, I see. Oh, well, Lenny, your love. Where is the constellation? No. Okay, I see. I expected a bunch of C0s because it wasn't showcasing. What's it? We got an R5. Okay. Okay. Let's check this one out. Even if the artifacts are bad, it's C6, R5. It's going to kill everything. Pretty good with its attack percentage, 30 plus CV. Can't go wrong with that. Because there's no other good subs with Skirk. Unless you want flat attack. This is pretty good too. This is the off piece. Attack percentage, 30 plus CV with, well, EM just doesn't really exist with her. Decent crit value, but that's pretty much all it really offers here. But that's all you're really going to get for Skirk. And onset goblet for Skirk as well. Some decent crit value. And then finish it off with a... Wait, did I say off-piece? This looked like... No, this is not an off-piece. It looked like Blizzard Strayer from... My bad. This is the off-piece. A lot of attack and then crit rate. Which means you have a lot of crit rate and some good crit damage. I don't know what her constellations do, honestly. They probably just like increase their scalings by like just a big margin. I don't know, but things will not survive when you're playing with her. So yeah, nice. Hopefully your wallet is okay. So anyways, Mavuika, R1, C2. So that's probably a really strong one. This is a very good piece. 40 plus crit value along with a bunch of EM. So yeah. Lots of crit damage, some crit rate. Nice. Yeah, like no other good stats, but like it's crit value. This is here too. We got some. This is not an EM Sands, so that's cool. Not an EM Sands, but you got some EM substats with some crit value, and then you got pyro damage goblet with very good stats. So yeah, 40 CV plus, which I mean for overall stats, just by looking at it, it's very nice. But for Mabuika alone, just the crit matters. And we got a crit damage circlet with attack percentage, crit rate, and a bunch of elemental mastery, which leaves you with pretty good crit ratio, 90% crit rate. Yeah, things will die. Nivelette, Tome, C3, triple crowned. So you actually, do you do Skirk burst support with Nivelette then? Because you have the Nivelette on the Skirk team. Huh. Okay. Let's check this out. Good crit value. That's all it is. Good crit value again with a little bit of HP. Pretty decent here with on the onset sands, and then 4-piece, or the goblet is a very good piece actually. 40 plus CV with HP percentage, and a crit damage circlet with some crit rate and HP percentage with a 300% crit damage build. Nice. Things will die. Aika, Mistsplitter Reforged R2 with RC1, double crowned, and we have that set as the off piece. So I wonder how that looks. Blizzard Strayer, very good piece. I think that's a 5-roll. Very nice. This is just a little bit of crit damage, but a lot of HP, or a lot of attack percentage. So that's nice. Energy recharge, sweet. Attack percentage, some decent crit value, but it has some ER, which is good on her because she loves ER. This is okay, but it is on set, so it gives you the chance to use whatever the heck the circlet is. So yeah, I mean, actually the circlet's not too shabby. Decent crit rate, a lot of attack, and some elemental mastery if need be, which I don't think is needed for her. But yeah. Yeah, that's good. Nice. Linny. All right. R1, R2, C0. All right. Double crowned. This is very good. Got some, just everything. 4 rolls on crit, attack percentage, and energy recharge. Nice. Good. Off piece. Similar crit value, I'd say, but a little bit of more attack percentage and just flat HP. But yeah, nice. You must have some pretty decent, a decent onset right here, maybe. 4 rolls into crit once more with a little bit of energy recharge, and if energy elemental mastery is useful sometimes if you're fighting Tulpa, I don't know. But yeah, nice. Onset goblet. 5 roll with attack percentage. If you didn't craft this, I am impressed with your luck. That is very nice. Okay. And a lot of ER if Linny needs that. I have no idea. I don't think so. I don't remember how much energy recharge my Linny has, but he doesn't really have issues. But yeah, attack percentage and crit rate. Yeah, that's good. It's better than mine, I think. So yeah, nice. All right, Varessa. R1, C0 on the new set. So you have a nice Skirk build. Let's see how your luck went on this set. Pretty good. Not too shabby. 4 rolls into crit, I believe. This is a well-balanced all-rounder. 30 plus CV with attack percentage and energy recharge. Can't go wrong with that. 40 CV again, or 42. Yeah, it doesn't really, I'm not going exact. Just 40 plus CV. Energy recharge on an attack stance on set. Nice. Off piece. Another 40 plus CV. Nice. Everything else is whatever. And a crit rate circlet with... This is the weakest link. Okay. So, good build. All you need to do is just get a better one of this. That's it. That's all you need to do. Nice. Chlorind. Absolution R2. C0. Crowned. Echoes. Okay. The secret strat. Because I guess mathematically this is just better, I guess. I think. I don't know. I don't remember why or how, but it just is, I guess. So anyways, let's check this out. Very good piece. A lot of crit rate, some crit damage, and attack percentage and energy recharge. Nice. Wow. Nice. A lot of crit damage. Oh, this is a 4 roll. Nice. Pretty good. Oh, well. Okay. This is the weakest link so far, right? But it is what it is. Attack stance on set. We'll take it. Electro damage bonus on off piece. So this is decent. Gets the job done. And then a crit rate circlet with some crit damage and... Okay. Some bangers and some that could be improved if need be. But otherwise, 100%. Slightly overcapped in crit rate, but otherwise it's good. Shenhe, probably just a boatload of attack and some ER. Do you have an ER stance? Nope. Let's just look at the attack percentage. 151 ER, probably not enough, but I could be wrong. I don't know, but yeah, who knows? A lot of attack though. Nice. Farina, Festering Desire, which shows that you've been playing the game for a very long time. So let's see how it is. Not too. Well, this one can be improved as the flower. This one's decent crit value, but has attack HP percentage to help it out. Looks like you okay. We'll just move on. HP percentage here. She's crowned. Yeah. This is fine. Yeah. Mirrored the rolls. And a very good circlet though. Ended off. So maybe you just like got the job done. You just didn't really care too much about the exact pieces since she is the support. But yeah, that's probably the case. Because you have a lot of crit rate, like 90%. 94. Alright, Kazuha, just a bunch of EM with ER substats, hopefully. ER substats. 9%. I mean, it is what it is. If you don't care about his burst, then it doesn't matter. Shalonen, 4,000 defense. That's a bit overkill, but you do you. You do you. Looks cool, though. I like seeing that, though. 144 ER. Lament. You have another set? Oh, okay, Vermilion. So farming. Maybe you got Echoes because you wanted to build Chow. Or vice versa. I don't know. We'll find out. Let's see if it's better than Ziox's. Let's see. Okay start. But it's got overall everything good substats. So it's nice. Attack percentage, low crit rate, but some crit damage again. What was it, Homa? Oh, Jade Spear. Okay. This one's okay. Some crit damage, a little bit of crit rate, and very good Goblet. Nice to see. 4 rolls on the crit, and a little bit of attack percentage. Luckily, unfortunately it's been dodged, but a little bit of crit rate, low rolls, which leaves it to 71, 206, or 206. Not too shabby. If you do like the triple the triple Animo with Farina, hyper carry team, then you should have enough ER anyways, probably. So yeah, very nice, very strong count, some strong builds and very impressive artifacts on this one. So, and well, a secret C6, so C6 R5. So, gotta give it to you. All right. Anyways, greatly appreciate the review, or the offer for the review. So let's go to the next account. All right, going on to the next account. This is honestly refreshing that there are less. It's not a full roster. I can just get through this one a bit quicker. Pardon their bio. I'm not even gonna say it, but yeah. Anyways, they like Mavuika. Let's just let's make that clear. Okay. Anyways, let's just look at the builds. Wait, what's their AR? 58. All right. Deathmatch. C3. Okay, hold up. C2 and C. Oh, okay. Vertical investments. Let's check this out. So 4-piece of Whimsy. This is a good piece for crit value. Nice. This one's pretty good. I mean, CV is alright, but like attack percentage and a lot of elemental mastery is always nice to see. Onset Sands with decent CV, so can't go wrong with that. And then an Onset Goblet that's very, very good. Yeah, very nice. And crit damage circlet, that's honestly can't go wrong with that. A lot of crit rate, elemental mastery, and attack percentage. With C3, so things will be dying. So very nice build. Farina, Signature, or Favonius. Favonius C1 with a crown. So honestly, we just need ER and crit rate. So energy recharge, HP percentage, some crit damage. Crit damage, HP, some energy recharge here. So this is probably HP on the goblet. Yep. Crit rate, HP. Well balanced all arounder, but I mean HP attack isn't used, but you know the bottom three are very nice. And a crit damage circlet. Okay, I wonder if you'll have enough crit rate with a little bit of ER, and that's it. Oh, okay. Maybe unless you swap something out, and this is supposed to be crit rate. I don't know. That's pretty much all you need to do. Swap to crit rate on the circlet, and then yeah, because your ER threshold has been met. So, anyways, Skirk, Finale of the Deep, C0, crowned. Maréchal Hunter, so it goes with Farina. Let's check this out. 40, unless this build gets the job done for you, I guess it doesn't really matter. Anyways, going back to here, 40 plus CV with attack percentage, nice. Attack percentage and crit damage, sweet. This is the off piece. A 5 roll, very nice. A lot of crit damage, a little bit of crit rate, some ER, which is, oh yeah, everything else is not needed, but yeah, nice. And a okay goblet, but it is onset, so you can use this piece, so it's okay. So yeah, crit damage and attack percentage. Crit damage, some crit rate, energy recharge, so just the crit rate matters here. Which leaves it to 31%, which is plus 15, and then plus 32 or 36. Is that 80 to 90? I think around there. I don't feel like doing the math in my head right now, but yeah, there we go. Pretty good build. Can be slightly improved, but otherwise gets the job done. Mavrika, Mailed Flower C2. Okay, no signature. Obsidian Codex and no crown. Everyone else is. But your bio likes her, so I don't know. Let's just keep going. Right, crit rate, crit damage, very nice piece, and attack percentage and elemental mastery, very all well-rounded one. Crit damage, a little bit crit rate, so this is not too shabby. Onset attack, sans, not an EM one, but you do have EM on the weapon, so maybe it doesn't matter as much. So elemental mastery here and some crit, just a little bit of crit. Onset goblet with some crit rate, attack percentage, and elemental mastery, nice. And a crit damage circlet with EM and crit rate, which leaves you at, I mean, it is a low crit rate, so some things can be adjusted, like maybe crit rate circlet, and then go for more tailored crit damage around the build in case your crit damage drops down too low. But otherwise, yeah, you got, I'm not sure if this is the work in progress. It's because I think you seem to like Mavrika, but it's not like she's maxed. Well, also, she's on the current banner, isn't she? I honestly forgot who's running. I misclicked. Yeah, she's on the current banner. So yeah, I think maybe you just got her. That's my guess. I don't see any. Maybe you just grabbed her and you're just working on a build now. So yeah, best of luck. All right. Yeah, at least this was a nice quick review. Let's go to the next account. Alrighty. So on to this next account. So they've stated that they've leveled 81 everyone that they own, and sometimes they don't artifact grind too much, but I guess they have a top 6% Risley and Skirk, so we will take a peek at those as we go. And yeah, so let's just take a peek. Ryan Shogun, C2R1. Good start. Triple crowned, okay. Cool. They like her. So decent crit value, but some ER makes it more valuable overall. The off piece is a very nice double, 4 rolls and a crit and energy recharge as well. Onset sands with decent crit, but it is an onset sands, which may be tricky for this set. So yeah. Attack percentage here with some 30 plus CV and energy recharge, and then some crit damage. Don't mind the defense down here. So otherwise, crit value wise, it's not too shabby. I think it's slightly overcapped in ER, right? Is that how it goes? You want to be 270, but I mean, yeah, maybe just something around here. But otherwise, yeah, she'll blow things up. Kanich, Serpent Spine R5 with level 8 talent. Okay. So let's see how these pieces are. The off piece is what we're starting off with. Okay. Not the craziest off piece ever, but maybe the rest of your pieces are just so good to where that's all you got. Okay, maybe this is a work in progress. Okay. So attack percent, some crit rate. This is good. 4 rolls in the crit total. And a okay dental goblet. At least it exists, so you can use an off piece whatever you need. And a crit. Okay, this is probably a work in progress. So, I mean, the crit value is actually fine. But, yeah. Not too shabby. Bro's just gaming. Okay. Emily. Okay, got a signature weapon. That's why the attack was low. It's not done yet. Okay, congrats on the Emily weapon. And maybe the Emily as well, unless you've probably had her the whole time and we're just waiting for the rerun. I don't know. Probably. Okay. Deepwood, so that's going to be supporting Kanich. So maybe Kanich was benched and now Emily has officially got to help him come back. I don't know. I could be really wrong. I'm just saying things. So, okay, CV. Everything else is whatever. This one can be improved. This one's pretty good. That it is of her signature set, but unfortunately, it didn't do the best thing ever. So this is a work in progress, as you can clearly see. So can't say too much about it. I mean, the crit ratio is functional, so can't. Navia with the cardboard weapon. I've seen a lot of those today. Double crowned, nice. 4-piece of the Nighttime Whispers. I'm not even gonna say that whole set name. I just call it. I don't even know what I call it. Pretty good actually. The good, decent CV, but some ER is very nice, but probably not needed since this thing exists. This is nice. 4 rolls in a crit with some ER. This one looks like you didn't get lucky, so I don't know if you're working on it right now. Best of luck if you do get one. That can, you know, be decent. Goblet, not too shabby. Gives you some crit rate. Navia loves crit rate because you want her shotgun to crit. And then crit rate. Oh, okay, no crit damage there. So, it's a functional build, I'd say, but like a lot of ER and looks like it's not finished yet. So maybe in time. You're working on it right now, or soon. All right, on Mavwika now. Let's check this one out. Wolf's Gravestone. Looks like we have a lot of EM, so this might be an actual EM Sands, unlike the last few we've seen. So for Arena, the pipe. So they've farmed the pipe for her. Crowned. So nice. Let's see what we got. We're just looking for like I think we're just looking for ER and baseline crits. Nothing too crazy. As we can see, like just single crit lines that kind of were dodged, but at least we're getting some ER mainly. That's what we're looking for here. So I'm gonna be brief on this one. So yeah, they don't farm artifacts too much, I believe they stated. So they just have some good builds, but otherwise they have functional builds that gets the job done. Because if like they say they don't farm, and well, guess what? They clearly abyss. They do theater and they do Stygian onslaught. Like the builds may not be quote unquote perfect because some artifacts may look like they weren't like they just exist. But it's about how you use them. So, yeah. They clear content despite that. So, anyways. Arlecchino. Let's check this out. Oh, I already spoiled myself. Whoops. Backwards. 4-piece of her set. Not too shabby. I mean, okay crit value, but got some elemental mastery to help out a little bit. This one's fine. This one can be improved. By a lot. So, dang. You're unlucky, I guess. That's unfortunate. Yeah, just pretty much like either just get for attack with some crit or just, yeah, just any sort of replacement. This one has not much crit, but it has attack, which is helpful a little bit. And this one is very good, actually. A lot of crit rate and some elemental mastery. So, all right. Crowned. C1. All right, Yalan. Yalan, all I need to look for is energy recharge. That's all I'm going to look for. 13%, but there's also HP and crit. Nice. None here. A lot of attack, a little bit of crit damage. HP, that's unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you don't farm artifacts too much, I believe. So yeah. Crit rate, a lot of HP, some crit, a little bit of crit damage. No rolls on that. It was just baseline. And a good goblet with crit value. Otherwise, 194, honestly, that's probably fine, depending if you're not the only Hydro, and if you have another, like, procs of other elemental, stuff to help her out for energy. Some other Favonius procs, Hydro stuff. Maybe it's enough. For me, I'm a bit worried about that, but otherwise, if it gets the job done, that's fine. Skirk. Now that is a lot of attack. Let's check this out. Missplitter Reforged, it might be attack. Yeah, it's attack, okay. 17% attack here, no crit rolls, okay. 17% attack again, 30 plus CV. Attack percent main stat was some okay CV, but it is a sand, so give it respect. And then the attack goblet with 40, probably 40 CV. Then the circlet was crit rate, a little bit of crit damage, and some attack. So that is a lot of attack. And once again, overcapped in crit rate because you don't just have this when you play with freeze, which I'm guessing you do. You'll have 15% from Cry Resonance, so it'll be a bit overcapped. So maybe you can swap out. Maybe you can get like a crit damage circlet here, and then maybe adjust like this one to get more crit rate, or just get some crit rate. Maybe, but that's just something I could say. Double crowned, Chiori. This thingy, 4-piece golden troop. This one's whatever. Working with what you got, defense, geo damage, and crit damage. So yeah, very basic artifacts, but if it helps you clear content, then it's fine. Like, not everyone wants to farm for the most perfect artifact. They just want to get a nice functional set so they can have fun with the characters rather than just living in a domain for like 3 months just to get like a slightly better upgrade. So yeah. So Risley, Scoured Atlas, Maréchal the Hunter. This one is not max, so I don't know if you noticed that. You probably do, but you just ran out of upgrade materials. A lot of ER. Okay, some crit value. Good, decent crit value here. Everything else, I mean, Elemental Mastery is good if you melt. So yeah, especially if you do like melt, burn melt with Emily, if you plan that. This one's whatever. It's got some crit, and this is pretty good actually. Some crit damage, a little bit of crit rate, Elemental Mastery, and Energy Recharge. So yeah, and this one's unfinished, but it doesn't really have much to finish. So yeah. Maybe a work in progress. C1 though. Wow. And at Eula, free to play weapon. Pale Flame 4-piece. Let's look for crit rate and ER. There's some crit rate, crit damage, crit rate, energy recharge, nice attack percentage. A little bit of crit rate, energy recharge. So you really want her burst up. Okay, interesting. I mean, whatever works. A lot of energy. Oh my. Wait, we're going to have a lot of energy recharge. All right, crit rate. Is it going to be crit again? Oh, crit damage and nothing else. So crit rate is non-existent basically, but you have a lot of ER, so you will have her burst. So I'll give you that. So yeah, I mean, since you say you don't farm artifacts too much, so probably you don't enjoy it too much. So you just get the characters to function and you clear content. You're not even really, I mean, maybe you struggle, but the fact you do clear the content, even Stygian Onslaught. So I can't really say like, oh, go back and improve your character by 18 crit damage. If you don't need it, you don't need it. So yeah, anyways, thank you for the account. Let's go to the last, I believe the last account I have for NA. My footage is over 3 hours, so this is going to be a long video. All right. Yeah. All right. The last account for NA that I believe I have. AR58. Let's check this out. Navia. We don't have to be too in depth. Like, we just like look at briefly, and if anything really stands out, we'll give anything like that. But this is a good piece. It's got everything you really need. That 17% crit rate, not damage. So hopefully previous accounts didn't have stuff like that. That I misread and thought it was a mediocre piece, but it actually was very good. Someone may let me know if they do watch the 3 hours into this video. I don't know if they will. And I'm like halfway done. So this video might be 4, 5, 6. Not 4. It's going to be 5 or 6. Maybe not 7. Anyways, that's going to be a long video. Wow. That's good. This is good too. A lot of crit rate. I like to see that on Navia. Wait, what's the weapon? Serpent Spine. Not maxed out yet, so I'll give it some slack. This is very nice. I actually really like this piece. Nice. Geo damage bonus. It makes do with, you know, being the off piece, so it's fine. And then a crit damage circlet with some crit rate, energy recharge, and yeah. So 198, 120, 80% crit rate. You'll get a little bit more crit rate for maxing this thing out, so that's actually, you know, a pretty good Navia, actually. I think you just leveled up the wrong talent to 7. Should have been the normal text. Because the burst doesn't, it just tickles the enemy. Doesn't really do anything really much. But normal attacks, you do that while waiting for your next skill. But yeah. Alright, for the Raiden Shogun, the catch R3. So either they're working on that or they just didn't like fishing and then they gave up. Just like me. I mean, I did get the catch R5, but I never touched a fishing rod again. So this is decent for crit value. We got some energy recharge to help that out. This is a good all-rounder with all the good substats. Can't say go wrong with that. Good crit rate, some crit damage, and energy recharge on an attack stance. So this is not exactly ideal for Raiden because she wants to have ER as the main stat. But yeah, anyways, it's fine. Electro damage bonus, a little bit of crit damage, some ER, and a lot of EM. So this one's a kind of a well-rounded one. May not be more efficient for her, but it gets the job done. And a crit rate circlet with some good ER. So having a decent crit ratio, it will help out to be up here. 9% more crit rate and a good amount of ER. So yeah, probably will kill things. So yeah, sweet. So with Farina, we get an R1 Favonius. So this person's probably a low spender or free to play. We got a decent piece here, some crit damage, HP. This is very good for crit value wise. The other stats are not good for Farina, but otherwise they're very good for anyone else. Energy recharge sands. All right, I like that. So maybe it should be an HP goblet there, right? Yep. Some crit rate and then a crit damage circlet with a lot of HP. And you actually do roughly are in a crit rates threshold. I'd say that's pretty good. And you have a good amount of ER. So I like this build. I like it. All right, Mavuika. Serpent Spine R1. Obsidian Codex C0 and Crowned. So let's take a peek. So this piece is already a good start. 30 plus CV along with the fact that it has Elemental Mastery and ER. And well, not ER. Attack percentage. I looked away for a second. This is very nice. This is also pretty good. Roughly like similar crit value. But it has some EM. No attack, but yeah, it's still good. Attack Sands, not an EM one. A shame, but has okay CV. Gets the job done. Pyro Damage Goblet with a lot of crit damage. And everything else is not really useful. Or, well, just not useful in general. So yeah, it is what it is. So, and then we got a circlet with just attack percentage. So, crit rate is okay, 90%. So, she will be doing a lot of damage. So yeah, that's fine. And then Chlorind. Let's check this out. Wolfang. I've been seeing a lot of those today. Wolfang is a good weapon. I don't have it. This is fine. Got some crit value just to start off the build. This one's a little bit better with a little bit more crit and then attack percentage on top of it. This attack Sands has a little bit more crit rate, which is nice. Some energy recharge, which if made needed. Onset Goblet with a little bit of crit damage, but it is an off piece, so you can equip this off. It is an onset Goblet, so that you can equip this amazing circlet. Well, I mean, you work with what you got. It's got EM in case you need to do aggravate stuff, but I mean, crit rate's not even needed really. You already have like 95 with her passive up, so. Well, actually, and then it goes up by a little bit more here, which will be a little bit overcapped. So never mind, the crit rate's not needed, but it's like the this one was like a, well, it is what it is. Let's just keep going. Flute. At least for the Shalona is very easy to review. I'm not gonna go like too in depth, like healing bonus, defense, ER, defense, substats. Just yeah, just basic stuff. Shalona is very easy to build. No need to rank that. Risley. Woodsith R1, probably a free-to-play account. This one's not too shabby. This one's pretty good. Got some attack. This one's good. Got a good amount of crit damage and an energy recharge. This one is a very good goblet with a good, very good crit value overall. Nothing else there, but yeah. This is good too. Some crit rate, energy recharge, and a decent amount of elemental mastery, which leaves us with, well, I mean, very low crit rate, very low. But if that's enough for you, so be it. I prefer to double that, but yeah. Varissa. Sacrificial Jade. Okay. Okay. I mean, there are other options that may be just better than this, I'd say, but maybe this is not supposed to be on her. I don't know. Anyways, let's just look at it. Her signature set. This is honestly very nice. It's got good crit value, but it has all the good substats. Or it's got decent crit value, not good, but decent. Or I'll also say average crit value, and then some attack percentage. Not too shabby. This is pretty good. Onset off-piece sands with some energy recharge and decent crit value. An attack goblet with okay crit. And a crit damage circlet with no crit rate. So crit, well, she does crit. So that's kind of why you have this thing on. Because you need that crit to function. But yeah, okay. That's fine, I guess. Molani. R1 of the ring. Let's check this out. This is pretty good. Got a lot of EM for vaporizing, so that's fun. Crit damage, HP, and elemental mastery. Cool. So if you have the crit rate threshold, then you don't need crit rate on these other pieces. So HP, EM, crit damage again. You better have a crit rate circlet though. Crit damage circlet. Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh well. Crit rate would have been better, but if she crits, then it'll feel good. So okay. Yalan. Favonius, so C0 with Fav. Let's hope for 200 plus ER. Let's find out. Good CV or decent CV with some crit or some HP percentage. Some good ER. Okay, this is all rounder. Nice. Like to see that. HP with okay CV. HP again. Okay, no CV basically, but a decent amount of ER. A lot of EM. And some rolls in energy recharge, but, or no, not even any rolls, just existing. A few rolls in crit damage, though. So, 200%, good. I mean, maybe in solo Hydro you won't get your burst, but at least you got a good ER. Relatively good. Escoffier, Scarred Spine, Golden Troop. Let's see what this is. She's level 70, so she's probably not done yet. This is a good piece. Decent crit value, but got attack percentage to help out. Some crit value, but attack percentage once again to help. 30 plus CV. Pretty good. On an onset sands. Where's the oh, it's the flower. Onset goblet, which is whatever, but it's got ER and attack percentage, so that helps. And then a crit damage circlet with energy recharge and crit rate. So your crit rate might be low in general. A little bit yellow, yeah. Unless you have cryo resonance, it'll help out a little bit. But anyways, not bad. So yeah. The Chaska, this might be the first Chaska of the video. So either it's going to be cool or it might be unequipped. Okay. I don't know what to work off of. If this is not her made weapon. Alright, whatever. We're just going to focus solely on the artifact quality. Decent crit value, but it has attack percentage, which makes it nicer. Energy recharge, some crit, not too shabby again. This one's unfortunate, but it is what it is. This is a pretty nice attack goblet, actually. Some crit value, but a lot of EM. And then a crit damage circlet with a lot of attack. But otherwise, I don't know what they're planning here. It's functional, I guess. So anyways, there we go. I think that marks the last account for the NA server. So I will be going to Akasha for reviewing the EU accounts, and then we'll finish it off with all of the Asia accounts. So since I just finished all of the NA accounts, which is roughly around half of all the accounts I believe I have to review, maybe a little bit more, I have been recording for 3 hours and 30 minutes, meaning that this video is going to be very long. Alright, anyways, we'll see you on the next account. Alrighty, so now we are finally done with the NA account, so we're starting off with the EU, so let's check out what we got here. So we have Atlas, they say they want to show off their Clorin, Skirk, Farina, and Tainari. We're just going to look at everything on the top here. But the rest we can just take a brief look. But yeah, let's just check it all out. Just in case, we're going to refresh the page. I got to remember to do this on Dakasha because sometimes things get updated. As you could see, things have changed. It was very different than what it was. I'm glad I fixed that. So let's take a peek. All right, Tainari C2 with good CV overall because C1 gives him 15% crit rate through, well, on his charge attacks, which is his main thing. So people may say like, okay, you want to tax, you want EM on the main stat here, but as you can see, there's a lot of EM substats that circumvent that to a 211 is not too shabby for the fact that it's not EM. But yeah, this is this looks pretty good. Good crit value overall, a good attack, and good EM. So Kazuha with Swirl, pretty much it's very simple to look at here. I don't think, wait, is there any artifacts that stand out? We could just look at the CV, 45 CV. This is a 5-roll artifact with perfect substats for Tainari, so I'm glad I double checked. So yeah, can't miss that. Kazuha will be simple to look at because it's just simply look for EM and ER. So he's roughly in the EM threshold, and ER is okay. It's better than most I've seen, so this is fine. Gets the job done. So yeah. As for Kazuha, his damage does scale with normal attacks on the plunge downward, which does help. So if you wanted to balance out the talents, this is just as important to, like, I don't know, you just put it 8 as well if you want. But anyways, not a big deal. Diona isn't too big of a deal to look at, just HP. Wow. You got HP, simply put. All right, they're Chlorind. All right, so Absolution, Chlorind, obviously. C0R1, Crowned with pretty good pieces overall. Like, you got an onset goblet. May not be the best for crit value, but it has some attack, and it lets you be able to use this attack off piece with a lot of crit damage to help out the build. 91 crit rate with her passive activated, and 200 crit damage to make the crit ratio look pretty good. A lot of attack. Can't go really wrong with this. So, yeah. Sometimes, like, Akasha leaderboards may throw people off, like, oh, I'm only top 24%. If it's killing things, it's just fine. And Akasha loves crit rate, so you have to have 100% crit rate to compete. Farina, so this is a double crowned Farina. Probably not going to be triple crowned, but yeah, C1. So with the fleuve, the pipe. So with this, we have pretty good amount of ER because it gives you like what 32% with this activated for a few seconds. And 16 crit rate, so 66 crit rate. A little bit on the low end, but it's fine. She's the sub DPS, not the main one. She's just here to get the fanfare stuff, so double HP here, which is good. Along with the fact that you got like good HP substats, I believe, or I think so. Yeah, 19% and 13% here. 32% total. Nice. Hu Tao. Ooh, okay. Oh, no, this is Marechaussee Hunter. Never mind. Crit rate is still a bit low for being Marechaussee Hunter, but I do respect the usage of Hu Tao, because I've always liked Hu Tao since the beginning. C2. I wish her Constellation 2 was better, though. I wish her Constellations were better. They're pretty outdated. At least C1's good. But triple crowned, 4-piece Marechaussee Hunter, so HP Pyro crit damage. So yeah, the crit ratio, it'll be 66 crit rate. It's probably enough for you. I just like a little bit more, but if it's good, if it kills things for you, then you have nothing to really change here. As for substats, this is a lot of EM, which is nice to see. 72, 56, and I think that's all the EM and the substats. Oh, 37 right here. So you got some pretty good substats for EM, so that's nice. Sing Show, probably not a big deal to look at. Just he is crowned C4, not C6, unfortunately, but he's still strong. So we got a okay crit ratio. He's low on the crit rate, but he's got good ER with an R5 sacrificial. And he's got, let's see, the crit value. The crit value is all decent. There's no crit rate as the substat on this one. I wonder how it would look if you swap to a crit rate circlet with some crit damage and then maybe swap out some other stuff. Not sure, but Xingqiu isn't the priority probably. He's the sub DPS who helps your Hu Tao vaporize, most likely, for double hydro, is my guess. So yeah, he's not, his damage isn't the main deal. It's like you have enough ER and hydro application for your Hu Tao's vaporizes. So yeah, should get the job done. Jean should be pretty simple. Just like what, just double attack, crit rate for Favonius procs, but you have a good ER and some attack. Yeah, pretty good attack for 4-star weapon. Like Jean's very simple to look at. So yeah. As for Mualani, lots of crit damage on the set, but luckily it'll be like what, 87 crit rate with the thing activated, so that's pretty good. Would prefer a little bit more, but if it gets the job done for you, then that's just fine. EM substats, we had a little bit. One of those two, that's all we got, but we got 30 CV onset sands with a very good. It's not even a 5 roll. It's actually a 4 roll that like max rolled pretty much. The other one isn't a 5. This one is a 5 roll, right? It is. Okay. Just making sure. But yeah, this is a very, very good piece. We've got some HP percentage, but also if you have an attack scaling hydro, it works on them too. But most hydros typically nowadays are HP. So yeah, attack doesn't do much, but it's fine. Here, this is a very good circlet too. If that was HP percentage, it would be even better. Got some ER, crit rate, and let's imagine if that was HP percentage. That's nice. But yeah, all right. Navia, we got a good amount of crit rate just on first glance. Crit damage is a little bit lacking, but that's fine. C1, so ER shouldn't really exist. Or shouldn't really be a problem. But the ER is already high, so the C1 is already a little bit overkill. So, what can we remove here? So this is an onset goblet for the sake of having this equipped, which is honestly not even that crazy. So maybe if you have an off piece and then you have to find some okay on piece. Where is all the ER? So 16%, and then 18% here. Am I missing something? Is it on the weapon? No. Oh, 13% right here. So this one is low CV with a lot of EM, which isn't really used for her at all, unless you care about crystallized shields. But like, yeah, if you care about Navia a bit, I think some of these pieces could be alternated just to reduce the ER, just because you have this. Like this thing gives you a decent amount. Her burst cost is what, 60? 60, and you get like what, 9 per on this. You get up to 9 energy, so it reduces her energy generation or energy requirements by a lot. So especially if you use her with like Favonius allies or stuff like that. So yeah, could use some work, but yeah, that's fine. Escoffier, probably pretty simple. She is crowned though, nice. Calamity Queller actually. Okay, so crit rate, crit damage is low, but she's kind of just there to exist to, be the Skirk support or Ayaka, wherever that may be. Oh, the Skirk's right here. Okay, so yeah, we'll just be brief. Energy recharge is enough for a Skirk team. And let's check this one out. So Skirk on Marechaussee Hunter, Black Sword. So this is good. This is good. You're in the good threshold. Why is it so low though? Oh, it's because it's not a... Wait. What do they hate about it? Wait, why does this one have so much crit rate? It's obviously it's crowd damage that you're missing, but this guy has attack. What are you missing then? Huh, okay, whatever. What does the Kasha hate about yours? Is it because like lower an attack or just the fact that this is here? I don't know, but yeah. Because you would have 100% crit rate roughly, or I think around there with this activated along with the fact that cryo resonance exists, so. Otherwise, crit value is pretty fine. It's fine. It's like, I mean, it's relatively low, 174, but it's fine. So yeah. Aika, Harbinger of Dawn. So this is like the classic build back in the day. Don't know if you use her anymore. She's friendship only 5, so maybe you stopped ages ago, or maybe you got her not too long ago. I don't even remember when she last was here. because I got her when she came out, and then I never really bothered to look anywhere else. So, you get crit rate 28% when your HP is above 90%. So, without that, you're already overcapped with the weapon or with this set. So, but I don't think you use her, so it's not a big deal. So, we'll be brief here. Nothing too crazy. Kokomi, it's Kokomi pieces. Very simple. Understand. Yoimiya, I don't think you use her. She is friendship 10 though, so maybe you did for a time. Attack. Crit rate's good, but crit damage is lacking, so I think it's just overall crit value. Like, this one's just kind of existing. It is the off piece, so I don't know if you took the piece from her. I don't know. Because it has 7.8 crit value. And then this one doesn't even... Oh, I thought that was crit damage. It's defense. Yeah, I don't know if you use it or not. Maybe you gave up, but assuming in case you did, half the build can be adjusted. Otherwise, it's yeah, like some easy upgrades here, and then this one too. This one has other good subs though, but yeah. And I don't think you use her that much, so she just kind of is here. We're not going to look at it too much. So debate club though, respect. Anyways, yeah. There we go. There's some pretty good builds on the top here, but yeah, let's go to the next account. All right, moving on to the next account. Just on first glance, I see the dire difficulty on this, so I will assume that there are C6s in the list, and that I do see, or at least roughly. Unless you're just really good at the game, that could be the case. Is there a refresh 3 days ago? I'm gonna click the refresh just in case you changed something. I see something. C3. Okay. Wait, is she even holding? Oh, no, she was probably rocking this build for Onslaught, so it's not really much to say about that. Anyways, let's check out the builds. Top 1% Wanderer. Triple Crowned C6. That's very good. Obviously, can't really say anything against that. You're in a Husbando main, so I'm just going to focus on the dudes' builds, but we'll look at everyone, because why not? Or roughly. You have a lot of good builds here, but the very good pieces overall, and just, yeah, very nice. I don't want to be too in-depth on these things, because this video is already too long, but yeah. Yeah, this is just a C6 Wanderer that will kill things very fast. Kanich C3 Crowned is rocking a pretty good build too, almost 100% crit rate with lots of crit damage here. Attack percentage, 49 CV off piece, very nice as well. Very nice sands, and then pretty decent onset goblet, but it makes you able to use this relic. Very nice piece. And then this is pretty good too. Yeah, it's good. 10% crit rate along with the 11% attack. That's good. Like to see that. C3 R1, yeah, can't go wrong with that. Aggravate Kaching. So low friendship, so maybe you don't use her, or maybe you just don't care about friendship farming, unless they're the dudes. So maybe you just have these on like Sino or something, and you just gave it to her for just Akasha. But unless you use her, let's see. Otherwise, the build is good. It was top 1%, 1%, 2%. Pretty well balanced CV all around. Got some 3 attack subs and 4 EM subs. A little bit of ER, but not really needed for Kaching. But yeah, so pretty good. Scarlet Sands Shangling. I think I've used that a few years ago. Haven't bothered since, but it was fun. ER is good for despite having that. R2. But yeah, for just looking at everything, let's just look at 200 CV, 10 rolls on crit rate. That's crit rate, right? No, crit damage, and then 11 in crit rate. Am I looking at this correctly? Yes. Okay. Yes, that is right. And then some attacks, 3 EM rolls, which help out this weapon a little bit, and then good amount of ER, which is very necessary on her. If you're using unrational, especially that rational will help out a lot with that ER, so that's good. Mistsplitter Skirk. Good to see that. Let's see how your luck has been on this new set. A 5-roll piece. Nice. No other good subs, but it's a 5-roll, so that's good. This one's well balanced. 30 plus CV along with attack percentage, and this one's 30 CV onset sands. Can't go wrong with that. Then we got the attack goblet with 4 rolls into crit, and then a crit rate circlet with a boatload of crit damage and a little bit of crit rate. Nice. This is good to see. I like this. Double crowned C0. It's good. Jade Spear Arlecchino. Just on first glance, the stats are already good. Just that Arlecchino has a lot of competition for being, 700,000 people. But yeah. Of her set, signature set, overall just good rules overall. This is a very good piece as well. 5 rolls into crit with attack percentage and energy recharge. Energy recharge isn't really useful on her that much, but better to have some than none, I'd say. So, yeah. This is good. El Haytham C1R1. We got a good crit ratio. Triple crowned. The off piece is this, which is surprising. So the flower is the off piece. It's a good piece, but I'm surprised it's that. So that means everything else is good? Wait, no, it's not an off piece. It's a two piece, actually. My bad. I just realized that. Okay. It's not an off piece. It's just a 2-piece set. Okay. Let's check this out. So let's see how your 2 pieces have fared. 4 rolls into crit with some EM. Nice. EM main stat with 35 CV. Pretty good. Dendro Goblet off piece with a lot of EM and decent CV. And a okay crit value circlet, but a lot of attack and some ER. Alright. So, okay. A double... I haven't seen one of these builds in a while, so I wonder how much damage you lose by not having the 4-piece. 400 EM compared to... Okay, the same EM. Yeah, okay. Well, anyways. Ito. I haven't seen an Ito in a while, especially a good one. My Ito's dog water, so it's good to see actual good ones, because I gave up on them years ago. But as we see here, 40 CV with some... Okay, just 40 CV. Almost 40 CV with some ER. Very important on him. And this is a classic team. They don't even have like whale C2 Shalom and stuff. Unless they do. But this person doesn't have her. I don't know. Defense Sands with some okay CV. I mean, decent. 30 plus is good on an on piece. And then good goblet. Very good goblet, actually. And a very good circlet because ER is very important on this guy. All right. Low friendship, though. So obviously they just don't care about friendship. They just care about the characters. This is R4, by the way. So, so since I see a child here, Tartaglia, I'm guessing this Shangling is where it's used. It's not rational. It's going to be this international. I've not used this team in a long time. But 4-piece Heart of Depth. Very good flower to start off. Some EM and, a lot of CV. Good CV here with attack percentage. Great. Good CV on the onset sands. Wait, no, this is the op piece. With some ER. Child does need that, I believe. Yeah. Yes, he does. Then okay CV, but it's onset. It gives you some ER and attack percentage, so gets the job done. Along with a very good circlet with some EM on top of a lot of crit rate. Nice. Aito. I think we'll be brief on the bottom half of the characters. Let's just look at the CV. Good overall CV with C4. Triple crowned R1. Okay. Maybe this is a work in progress to C6. Best of luck for whenever he comes back. This is a good crit value. Let's be brief. I think we get the gist of we don't have to look at every piece individually unless one stands out much more than the rest. All right. Overall, good 30 CV average plus, which is great. Good, good crit, good attack. Nice. Double crown Shao. R1 Jade Spear. C0. Sweet. Oz. It's official. C6. Not crowned, actually. So, Skyward Harp. Overall, very good pieces for crit value here. We get a little bit of EM and attack. There are no attack substats, I think. So, but otherwise, it's still good. Still a good build, especially if you just see like, if you're in the top 10% of builds, I'd say that's pretty good. Top 1% is obviously very good, but yeah. This is Thundering Fury, 2-piece, some good CV all around the board. It gets the job done. 9/9. So yeah, they don't care about friendships. They just care about the characters more, or they care about the dudes, as they say. R1, but yeah, this is a good crit ratio, well balanced. Low EM, but it's the raw damage team that's ranking. Raiko, maybe, but yeah. Varessa on this set. Vivid Notions are C1, double crowned. Looking good. Almost 100% crit rate, good crit damage. A little bit of ER, which, I mean, you could probably get enough particles with the team. But yeah, good. Very nice. I like this. Like the build. Kazuha, very simple to look at. Look for the EM and look for the ER. A lot of ER. That is honestly almost as good as mine. But it's good to see, you know, a Kazuha with a lot of ER. So happy to see that. So nice. Then we got a C6 double crowned Chlorind. 91 crit rate, 246 crit damage. Very good. Even if it's not 1%, it is C6, so it does not matter because things will be dead. That is very nice. Don't have much to say about this. It's good. It is good. And I'm impressed how you did farm her set and Arlecchino's. I was farming this set for Arlecchino, but I ended up getting a Chlorind set and kept Gladiators on Arlecchino, so oh well. A C3 triple crowned Nouvellette, alright, with basically close to 100 crit rate and close to 300 crit damage. Double HP on the Sands and Goblet, and overall a lot of rolls into crit. Very nice. This is good to see, I like it. Can't really go wrong with that, even if the build was okay. It's still C3 triple crowned. Yeah. Risley, C1, double crowned R1 with some good pieces all around the board. Close to 100 crit rate. Good crit damage, good attack. Elemental Mastery is 0. So if you use him with C2 Kazuha, then you get Elemental Mastery. And maybe another character on the team gives him, I don't know. Instructor, someone maybe, but yeah, unless you play him freeze, I don't know. Unless I missed the ER. I mean the EM. I don't think I did. It doesn't say it down here, so all right. Tainari. This is a pretty good build. Double crowned C2, 78 crit rate with the C1. Then we got some decent CVs all around the board, but there are EM substats that help out a lot. This is a okay CV. It's only crit damage, but yeah, some ER in case you need that. The off pieces of the Dendro set, which is funny. What is Nahida using EM? Yes, she is. Okay. A lot of crit damage. That's all it provides. A little bit of ER and crit attack percentage, and then a very good circlet with some ER, crit rate, and elemental mastery. Very nice. But otherwise, yeah, this build will probably be killing things. It's good. This one should be simple to read. EM and look for ER 138. Double crown C2. R1. Can't go wrong with this. It gets the job done. And all that EM should convert. What am I saying? It should convert into enough crit rate to have her, crit. So it's good. Oop, I skipped Zhongli, but it doesn't matter. It's HP. 40k HP with some ER. Wait, no, he's using Fab. That's all the ER, basically. Oh, it's our level 20. Yeah, it's fine. It's just HP Zhongli, but well, talents are low. Unless he gets the job done, you don't really care enough, or I don't know. I haven't used Zhongli much in the last few years because I just never had a need to, so maybe that's the case for you. But yeah, anyways, Emily, R1, C0, 4-piece Deepwood with a good crit ratio. It's just the Kosh does not like that because it's probably competing with the signature set. Yep. So that's obviously the case. Unless I'm missing something. Yeah, attack, dendro. Yeah, it's fine. Pretty good. And then the last two, whatever that, why there are two of these. They're just popping up at the same time. Same build. This is obviously not your main for Arena. I don't think it saves multiple builds here unless it was your Enka profile, but I obviously can't see your Enka stuff. But this is just obviously placeholder pieces for Onslaught, I'm guessing. That's my guess, to maximize speed to, clear Dire. So yeah, okay. If I had the C3 Kniech, by the way, I would be able to clear Dire. But yeah, oh well. Anyways, that's cool. Let's go to the next one. Alrighty, so we are on a new account. Next account. Let's just refresh just in case they changed something. Don't think they did. So let's take a peek. Ayaka is already starting off with a high ranking, 140 ER with the Amenoma. Marechaussee Hunter with the premium team. It already is good. Can't really say anything against that. I wonder if the ER is overkill, but it gets the job done. You'll never have to worry about energy on her, which is good. Well, otherwise, the pieces are all very nice. So, yeah. Shangling, good crit rate with the plus 12, so 76. Pretty good. Good crit damage, a lot of ER. Not crowned, not C6, but C6 doesn't really matter because, I mean, it's a little bit. C4 is all that matters. And good CV all around the board. Nice onset piece, just for crit value wise. And you can use this, the 40 CV with energy recharge and elemental mastery. Very good roll value. Nice. Very good build overall. And an Amos bow build on her, which gives you the perspective of, all right, the CV is based solely off of substats of artifacts alone, because this thing does not give you crit. So let's take a peek. 35 CV, which is nice. 32, good. 33, 31. So it's just average 30 plus CV. It's a good, well-rounded build that will hurt the enemies. So yeah, the leaderboards are based off Skyward Harp, but obviously it's not equipped, but you'll have a lot of crit rate with that, which Akasha loves crit rate. So nice, sweet. So with the Ferryman, this looks pretty good too, because you have 200 energy recharge, a lot of crit damage, crowned with, or double crowned, but you have 16% crit rate through this, so you have, almost over 80, which is nice. And a nice 50 CV artifact right here with energy recharge, so this is perfect. That is good to see. Close to 40 CV is good all around the board. It's a very nice build. Navia C2, C3. Nice. So so now we can ignore the energy recharge and the crit rate, because these circumvent that issue. So you get 36% crit rate, 100% crit rate through this. You get some energy, which will be perfectly fine with 111. So that is good to see. So, and then this just gives you more damage. So this is very nice, honestly. Maybe I should go for Navia Constellation, just because I really like Navia, and I want to make her very strong. Because that's fun. Anyways, 4 rolls into crit with energy recharge and attack percentage. Great. Then we got a 35 CV with also attack percentage. Nice. This is pretty good too. Some CV on set sands. This is the off piece. 4 rolls into crit, but low rolled, but still good. Then the circlet has pretty good crit rate and attack percentage, energy recharge. So can't go wrong with that. A lot of attack and all that stuff. This Navia will be hitting millions per rotation if you have C2 Shalonen. I don't know if you do, but if you, maybe you do nonetheless. I don't know. Yeah. Hu Tao, 4-piece Marechaussee Hunter. We got a lot of those around here. Farina is working overtime, I'd say. So let's check this out. Yeah, this is good. Very good 5-roll here with some elemental mastery on a Shimenawa's set. So if you were to have Shimenawa's, maybe you did that in the past. This is a very good piece. Otherwise, everything else is looking well balanced and good with some good EM substats. You got 8 of those. You got 6 HP and got 24 total crit substats. Very nice. 221 crit value overall. Crowned. I like it. Very nice. And then Hyper Raiden. 73 crit rate plus 12%. 85. Very good. With pretty good crit damage and a lot of ER. And you got no attack percentage on here, so you got Rocket Electro. Benefiting from the Sarah and the fucking Bennett. Forgot his name for a second. With Noblesse for a lot more attack. You have 5 attack substats. Pretty good. Otherwise, average 30 plus CV on the entire build. That is looking good. I like that. Very nice. Yelan, at first glance, ER is pretty good. Double crowned. I like that. Despite that, you see that the plus 11 here means you use her with the Skirk team or Aika. Which means you have enough ER because you have Farina on the team as well. So you're doing just fine on ER. So yeah, otherwise average around roughly 30 crit value around here. This one's a little bit lower, but a lot of HP, which helps out a lot. So nice. Nothing too crazy to say. It's nice. It's a nice Elan with energy recharge, which is the main thing that people lack. Dea. 4-piece emblem. Probably just equipping stuff for fun. Unless this does have her own pieces. Who knows? Maybe. I don't see any similarities. And this might have just... Yeah. Okay. Sweet. This looks pretty good. Obviously, it's a top 3 to 4% Dea C1. Obviously, the weapon is... I mean, no, maybe that's the weapon you prefer because her energy recharge is... her energy generation is not the greatest. But, I don't know. I like Dea. I have her crowned, and mine is still C0, so that's fun. Mahavika crowned R1 with a pretty good ratio. Akasha doesn't like it as much because it's not a 100 crit rate, but it's fine. This is good average around roughly 30 CV on the entire build. That's good to see. With 3 EM substats, some attack, and then some 24 crit again. This is nice. She will be killing things. Xingqiu, probably very simple. Good ER, some crit rate. C6. Favonius. So, yeah, that should be just fine. 20 to 20 CV average. Pretty good. And Nahida, probably just EM. Yeah, double EM with crit rate. So with the EM, you'll have close to 100%, I think, right? Which is slightly a bit overkill, but I think you'll be just fine. Unless you use Widsith here, but probably use Thrilling Tales because it's here. This looks good. All right. Let's just take a... Is this a CV build? This is your highest CV build, I believe. Nice. 277 CV is pretty good. Okay. So anyways, let us go to the next build. I don't think there's anything else to look here. So yeah, all right. Let's check out the next account. Alrighty, on to the next EU account. I'm happy whenever I see a small account because I want to get through all these accounts without, I don't know, going through like 6 or 7 hours of your time if you decide to watch the entire video. But yeah, this is nice. Let's take a peek at this. Let's refresh just in case they change something. All right, so Kazuha. A C0 Kazuha with a lot of ER. I like to see that. This is a very good build. I really like this. I respect the Kazuha support. Because every Kazuha, they try to reach the EM threshold, but they always neglect the ER threshold. He's very energy hungry. So this is good. I like this. Nothing really bad to say about this. You got close to 1,000 EM, which you'll reach, and then yeah, he'll have his burst. Should. I don't know how much energy you need with C0, but yeah. Nouvellette, overall, a pretty good crit ratio. Sacrificial Jade, crowned, C1. Top 1%. And you got some good crits value all around the board. Some good HP subs, a little bit of ER. So since you have no ER, you're competing with the 800,000. So being in top 6,000 for that, that's good. Yeah. I think this is a good build. Niche. This is a niche vaporize Farina build. So I don't know how there's 2 Farina's popping out twice nowadays. Okay. But a decent, good crit value could be like, what, 82? Yeah. 82 crit rate, some good crit damage, a little bit of ER. So for overall balance, I mean, you get 32 from here. So that's probably enough. But yeah. C1, double crowned. For vaporizers, I guess, it's like could be the exact same build here. So fun. A lot of people. Okay. Oz. I don't know why I always say Oz. Fischl, C4. Unfortunately, not C6. Amos Bow. That's Deja Vu from like the last account or the other one. Good crit value, 223 overall. That's very nice. So average 30 plus CV with this nice 40 CV piece. The only reason why the rank's a bit low because this is a attack percentage goblet, but that's fine. If I were to like put this here, it's yeah. Everyone's rocking electro damage. So there we go. Wolf's Gravestone, Mavuika. Very good crit ratio. Almost 100% crit rate with almost 200 crit damage without any crit weapon. So that's good to see. Not much EM. You'll have a lot of attack with a little bit of attack subset. Just one. But she should be still blowing things up. Double crowned. Overall, very nice. Yeah. Maybe this could be EM. Just because this is the off piece, you could swap it out if you have one lying around. Since it's not here, you probably don't. But if you get one eventually, I hope it's nice. So yeah. Kanich. Earth Shaker. C0. Level 9 skill. Overall, around roughly at a 20 to 30. What is this? Oh, this is rerolled. Wait, no. Wait, what? Oh, you could just change it to roll value from here without going to settings. That's nice. So if you want to see like, okay, this weapon has like, oh, this weapon or not weapon, this artifact has a low crit value, but roll value wise, it might be much better. So yeah, let's check out Cosmo roll value. This one should be good, right? Okay, why can't I change it here? Never mind. Oh, we know you could just click on that. Yeah, 600%, pretty good. I mean, yeah. That's cool, actually. That's a nice feature. I can click on this every single time. I'm gonna do that now. Sweet. This is a good build. I like it. Wait, no, I'm on the wrong character. This is good, too. It's 80% crit rate, so a little bit lower than I would prefer, but it should still clear. Whatever you need to clear. Well, actually, I mean, your AR 58, so for a lower level account, this is good so far. Raiden Shogun, so attack sands, so that's already unfortunate for that, but it is what it is. Crit rate's a little bit on the low end, but otherwise some pieces are very, very nice. But yeah. Yeah, pretty good. Could be improved, but I don't know how much you use her. She is friendship 10, but she is not crowned compared to like the others. I'm surprised you don't crown. I mean, here's the thing. I respect the Kazuha usage, but realistically, crowning him will not like make your team do 1,000,000 times more damage. It's more important to crown like the damage dealers or the supports that, you know, directly buff. So even if you main this character, crowning him isn't going to be like a necessity. Took me a while to crown mine, and I'm a main until my friend forced me to triple crown him. But yeah. C5, almost at the good constellation. So, I mean, he's still good. But yeah, C5. R1 sacrificial sword, average 20 CV roughly. This is fine. But this is like the lower end of the account, but nothing too crazy here. But still functional enough to work. She should proc Favonius if you're lucky, but she's here for the pyro application and maybe stuff like that, and a little bit more damage. She isn't going to be doing too much, but that's the thing. If you have Raiden, you have to either share or one of them has to get Favonius. Unless you get her signature or a Skyward Spine. That is pretty much the same value as the catch. But yeah, alright. I think that's all for this account. Yeah. At least this was a nice and quick and easy one, so I can move on to the next one. So let's check out the next account and see how it is. Alright, on to the next account. This makes me feel even better because it's an even smaller one. AR-57, so they have had much less time to farm compared to us. They gave no insights of like what I need to look for, so I'm just going to look at everything and see what you are doing But the thing is, I can't say too much because you aren't like a very high level just yet. But otherwise, looking at this, crit value wise, you will have a close to 100 crit rate because you can I see your I can't see passes from here. Okay. But yeah, this is pretty I'd say this is pretty good. It is an ER Sans, I just realized, an attack. It's not electro damage here, so that's where the ranking drops. Crit value wise, you're looking really good. Obviously the main stats are what are holding you back on this build. So if you want to improve it, obviously you're probably in the process of working on that since you probably made this character. Maybe you don't, I don't know. It's yeah, these just the main stats of these two is all you need. Arlecchino, white tassel on her signature set with a pretty good ratio. Could use a little bit more crit rate, but it's just fine for you, especially for AR-57. Triple crowned, lots of stuff. I don't know why I'm saying 2 rolls into attack, 1 into EM, or just 1 existing EM roll, and some decent crit. So yeah, like this one will get the job done. I'm stuttering now, recording for hours, but yeah, this is good. I like it. So D-Luke, 4-piece Crimson Witch. Looks like you got a pretty good piece from farming for well, decent piece. Yeah. We got an okay. So the main stats are what are holding you back on this one as well. I don't know how much you use D-Luke. He is friendship 10, but maybe he was like the early game guy. But from here, obviously crit value can be improved, but focusing mainly on the more important stuff. This thing's got to be attack or elemental mastery. Probably attack for more balanced stuff for what you have, unless EM for specific things that can help out a lot. And then pyro damage bonus obviously here, but pyro goblets can be pretty tough sometimes, especially if you want one on set. Wish you the best of luck if you do intend to improve D-Luke. This is a free-to-play weapon. I'm not going to say anything against that. People may say save for the Blackcliff weapon on the shop. Not many people can even save for those things. Like I can't be bothered. I want to buy the wishes. So yeah. Nahida on Lost Prayers. EM main stat, good. So you could just look for EM on her to make life easier. So you can just get EM here, EM. Maybe one more EM here if you are lucky. Guessing you just didn't get one. And you could just use sacrificial fragments or I guess map a mare. Doesn't really. Just for the more EM, just because. But judging from what I'm looking here, this is your only 5-star catalyst to equip it on. I don't think you use many catalyst users. There is a barber here, but I don't know if you. Yeah, you have fragments on her. So, yeah. What is she using? Oh, just stuff. So, yeah. Anyways, let's just go to the next character with Farina. Good crit rate. Lots of crit rate with the R5 pipe. Low crit damage and some ER. If she's solo Hydra, she will struggle, but it's just fine. If you don't use double, or if you use double Hydra, you're good. Okay CV all around the board. This one's very nice though. You don't have the 4-piece set. Maybe you're in the process of working for it, because obviously the 2-piece fragment will not do anything for you. But you farmed for Arlecchino, so you had some spare pieces, and you wanted to finish your Farina build is what I'm guessing. So obviously, equip what you have, because this one has a Hydra. This one's a Hydra Goblet, and then you have a crit damage circlet, which has some HP and a little bit of crit rate, which you already are good in crit rate. So yeah. Farina, what? Farina, official. I was gonna say Oz, but I stopped myself and I said the wrong character. Anyways, this is an unfinished build, or just maybe you took it off her. But attack, try to find electro damage, and yeah, that's pretty much all. Like, I don't know if you're gonna go for Golden Troop, which is what you would prefer, but yeah. This is not a finished build, so I can't really say too much about it. And this one's probably not finished either, or yeah, she's naked. Okay, so yep. I don't know if you care about Hu Tao or you don't use her as much. So if you don't, you can pull this thing to D-Luke and then try to find just any sort of pyro or Crimson Witch plume just to have a little bit more stuff. And then attack percentage on, Crimson Witch is the last thing you need. So, okay. I think that's all for this account. Has some work to do, but it's just fine. You're a lower level. And wish you the best of luck if you intend to improve these characters that are on the showcase. So yeah, let's go to the next account. Alrighty, moving on to the next account. So I'm a bit concerned about what's about to pop up because this account has been last updated 140 days ago. So maybe nothing will change, but if something does change, I hope I'm not going to be having to review 30 characters. So let's find out. Okay, got some improved builds, or at least some stuff has changed over the last 140 days. Husbando Collector, so I'm guessing all the dudes should have better builds than the women. So let's see that. Your best build, a Rasley C1 with this weapon, which is fine. It's a good stat stick. Balance CV could be a little bit more crit rate if you're melting, but otherwise crit value is fine. I like the C1. Triple Crown, very nice. EM main stat here. So you will be you are intending to melt. Maybe a little bit more crit rate in case you need that, but otherwise he's strong. You're good. Nivelette, just on first glance, the crit value is already good enough. Triple Crown is nice. HP, I like that. Yeah, everything is looking pretty good here as well. I think the only thing that could improve from here is if you ever want C1, because I really love C1 on Nivelette. But otherwise, if you don't care, then this is just fine. Mavrika. We got a 100% crit ratio with 200 crit damage. That's already a good start. No EM waste or no ER wasted stats. You have a lot of EM. That's already good. So 300 EM. So you have 6 EM rolls. Main stat here. 213 CV. I think relatively low attack. Attack is hit twice, but otherwise it's just fine. If you have like C2 Shalonen or C0, it's just fine. Bennett, and yeah, you'll have a lot of attack. Arlecchino. Good crit rate, good crit damage, a little bit of EM, so if you're using Overload, then that EM doesn't really need to be used. But otherwise, it looks good on our 4-piece set. You got a good one of the wrong set, which is funny. 4 rolls into crit, 4 rolls into crit again, 3 rolls, another 3, but it's a non-set goblet, which helps out. And a pretty decent circlet. Got some crit rate and attack percentage. So nice. Then we got Al-Haytham. So triple crowned as well. Let me just check all the dudes. Triple crowned dude here. Mavrika is double crowned. She's triple crowned. Wait, no. How did I go to Al-Haytham? No, I tabbed out. Let me go. I looked away and I looked back and I forgot where it was. So let's just not skip the 2 people in between Al-Haytham and Arlecchino. All right, my bad. 200 plus CV, good ER with a Favonius. I'm stuttering. I've been yapping for however many hours now, but we got well balanced stuff, but the crit value is just fine. She's not the main DPS of the team, most likely, so that she can help out other characters. So you have enough crit for Favonius procs, R5, with crit damage, pretty decent. Otherwise, it's good. HP is fine. 2 rolls in HP. It could be a little bit higher, but it's okay. Child. Triple crowned C1 with the Scoured Harp. Lots of crit rate. Relatively low in the crit damage, and you are maybe working on a set. You took his stuff from him, or you're fine with the 2-piece. Just for crit value wise, it's good. Like all this CV is very nice to see. Roll value is looking pretty good too on some of them. But yeah, this is just fine. Nothing really too much to say about it. Maybe a little bit more crit damage and whatever set you want. Maybe Heart of Depth and then 2-piece Noblesse or something. I don't really care about 4-piece Heart of Depth because he doesn't really do too much damage on his own. So I just like kind of buff the burst a little bit because it feels better. But yeah. Now we can go to Al-Haytham. Black Sword. The leaderboards are off the Wolfang, but it's obviously not here. Good crit rate. Low crit damage, but it's fine. He'll be critting. What could be adjusted? Maybe a crit damage circlet is all you really need to swap out and see how that goes. But otherwise, crit value is roughly 30 to 20 down. Yeah, it looks fine. Yeah. These pieces are fine. I think the only thing for improvement is to swap out for crit damage and maybe get a little bit more crit rate through a little bit substats here from one of the pieces. Not sure which one, but yeah. 10 crit rate, 6. So yeah, 5, 3. Maybe a little bit, but otherwise, you're probably fine. Skirk is on her set along with her signature weapon, C0 R1. Let's see how you're lucky you were. So 70 crit rate, which means you have 85 with Crow Resonance, 30 CV. Like overall, like averages 30 plus. This one's a very nice goblet, and pretty. Oh no, there's no attack, so this one's okay. Otherwise, you got only 1% or 1 attack percentage substat, and 23 crit substats. So could be. It's fine. I mean, it's a good crit ratio on paper. Just Akasha doesn't seem to like it. Ignore that. If you're killing things, you'll be just fine. You'll be happy. Arataki Ito. Pretty good crit ratio. Good crit rate. Decent crit damage, along with the decent ER. I'm surprised you didn't level up Ushi, because I like how hard Ushi hits. Ushi hits pretty hard. Come on. Okay, I don't know. Up to you. Otherwise, balance around 30 average, and then these last ones are whatever. They have... Yeah, these ones are fine. This one's an onset defense goblet, so obviously geo damage is more preferred, but it is what it is. Is this a 5-piece? Yes, it is. So, if you have a geo damage goblet lying around, go ahead. But otherwise, I don't know. Chlorind, Blackcliff Longsword on decent crit rate. It'll be 86 with her passive, so it's fine. 197 crit damage with some ER. EM, main stat here. Do the leaderboards do that for aggravate? They don't. Okay. So that might not be preferred for her because of that, but working with what you got, pretty good onset goblet to help out a bit. So you can equip this. But otherwise, for quicken teams, quick bloom combos, maybe attack will be just better. But I don't know if you have an extra one lying around. Probably not, since it's not here. But yeah, anyways, this one's just going to be HP very quick. I have not seen Archaic Petra in years. I don't think I have a single artifact of that. But yeah, Archaic Petra. Just a bunch of HP. That's all you really need to see. Soup. Unfinished build, so I'm not going to say anything about it. Or maybe you just stole something from him. Probably a crit rate circlet. And yeah. Nothing much to say. These things are average around like 20 to 30 CV. So it's got some ER, 3 attack, and yeah. Alright. So there we go. Not too shabby. AR-60, they clear the Abyss. They clear roughly all the other content, so that's fine. Gets the job done. So yeah. Let's go to the next account. Alright. Moving on to the next account, is that they state that they focus a lot only on one character because they are still a beginner. So they are AR-55. I will update this just in case they had an upgrade. There is. So Farina is their main focus as it shows. We will see how that is as their main, the main one that they're working on. So I don't know why they keep putting Farina on the 2 leaderboards simultaneously. Whatever. It's the same one. So from here, we got a R5 pipe. So that's good. Her crit rate's a little bit high for what the crit damage offers. So maybe you can swap out of something. But otherwise, good start so far. So we can do, yeah, just like HP is good. ER is already pretty good for the weapon. And then we got, yeah, what could be added maybe is this crit rate circlet could have crit damage in the future just because there's none. But yeah, as for what you're doing, it's pretty good. If you want some guaranteed buffs, you'll have to farm the talent levels. That's all I really got to say for that. That's a good way to begin there. So if you do that, help out, increase your team's damage and stuff. And yeah. Arlecchino, 4-piece of her signature set. A pretty good ratio for what your level has. 68, 190. So 30 CV, 20, 33. 0 on the onset goblet. It's not maxed yet, but the thing is that it lets you be able to use this sands, which is probably one of your better ones because, yeah. So level 9 talent too. So that's good. You can crown it if you want, but if it's too expensive, you can focus on Farina's talents. Oh, screen. Okay. So yeah, that's fine. Now this is a very, very good circlet, I just realized. 17% crit rate on that with a little bit of attack. So that's where all the crit rate, helps out from. So that's great. Yeah, I like that. So if you had an onset goblet with like just a little bit of crit, like maybe 6% crit rate, it would look even prettier. But otherwise, it gets the job done for what your level is. That's great. Sing Cho. Crit value is low, so I'm not going to look too deeply into that. He has a lot of ER, and he has Sacrificial Sword. He will help out with the Hydra application, so you don't really have to worry about too much about crits. Crits are nice, but if you don't care, then it's just fine. So, this is good. This is good for what you got. If you want to do Farina, Sing Cho, Arlecchino for double Hydro, that's just fine. You'll have plenty of particles for the Hydra characters. Jean, once again, will be simple, but the artifacts are not max, so I can't say too much about it. She just needs to, have healing stuff, so whatever. This is unfinished, and it's on Gladiators, so no big deal. Maybe you don't use her. You just wanted to showcase her that you have her. So yeah. Shangling, these artifacts are not leveled up, so whenever you're done with your other characters and go to Shangling, I can't say much right now. Just go follow the recommendations and stuff, and I wish you the best of luck. Arlecchino, my bad, Mavrika is on her signature set. A little bit of ER here as the main stat, but it's not done yet, so I can't say too much. If you get a EM or attack sands here, you will have a decent build because that's 70 crit rate from what this is baseline, which is fine for being an unfinished build. But yeah, this could be maxed out. Maybe there's no CV, never mind. Deja vu. Hopefully you get some pyro goblets in the future that have some sort of crit. But yeah, just pretty much all I gotta say is just continue doing what you're doing. I think you're on the right path, and things will be fine. 27 stars with the Abyss, that's even pretty good too. So yeah, can't say anything too much against this. So yeah, this is good account. You're waiting for Sitlali for your Mavrika and maybe Arlecchino teams. So best of luck on that. She's a very easy character to build, so that really helps out with the resin efficiency for your time and resources. So sweet. Anyways, hopefully that was good enough help. So let's go to the next account. All right, so this person states that they are very proud of their account. So let's see what they're proud of. I think I will look at maybe just the first row with relative in-depth oversight, because these are a lot of characters, and I don't want the video to be like 5.5 to 6 hours long. It could be just that. I don't know, but we'll find out. So anyways, let's just get straight to this. They clear all content in the game. So that's already, they play a lot. So this is a very good build. Started off with a 50 CV artifact, which has attack percentage, a little bit of ER. So these are all very nice. 40 CV onset sands. Onset goblet is very nice too, with some EM and stuff. Surprised the roll value is low though, but yeah. Pretty good circlet, just for crit value, and a pretty decent plume. With some attack percentage to help out a bit. So this is a good build. Wonder if you plan to get her signature eventually, but if you don't, gets the job done on its own. Maybe if you have Oh, it's even better with the Jade Spear. So, okay. Alright. Nouvellette. C0 Widsith. Crowned. 100% crit rate. Basically, rounding up. I don't really care. Overall crit value is good. 211. I'm gonna be relative in depth. Or relatively. Let's not get too carried away with talking about each character. This looks good. I don't think I have really much to say. Like, maybe I don't have to say too much about the powerful characters because the players know what they're doing to make these characters this strong. So I don't really have to say, like, okay, maybe get a little bit more crit damage, a little bit more HP here. Nah. If it kills things, they're happy. So, there we go. This is a good build. Can't really say too much against it. Especially just top 1%. Like, that's already in the good threshold. If they ask for insight for improvements, then I could do that. But otherwise, we're just hanging out. This is a very good crit ratio on this Raiden. So if you intend to get C2 or C3, I hope you best of luck on that. Hopefully just C2 because C1 is kind of like you're halfway there. But yeah, this is a very good build. 4 roll, 4 roll, 4 roll, 3, and then yeah. So this is like overall good crit. 244 CV. That's your highest CV on your account. So yeah, this is already really nice to see. I don't think I really have much to say about it. You're doing good. You're in the right position. Ayaka, 4-piece Marechaussee Hunter for the new premium team. Gets the job done. I think that's roughly 100% crit rate because of Marechaussee Hunter plus Cryo Resonance. So we're good. Crowned Burst. And yeah, you're good. You have 2 rolls into attack and none into ER. So if Shenhe and Escoffier give you enough ER or enough particles, you're good to go. You probably are good to go because you could probably skill twice to 3 times before you're in a rotation, before you can really need to burst again. 20 cooldown. Just twice, I guess. But like if you maybe start off a rotation with it and then use your supports, you'll probably be able to do another one. And that's just really help you out a bit. So maybe you don't need the energy recharge. Who knows? Wriothesley, Vape Melt. So Elemental Mastery is already a good start. EM main stat here with you have 6 attack percentage substats, which is nice. You got pretty good CV overall, nearly 100 crit rate and pretty good crit damage. No crowns, but still pretty strong. Don't have too much to say much about that. I will only notice if an artifact really stands out above the other ones. This vape build is exactly the same as the skill one. They just keep double downing on. Like if I were to go on my own count, if I refresh, do I have two? No, it's ranking by C2. Never mind. I thought I was gonna have 2 Farina builds here because they just double down. So this is good. Relatively lower on the energy recharge, but it is signature. At least you have the ER main stat here. That's very important. So maybe on the circlet, since you have basically no crit value here, you get a replacement with like the same amount of rolls you got onto that EM with energy recharge to help out to get 180, 190, maybe even 200. That'll help out a bit. But otherwise, unless your ER is just fine, I don't know. Like for me, I don't think that would be enough. I'd like making my Farina universal to where I don't have to worry about swapping around too much. Like I had a Jade Cutter build for double Hydro, and then I had a Favonius build for universal solo Hydro. Now I just use Favonius everywhere, so I don't have to worry about that. Because yeah, but if this is enough for you, then you have nothing to worry about. Jean will be quick, ER attack, crit damage, but yeah, you have enough crit rate to proc Fav, and you're good to go. A lot of ER, some attack. It's Jean. Very simple. Slingshot on official gives you crit rate. Okay, good crit rate. It's ranking it by Polar Star, but otherwise, 4-piece Golden Troop. It's fine. It's pretty good. Some good CVs here. This one's the weak link, but that's all you got. A lot of crit rate here and some crit rate here. A little bit of EM. 5 rolls into EM and 24 into crit. 1 ER. No attack substats, but that's fine, I guess. Probably. Morlani. with Widsith, 100% crit rate, double crowned, good crit damage, good HP. You have 7 HP percentage substats, which is nice. And 21 rolls to crit. A little bit of ER. This is pretty good. I like it. I don't think there's too much to change about it. I'm guessing just to get better artifacts to compete because it's only 5% somehow. But yeah, it is what it is. D-Luke with the red... Oh, no, it's Red Horde leaderboards, but it's Blackcliff. Okay. So, 188 CV, 8 rolls into EM, 1 into attack, and then 19 into crit. So, your crit ratio is fine. Gets the job done. Maybe if you use Shan Yun, you get a little bit more crit rate, but I don't know if you have it or not. But if you do, helps out a little bit. Relatively lower talents, though, so I don't know if you use them that much. You just kind of have this set on him. So, yeah. Nahida is EM crit damage, and then the crit damage, the EM will convert into enough crit rate to function well. This is fine. I don't need to say too much about this. It's good. It's Nahida, very simple to build. Mavuika, 95 crit rate with good crit damage, no wasted elemental, no wasted ER. Pretty good EM with the main stat and the 5 substats, 2 attack, 23 crit. So this is good. Yeah, it's C1, so maybe if you plan to get C2, you'll blow things up no matter what they are. So sweet. Xingqiu, okay crit value, but it is emblem with high ER. That's pretty much all you really need on him. He's crowned. Sweet. Farina, same build. Don't want to say it again. I forgot her name. Emily. My bad. Emily. Pretty good crit value all around the board. 200 plus, which is good. And level 8 talents with okay energy recharge, but this weapon gives you a bit more. So that's fine. You are doing just fine here. 50 energy oh, 50. Wow. Okay. I guess she just doesn't generate many particles for herself. So this is fine. This is just gets the job done. Akasha doesn't seem to like it, but it's because you have a low crit rate. That's pretty much it. Akasha loves having 90 crit rate. 97, yeah. Tainari, C1, so 87 crit rate with that activated, which is always activated on discharge attacks. Viridescent Hunt is ranking it by a signature, which you cannot get unless you wait for a chronicled banner, whenever that may be again. Good EM, relatively low attack, but he just wants EM more than that, so it's fine. Otherwise, crit value is pretty well balanced, so can't really say too much against this. Shangling, good crit value, I'd say, with 12%, so 75, with decent crit damage. A lot of ER, crowned, it's Shangling. We get the idea, I think. 7 EM rolls, which is very nice, honestly, very nice. And then Kaching. Blackcliff, we got decent crit rate. It'll be like 79 with her pass. I think she gets 15 after bursting. It doesn't show her passive here, but yeah. That's I think so. This one is not even maxed out yet, so if it is going to be maxed out, it could roll crit one more time. You never know. Best of luck if it does. And your circlet's not done yet, so you'll get guaranteed more crit rate. So your crit rate's actually going to be pretty good. If these artifacts are maxed out, you might get one more roll in crit damage, one more into crit damage again. Who knows? And this one's not maxed out either. Okay, you have... Wait, is that one not maxed? How much HP is on it? Almost 4. Oh, yeah. This thing could use... Is it not maxed? Wait, what am I looking at? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it needs one more roll. There's a 4-liner. So yeah, if these artifacts are maxed out, then you're good to go. If they hit crit, even better. Tenacity of the Millilith, White Tassel, just HP with a Geo sitting in there. So it's nothing too much to say. He just happens to roll 27 crit damage here. Probably didn't want it. It's got like the arrow-shaped chart here. But yeah, this is pretty good. I mean, it's Zhongli. Don't really have much to say. Just get some HP and maybe Geo damage, but yeah. Especially with White Tassel, you just need HP. Oh, wait, white tassel, I just realized. It's not black tassel. Never mind. Huh. Well, I don't know what you're planning to do. Maybe this is a hybrid. He doesn't need base attack problem. I mean, if you want to nuke with him, kind of, you do. But whatever you is your plan, it's the leaderboards are based off of Homa. So I don't know what the plan is here. Navia. 4-piece golden troop. Leaderboards do not like that for some reason. Because that is a good set. But maybe it's doing the math assuming that you're on the field for too long. But you probably won't be in normal gameplay. But whatever. This is like, oh, 2 seconds. Wait, no. So you get 20% baseline, and then you get 25% more, and then you get 25% more. So you still have a 45% skill damage bonus just by existing. So that's still pretty good. But all right, good crit rate, good crit damage, relatively low ER, but should get the job done if you have Favonius procs. If you have any, I don't think there are. Maybe you're slacking, but we'll see. I don't know. Otherwise, it's fine. Well-balanced build. Oops. Mono. Dea, 4-piece emblem, C1. Everybody has C1 Dea. I don't. Because this game doesn't like me. But oh well. Double HP. Which may be tanking the ranking on this, but yeah. If you have enough damage percent, maybe you're okay, but yeah. It's just simple little Dea build. Decent crit value. Then we got Varesa C1R1, level 9 talent. New set, decent crit value. Good crit rate. Could be a little bit more crit damage, but this is the new set, so I'm not going to say too much about it. So overall, crit value, 200. Pretty good. Just if you're working to improve it because of Skirk right here, best of luck. Escoffier C1R1, level 8 talents. Good crit value. Pretty good ER. I mean, decent ER. Decent for this. But if you're using the Skirk premium team, you'll barely just make it, I think. Maybe on some enemies you won't get your burst, but you just need to... You don't need to fret over that. I think it'll be just fine. So, yeah. 30 CV. Yeah, this is good. So, that's probably that. Then we got Tartaglia. Relatively lower crit rate. But because everyone likes to dog on this guy for not critting. So if you crit, then maybe you're just fine. 4-piece Heart of Depth. Good crit value. Pretty good crit value overall. 200 plus on the entire build. Game just doesn't like... Kasha just doesn't like your crit rate. That's pretty much it. Kazuha. All you need is just triple EM, which you do have. Relatively decent EM. And a good ER, though. That's better than most, so that's fine. Gets the job done. Zyphus Moon Knight, you get a little bit more ER from that as well, so yeah. Sweet. And Skirk. So you got all the good pieces for Varesa, but looks like your Skirk is where it's struggling. But where? Because the crit ratio looks fine. 1 attack substat. 22 wasted ER. I guess that's pretty much it. Maybe you just need more crit rate because people love having crit. 79. I guess not. Okay, well. Guess you just need a boatload of attack. Yeah, the person who was rank 1 had 2300. Damn. 9 attack percentage rolls? Yeah, okay, I see where it is. Alright. I see. Anyways, hopefully that was good. There we go. Pretty good. Pretty good account. That's the person who was proud of their account. The top characters are pretty nice. You have 150 CV artifact, which is nice. Not many people have those. So, alrighty. So let's move to the next account and see how it is. All right, moving on to this one. Let's just refresh the page in case they change something. Yeah, this thing popped up. Okay. Double Farina again, I think. Yep, Farina's here twice. Whenever you use the pipe, I guess. So, starters, a very good Escoffier. which has some good CV. I mean, actually lower CV, but has high crit rate, some crit damage. Maybe I should try to get my Escoffier with a deathmatch and see how the leaderboards like that. That sounds like a good idea. Maybe I'll give that a try. One moment. Well, okay. It seems to have paid off. Alrighty. I'll take that. Wait, no. Top 85% or top 85. Whatever. Okay. Moving on. Let's go back to the actual showcase. Where was I? I was on here, right? This is a good build. Very good. Especially for being such a high ranking. So, yeah. Nothing really much to say. It's good as Scoffia. So yeah, let's check out the nuke Lisa. 4-piece Thundering Fury. Pretty decent crit value. And yeah. You don't really see C6 Lisas anywhere, so I respect it. Gotta respect that. Don't know if anything gives her crit rate. I don't think so. But yeah. Swirl Kazuha. Double crowned C1, good EM, and relatively low ER. So, but otherwise, probably should get the job done. I like the EM here. But yeah, all right. Ayaka freeze on the classic Blizzard Strayer set, so hasn't been up to Maréchal Hunter, but double crowned. That's probably enough crit rate. Crowd resonance plus the I think 80% from the set. Yeah, so. Is it? No, it's. I'm not. No, not 80. 40%. 40%. That would be way too broken if it was 80. 40%. Which plus 15. So yeah. So yeah, looks good. Nothing much to say. This is a classic character. 3 rolls into ER, relatively good. 8 attack and then 22 into crit. So yeah, we're looking good. Linny. Good crit rate, pretty much. I'll round up to, 100% crit rate. Good crit damage. Some ER is always valuable. And 7 rolls into attack percentage. That's good. I like that. Triple crown. You really like the character, so nothing much to say against that. It's good. You're doing good. Where are we? Shenhe. This one's a bit easy. Just look for attack percentage and ER. 3 into attack, 11 into ER. Good. That's nice. Probably needs more ER because Shenhe is Shenhe, but yeah. Otherwise, yeah, we're looking good. Nilou, probably just a bunch of HP, right? HP. Some HP, flat HP, flat HP. Energy recharge, a lot of ER too, wow. But Favonia's sword is here because Nilou doesn't really need any other weapon unless you have her, an HP sword. So Favonia's is just fine. Gives her burst faster if you ever care. But yeah. Morlani with the ring, the buildable, with nearly 100 crit rate and close to 200. So that's good. Crown skill, plenty of HP, 6 rolls into HP percentage, 2 in EM, and 22 into crit total. These are good pieces. I like that. I don't need to go too in depth. Nice HP on the circlet though. So yeah, this is a very good flower though. All right. Nice. That's very nice. Ganyu, haven't seen one of those in a while. It's similar to one of my older builds, roughly, because like I utilize her passive to where she gets like what 20 crit rate after charge attacking, so 70%, but still it misses. So I try to, because typically you like vaping or melting with her. I don't really ever play freeze Ganyu unless I'm just playing her as a burst support. Then I would swap the build to something else. But yeah, otherwise. 70 crit rate with good crit damage, a bit of EM, good attack with the 4 attack rolls and 2 in EM rolls and 26 crit rolls. I like that. That's good. And this is the same Farina one as earlier, so I'm not going to look at it again. Al-Haytham, okay crit rate. I prefer a little bit more, but if that's enough for you, then gets the job done. He is crowned. And then a decent energy recharge. Relatively good EM. Got where is the EM? Wait, is there no EM subset? Okay. Well, so that's baseline EM with the Sands and his Ascension stat. So, okay. I see. And but otherwise 200 plus CV, which is always good. And should get the job done. It's all hit them. It's fun. Mavrika Melt, Serpent Spine, close to 100 crit rate, good crit damage. Just 18% wasted stats, but that's fine. Didn't get many 8 EM substats, but at least you have the Sands to help out with that. You have 7 attack percentage substats, which is nice and helpful. And 20 crit substats. So, very nice. Very nice indeed. For people like, for people like these accounts where they clear the Abyss, they clear the Theater, and they cleared Stygian Onslaught on Fearless with a pretty decent score. I don't really need to say too much to them unless they ask, because their accounts are already strong. So yeah. Finale of the Deep, Chlorind, 80% crit rate with her passive activated, 181 crit damage, so that's good. No crit weapon, so that's nice. 204 crit value overall. You got 7 attack percent subs. 2 in EM in case you care about Aggravate, Quicken. But if you play your Overload, then those don't matter. But the attack does, so 21 in crit. That's nice. Crowned. Can't go wrong with this. So, good to go. This is where the builds are getting more probably neglected or not finished. So, let's be rough here. Or not, just be very subtle. Not too much to say here. This is a good build. I'll be very brief. This is a 5-roll. This is very nice. But it's a low crit rate one, which Akash doesn't like. But otherwise, if it's enough crit rate for you, then you're good. Arlecchino Overload, I think the same thing. It's probably just lower crit rate. The top ones have like 90 or 100 actually. Okay. Yeah. So this is fine. 75 crit rate's already good enough for me, roughly. I like to go 80 nowadays because I've been playing for so long, but 75 is just fine. 206 crit damage, fine. Looks pretty having this ratio. Energy recharge, a little bonus, probably not needed. A little bit of EM in case you play her with Melt or Vaporize. That's fine. Pretty good attack. You got 3 attack percent substats, 3 EM, and 24 crit. Pretty good. I keep going here because it's like boxed out for new. I thought I'm on it. A lot of ER on Venti. I'm just going to be brief here. Yeah, it's just Venti. A lot of ER. So he'll have his burst. Even though this is overkill, it's sweet. Cool. Nahida, EM, not 1000 EM. That's all I gotta say. A little bit here, a little bit there. So yeah, these are the 40 CVs close, roughly. C2, double crowned, nice. Don't really need to care too much about that because she's just the support. Skirk, your profile picture, and not the banner. I don't know who that is. Double crowned, pretty good crit ratio because you get 15 plus whatever the wolf fang gives. Unless it doesn't matter because this is normal tax and this is not buffing your normal tax crit rate. So it's just kind of there. But it's ranking from Haran. So crit value wise, you're looking pretty good. 1 attack substat, that's probably where the game doesn't like it. Or Kasha. And a little bit more crit rate. Because people have like rank 1 has, why is he B? What is B? What is the B server? Okay. Who are you? A lot of crit rate. 100% crit rate because of the fact that you have crowd resonance. 10 into attack. Wow. And 27 into crit. That is a powerful skirk. C6, C1, R1. Oh yeah. You are a strong skirk. White Tassel, Emily. Then we got pretty well balanced CV all around the board. It just held back by the circlet. But it has a lot of ER, which helps out her a bit, because that's all the ER on the build. So, it's fine. You need that ER, go ahead. Crit rate's a little bit low for my liking, but it's fine. And this one's probably not even finished. Yeah, just a bunch of other pieces. No big deal to look at here. So, yeah, all right. Pretty good. That's a pretty good account. I like it. You have some strong characters and very strong Scoffia, so nothing much to say. So, yeah, let's go to the last EU account before we go to Asia. So yeah, let's go. All right, the last EU account. Luckily, it's a small one. I like that, so I don't have to go too in depth. Let's refresh just in case. There is a new option here, so yeah, that's good that I did that. So we got a 300 crit damage C1R1 Nouvellette with 90 like 1 crit rate. So that's pretty good. 52 CV on the flower. Very, very good. With HP percentage. That should be very high roll value, right, game? 770% roll value. Perfect. So, yeah, this is very sublime. Yes, you're only 50 CV artifact. A 4 roll again. Another 4 roll. And a 28 CV onset with HP percentage. So, it's very good, too. 610 roll value. And a lot of HP and some crit rate. The only thing holding you back is crit rate. Otherwise, you'd be a very strong Nouvelle. But when you're critting, which you should be most of the time, you'll be hitting pretty hard. Probably 120k per tick is my guess. Maybe not. Maybe 100%, 100k. Well, depending on your supports. Maybe you don't have Farina. You have Farina. Maybe you have Shalona too. You have Sitlali. You may not have Kazuha. But yeah. You should be maybe doing a lot of damage. C0. That doesn't really matter. So yeah, good build. Mavwika, top 1% as well. So 100% crit rate, good crit damage, a lot of EM. 4 into attack rolls, 6 into EM, and 25 in crit rolls. Very nice. Nothing really bad to say about this. Any good roll values? Some relatively high ones, none of the blues, none of the 800s, but yeah, very nice. And Favonia's sword, a good crit rate, decent ER, but if you're doing double hydro, then you're just fine. Double crowned, and your Favonia's procs will help out a little bit. If you're doing solo hydro, you might struggle a little bit just because you might miss some Favonia stuff, but if you're playing with Nouvelle, you're good to go. So 220 CV in the entire build with 6 HP rolls, 3 ER rolls, and 24 in crit rolls. That's good. That's pretty good. For an AR 58, that's good. And official, C6, not crowned, stringless, and we got a decent crit ratio. Could use a little bit more crit rate, but the crit ratio is already good for being a non-crit Ascension character, along with a non-crit weapon. So 30 CV average all over these ones, and then this one's a low one, and this one is fine because it's a circlet. But I think it's pretty good. Could be improved slightly, but no big deal. It's just fine. She's not the main DPS. She's a sub DPS that can help with elemental reactions with Dendro and other stuff like that. Taser, whatever you may need. It's fine. Jean, simply put, triple attack, and HP energy recharge substats. Prototype Rancor might just be equipped for the base attack, but this isn't really preferred. But you do you. So yeah. All right, Kanich. This is the reason why he's lower ranking because his crit rate's really low. 77 for this set will be lower in the standards of Akasha, but otherwise crit value is good. The attack is 5 into here, 22 crit. This is pretty good for overall that. You don't care about his burst, it seems. Or you're very resource efficient. So you only care about this because that's where his damage really comes from. Fine. Okay. Yeah, this is a strong Kanich when he crits, so just make sure he is. But otherwise, yeah. Maybe a crit rate circlet will fix that problem without any issues, so yeah. And then you have to get rid of nope, you don't need to get rid of any artifacts. Just switch this to crit rate and you're good to go. Shangling, very simple. Relatively lower on the crit rate. It'll be 61, but that might be fine for you. You got the good constellation. You are crowned. You got plenty of ER. You got 3 rolls into EM, 4 into attack, and 15 into crit. So, like, it's fine. It's Shangling. No big deal. And then Zhongli is just HP. So, HP, 10% here. And this one's not even done yet. So, yeah. Anyways, I think that marks the end for the EU section. We got just a handful for Asia, and we could finally wrap up this video. So, yeah. See you there. Alrighty, starting the last section of the video. What we're gonna be doing, well, we have just a handful left, so this section shouldn't be like an hour and a half to 2 hours. It'll be just like an hour maximum, maybe 45 minutes if we're lucky, if the accounts are small. But let's see how this is. So first account, they state that I could review their account if I want. I'm gonna be reviewing everyone that puts their UID because I want to review everyone so that no one feels left out. So they have a decent Alhaitham and Arlecchino, and their main is probably Arlecchino and Nuvolette, but soon they'll be maining Nahida. They're farming Nahida right now, so Nahida's a work in progress, so it's not done yet, as you could see. But yeah. Let's check out the builds. So Alhaitham, so if you use him in a normal team that doesn't have Farina, he'll be full HP, so his crit rate is good. His crit rate is very good. So I like that. Good crit rate, good EM, because you have 7 EM substats, 2 in attack, and 23 into crit. So this is very nice. 213 CV. Crowned. Can't go wrong with this. I have nothing really to say. This is your best build, I'm guessing. So yeah, I like this. This is good. Your top ranking one as well. So, and good ER. Chlorind will be 83 with her passive. Finale of the Deep, R3. Crowned C0 with pretty good crit damage for not having a crit weapon. So this is good. So crit value above 200. That's already a good start. And overall, everything's looking pretty good. This is a pretty good, this is a very good goblet as well. So, yeah. I like that. Yeah, looks good. So you AR 59, and so you do clear all the content. You obviously don't clear Fearless of Stygian Onslaught, but that's the main thing of having the amount of characters to do that are strong enough. Like, you get a lot of, maybe a few trial characters, Imaginary Theater. You do fully clear that, which is nice. But the Stygian Onslaught's a whole different story, so I don't blame you. So, Nouvellette, crowned C1 with Tome, with 100 crit rate, which is good because every other Nouvellette I've been seeing so far pretty much have like 45 to 50, which is enough to kill things, but I like having everything crit when I use Maréchal the Hunter, so this is great. I like this. Okay ER, but he gets ER from the weapon or just energy, so that's fine. With Farina, if you do have Farina, I don't know if you do. I don't know if you said that, but if you do, then that helps with particles. But relatively lower CV, but you have 11 into HP, some ER, so yeah, good HP substats, 43k, double HP here, so this is nice. He'll be killing things. Arlecchino, Vortex Vanquisher. Okay, so this is a very high CV build because I thought this build was like with the signature or something, but no, Vortex Vanquisher may be a silly weapon, but it has no crit. So this build is no crit. So for starters, this is a good piece. I'm gonna look at them one by one. Good crit value. The other stats aren't too much. ER may be useful, but yeah, good crit rate, a little bit of crit damage, some EM, just all the EM on the build in case you do vaporizes. But if you do overload with Chevy, then EM is not needed. Good CV on the sands. It's 30 plus. Other stats aren't needed, but that's all you really need. Onset Goblet, it's okay, but it's onset, which is fine. Gives you the ability to have all this crit rate. Because crit rate's still on the low end, but at least you have a lot despite, you know, all of this. A lot of crit rate here. And the rest of the stats aren't needed, but crit rate's nice. So I don't know what you could change. Maybe just have a better on piece. Because everything has good crit rate. So I think you just need to have crazy crit rate on the onset goblet. Maybe craft it. I don't know. But otherwise, if the build's strong enough, then you're good to go for you. For what you need. If Arlecchino is killing things, you're good to go. Or if you get a signature weapon, then you don't have to worry about anything I just said. You can just, you know, improve her just with that. Signature weapon, Jade Spear, if you get that off the standard banner, that's good too. Whatever suits you the most, or whatever just happens to come your way. So, yeah. Then we got Mavrika with the title Shadow, and we got good EM with that. So we have 5 EM substats, 2 into attack, and 22 into crit. Decent crit rate, not quite 100% as I would desire, but 89 is probably just enough for you. Double crowned, good crit damage with no crit weapon, so 213 CV. You're doing pretty good. I like this. She'll be killing things no matter what, even if she doesn't crit. She's powerful. So yeah. So official C3, unfortunately not C6, but it is what it is. Things happen. 4 stars are annoying. Another Amospo official. Am I looking at the same account? Like, that's the third one of the video. Maybe I should equip my Amospo on official. Who knows? Is that the meta? But I mean, ranking. The ranking is by Polar Star, so you get crit rate through that. But obviously, the build itself doesn't have the crit rate. But yeah, 11% with Polar Star, but crit value is fine. Lower crit rate, but if you have like a crit weapon, then it'll help out a bit. But otherwise, crit value seems pretty decent. This one could be improved because it avoided crit like the plague. Unfortunately, I feel bad for that, but. Official is not the main DPS, so if she gets the job done by adding electro application and stuff like that to your team, then you're good to go. El Hatham. Not El Hatham. My fault. Tainari. Slingshot. He's rocking... Yeah, Slingshot, you get more damage if you're really hugging the enemies. So, which you probably are. C1, so you have, 74% crit rate. I think everyone has a C1 Tainari, it seems like, nowadays. So... EM Sands. So attack is very low because of that, because this is low base attack, but you have a lot of EM through that. 3 substats, 6 into attack percentage actually, so that helps out a bit. You got 18 rolls into crit, which is fine. Relatively low crit value overall, but gets the job done, I bet. It's Tainari. I think he's fine. I don't know how much you use him compared to the rest, but he's a good alternative option. Scoffier should be simple. Enough crit rate to proc Fav. And yeah, this one's not finished, this piece. Unfortunately, dodge crit, so you probably are. Unfortunately, you're probably mad about that. As long as you have good ER, which you do, and I think you're good to go. So yeah, yeah, nothing really else to say here. Beto, I don't know how much you use Beto. She's only C1, so C2 is her important constellation, but relatively lower ER for her, I think, because she's very energy hungry, 80 cost. But this is unfinished, so I can't say too much about it. The rest is probably unfinished too, but let's take a peek. Well, actually, no, this cause I think is done. So, very good ER with Sacrificial Sword, and then pretty good EM. So, this gets the job done. You're only losing a diminishing amount of returns of damage percent by losing like just a few percentages, which can help increase your damage, but if you need Kazuha's burst, and especially having the extra skill, because you're going to be hitting multiple enemies with Kazuha, so you most likely will be proccing Sacrificial every single time you need it. You'll have his burst more often if you need more elemental application, or double swirling, or something for elemental, yeah, just stuff like that. I was about to say the same thing twice. It's good. I like this. Sunfire Jean, this is unfinished. Well, actually, maybe you're getting instructors. You're planning to get instructors on her? I don't know. This is unfinished, so I'm not going to say anything about it. Xingqiu is unfinished as well, because there's a cryo goblet here, so not going to say anything about that, because it's not done yet. And Nahida is your work in progress, so you're farming artifacts for her. You're probably going for a hybrid, so EM here, maybe another EM or Dendro. You're rocking Dendro, so it could be EM, Dendro, crit rate. Max this out, and then get these ones done and see how that goes. And then your Nahida should be good to go. So yeah. It's just a few works in progress, but a few really good builds. So otherwise, yeah. Anyways, that's a pretty good account. I like that. So let's hopefully appreciate the review. Let's go to the next one. Alrighty, so on to the next account. This person states that they would like a review, as I will do that, and it is a free to play account, and they hope it surprises me. Well, first of all, the first thing that surprises me is not the Arlecchino, but it's the Kokomi ranking. So I just go with the bare minimum with Kokomi because she just gets the job done. But hey, Kokomi rankings, all right. Who is the rank 1 Kokomi? Who are you? A bunch of HP, a little bit of ER, bunch of HP, bunch of attack, bunch of HP, and bunch of HP. Wow. C6R1. Okay, let's just, we're getting sidetracked. What if we go backwards for once? I haven't bothered going backwards. We'll start here. This will be like the quick reviews. This one's an unfinished build, so I'm not going to say anything about wait, hold up. 10 days ago. before I even yap too much. Okay, things have changed. Is this even better? Wow, okay. Yeah, let's just do this again. This is unfinished, so I can't really say too much about it. Just a bunch of spare artifacts that are equipped on her, so yeah. Mavrika, attack. She's rocking a bunch of attack. Not much EM, only the 3 substats here. Some ER that's wasted, but not too much. 95 crit rate, good crit damage, good attack. So, gets the job done. Nothing too crazy here. Just a Mavrika doing Mavrika things. So, yeah. Kazuha. Sacrificial sword, so a bunch of ER, good EM as well. And yeah, you're good to go. That's pretty much all you really need on this guy. Both of those. HP, another simple build to review. Double HP with geo damage. Black tassel for more HP. Yep, gets the job done. Triple crowned. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, cool. You like the guy. Another simple one to review. Attack, healing bonus. Yeah, just simply, it's Jean. Nothing too crazy to critique here. It's a support. Very simple character. Like, that's why I like having those characters existing in the game, to where, like, if you want to play like Raiden Shogun, you need energy recharge, attack percentage, crit rate, crit damage, all that stuff. But then you go to like Jean, you just need attack and healing bonus and maybe energy recharge in case you care. I mean, energy recharge main stat. You do need energy recharge on her. But yeah, that's like, yeah, very simple. Like, very resin efficient for many players if they want to have a functional team. This one is not finished. Yeah, I don't think that she's intending to use this, but unless you have a secret strategy that I don't know of. Use her with Chong Yun. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. I'm not gonna say too much about it. If it's a Chong Yun build, then well, but it's still electro damage, so I don't even know. Let's just electro freeze. You're freezing the enemies and then attacking them. I have no idea. Maybe you have a secret strategy that nobody knows about. I don't know. But if it works, then sure. Pair it up with Layla, because you need the... Wait, no, this is not the shielded weapon. This is just the... I didn't even know you can R5 that thing. Well, okay. Cool. Let's just move on before I confuse myself more. Nahida. Double EM with Dendro. It's fine. It's just a Nahida with a boatload of EM. Gets the job done. Support, yeah. Crowned. And Xingqiu, once again, whatever crit value, but it's got a lot of ER and C6 to where he procs the energy. You got his burst, Hydra application, everything you really need to do to function. So yeah, that's all you really need to say about that. Ayaka. So Ayaka on 4-piece Marechaussee Hunter. That with Farina, and that is a good build because you'll have a little bit more crit rate with that, and then a little bit more from Cryo Resonance for that. You got 24 crit rolls, and you got no attack subs. I believe, yeah, no attack. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. It happens. But yeah, seems fine. Should be killing things. This is the same exact build. I don't know why Akash keeps doing this, but oh well. Oh well. Crit value is fine. You got decent crit rate, but you get 16 through this, so you have 785 crit rate, which is plenty, and you'll have over 200% after casting your skill. And that's pretty good. Double crown C1, and good main stats, good stats. So simply put, that's a good Nahida, a good Farina. Okay, let's just keep going. I want to finish this before I talk my mouth out and I just forget how to speak. So, Al-Haytham. C0, triple crowned R1, good crit value. Good EM. You have 5 substats with the main stat. That's very good. 1 to attack to help out a little bit. And 22 into crit. And that is very nice. The off piece is that. This is a decent onset, but it has EM. Should it be decent roll value? 500%? Yeah. So, that's okay. That's fine. Gets the job done. It's pretty good. And we're getting to the better ones, so let's check this out. D-Luke. Good crit rate, especially if you have Shen Yun, it'll give you a little bit more. But pretty good crit damage. Got an attack main stat here, but it's a 5 roll, so it doesn't matter because that's very good. Onset Goblet with a bunch of crit rate, sack percentage, and EM, so good stats. Pretty good circlet with some attack percentage, ER. ER is not much needed, but maybe you need it. I don't know. And good crit rate. 40 CV plume. Nothing else is useful for him. And then 35 with EM. So that's good all-rounder. No crowns, no higher talents, but I'm just referencing my friend. He'll see this part of the video and be like, where are the crowns? But yeah, D-Luke. It's a good D-Luke. So yeah. Kokomi. I mean, I guess I'll just look at the substats. Hydro HP healing bonus, or Hydro HP Hydro healing bonus with some ER, good amount of HP, and then more HP. And then here we got more HP, some attack percentage, and more HP, attack percentage, and ER. Simply put, that's triple crowned on the Kokomi, I just realized. Wow. Well, I mean, it's just Kokomi. Congrats on the ranking. I've never seen one of those. And Arlecchino. C3R1, as your bio says. And the very strong top tier one, because, well, it's high ranking. So for starters, we got a 40 CVM, a roundup with attack percentage. Good piece. We have nearly a 550 CV as a 5 roll. No other good subs, but the CV matters. 40 plus crit value with a little bit of ER in case you need that. It's all the ER in the build, and then a little bit of EM. Nice. The onset, nope, off piece. This is like Mavuika, stole it from Mavuika. The off piece 5 roll goblet with a little bit of EM. Very, very good. And onset, very good circlet with good crit rate, good attack, and EM. Very nice. You're competing with like the 100% crit rate, 95 with, yeah, okay. Very exquisite. So yeah, strong. So yeah, that is a very good Arlecchino. No 50 CVs on the account yet, but you've been pretty dang close. So give you props for that. You are a pretty strong free-to-play. Hopefully your Arlecchino slaps enemies. It will. Hopefully you have the premium teams for that, just to make her as strong as you possibly can. But yeah, this was a good account. Very strong free-to-play. Let's go to the next one. All right, going on to the next Asia account. We're like almost halfway done with the Asian accounts. Let's refresh just to make sure they changed something. Oh, there we go. Actually, is there a Fremine down here? Because I don't think Fremine's up here. They have a profile picture of Fremine. C6. Double crowned with this and pretty good CV. So yeah. Physical Fremine. Cool. Haven't seen one of those in ages. Or just a Fremine in general, I mean. So, alright, some updates have been made. You do clear the endgame except for Onslaught, but that's not a big deal because Onslaught's kind of annoying for many players. So this person states please check my Mulani and maybe Risley. But I don't know. I'll change him. I change him a bit too much. But luckily, maybe I came at the right time to where Risley is on the correct pieces because he's the best on the account right now. Let's take a peek. Risley, your best one. Relatively low crit rate for a Marechaussee Hunter, but he'll still be hitting pretty hard. Triple crowned C1 with Sith. Decent CV, but a lot of EM substats, which is very nice for melting. Vape melt. Huh. So yeah, you got 20 rolls into crit, 3 into attack, 8 into that EM, and then like 2 into energy recharge. So this is a good build. You'll be killing things. If this is the correct build that you use, it's good. Mavuika. All right, so we got well, almost 100% crit rate, little bit of EM. So unfortunately, not an EM main stat here, which is typically preferred for her, but it is what it is. So here we have, yeah, like just good crit value, no wasted energy recharge, good crit value. Get 26 into crit. That's a lot. 5 into attack, 3 into EM. She'll be killing things no matter what. Yeah. So yeah, see, this should be fine to look at it. Oh no, this is nah. The rankings with her are so weird because its crit value is whatever, but it's like 3%. I guess all the genes are just equipping random junk on her, and then everyone just gets like good rankings. Because mine is really high as well. It's like, okay, cool. This is simple, just a gene, nothing too crazy to look at. Jade, oh, it was a Jade Cutter ranking. So I mean, you're fishing the Jade Cutter ranking. It's good. Without the Jade Cutter, bit lackluster. Is what it is. He has some ER. He has C6. He'll give you the hydro application that you need to do whatever you need. So yeah, please check their Mulaney. All right, here we are. So, all right. 84 crit rate, so a little bit low for what I prefer, but if it's enough for you, then that's just fine. Lots of crit damage, double crowned C1, oh no, C0 R1. And we got decent CV here, but it's got some elemental mastery and some HP. I mean, it's okay. I mean, okay CV, not decent. It's whatever. It's just one roll into crit. This is pretty good CV. It rolled into 4 times. Relatively low roll, but it got some energy recharge in case you need that. And HP percentage, which is always nice to have on her because you have 9 rolls and then 7 into EM. So this is nice. Low crit value, but you get some EM again. This is pretty good because it's an onset goblet. Can't go wrong with those because it's got 3 good substats. And then the off piece is okay crit rate on the circlet, but a bunch of EM and some HP to help out with vaporizes. But it's probably really good for you. I just won't be happy when I miss a crit every once in a while, but hopefully you don't worry about that. If it kills things, you can rock with this. Good enough. So yeah, good to see that. This one will be easy to review. Good ER, not many Cosmos have that, and then good EM. So yeah, Iron Sting, triple EM, a lot of crit damage. Yeah, we're good to go. We're good to see this. Nice. Roll value. Yeah. Oh, actually, if this one's so high, is there good roll value here? They're fine. Let's check out Shang Ling. The catch. 12%. Oh, it's R1. So this one is a little bit struggling, but I think the leaderboards are going by rank R5 catch. So lots of ER, so you will have your burst pretty often, and you have Pyronado C4, so that's good. So if you don't care about her damage critting every single time, for the most part, she'll be doing the pyro application that you need for any other stuff like that. So maybe that's just enough for you. Gets the job done, no big deal. So yeah, we got the double Farina build again. Just Farina Vape, Farina Skill. It's just annoying seeing both of them there, but oh well. Decent crit rate. If it was the pipe, it would be a bit better, but obviously you probably don't care about fishing because you stopped for the catch. I was tempted to stop, but I didn't. Good crit damage, good ER. Pretty good ER. If you're not solo hydro, you should have your burst option. And yeah, that's pretty good. Good HP as well because you have 6 rolls into HP, 30%. Nice. Aggravate. For once, it's not the Amos bow. It's Elegy. Now that's a rare sight, and I love Elegy on Fischl. I don't use it though because I only have 1 Elegy, but yeah. No C6, unfortunately, but you got 4-piece Golden Troop with a relatively decent crit ratio. Could just be bumped up a little bit on each side. But otherwise, you're in the right path. This is good because Elegy helps out with supporting with Dendro reactions and stuff like that. That's nice to see. So nothing much to say against that, so that's good. And then the repeat. Quicken Al-Haytham on Calorin's weapon. So low on the crit rate, unfortunately. Okay, crit damage. So the crit value should be pretty low. Yeah, 166. So this might be a work in progress. Did you say anything about Al-Haytham? No. So yeah, things could be adjusted here just around the board. Just baseline looking for crit. I don't have to say too much about it. I don't know what you're focusing here. If he gets the job done for you, then you're just fine. yeah. Otherwise, things like this one has a lot of EM. EM is good stats, but maybe you can get rid of a little bit of that for crit. Like on the circlet, 70 EM is beautiful to see, but it didn't get any crit. Along with, yeah, just stuff like that. But if it's enough for you, then yeah, you're good. Tainari, C1. Every single Tainari is C1. Set 85 crit rate with that activated. Then we got, this one's not maxed out, so unfortunately hasn't rolled great, but yeah. Okay, CV. Some good starter pieces, though. 4 rolls into crit. This one's whatever. This one's fine. It's got EM. And this one is pretty good. It's got attack resistance, some crit damage, but yeah. This is a decent standard Tainari. Should be killing things, so yeah, no need to worry about that. You already clear content, so you're on the right. You know what you're doing, so no big deal. People can't build every character to the same standard as like the top ones that you have. So yeah, that's fine. So from here, let's assume that you are borrowing this weapon from Chlorinde, but you like Chlorinde. Let's Absolution leaderboard. So assuming that there's an absolution here, you're doing decently better. Crit value, Marechal say Hunter, which, I mean, wait, how much does she heal herself? But because if you're not losing HP because of Bond of Life, will she be proccing it at all? She does heal herself through her skill, but is it enough to consistently keep it up? Because if you're Bond of Life, you're not really losing HP. I don't know. I've never bothered to try this out. If it works, well, then that's fine. So, yeah. But even if it doesn't, you have 69 crit rate with her passive activated, which is a pretty good amount of crit rate. Zhongli, HP. It's Zhongli with Favonius. Whoop. Easy. Emily with decent crit overall. 192 crit value. Good ER. I like that. Good attack. You got 2 into attack subs, 9 into ER subs. This is a good build. Akasha doesn't like it. Akasha is very strict with with her. But it is what it is. Moving on to the next one. 4 piece of her set of Navia Crowned R1. Low crit rate, unfortunately. But good crit damage and good ER. So stuff like that. Good attack. You got 4 into ER subs, 3 into attack. And 17 into crit. So just maybe a little bit more crit rate. Maybe find a piece with like high crit damage along the board and sacrifice some crit rate on here to get a crit rate circlet here. Or, yeah, actually, maybe just that. Maybe see how that goes. And then that should help out a lot. Because I like Navia's skill critting, and it looks good when it hurts hard. So, yeah. This is a work in progress, I think, because there's cryo damage on the build. So let's not say too much about that. And then this one is naked, so. Okay. Any hidden builds here? I don't think so. But anyways, pretty good account. Like your top characters are pretty strong. They get the job done. They look nice. So yeah, let's. I think that's it for this one. Let's go to the next one. Alrighty, on to the next account. Let's just refresh this just in case. A very easy account to review because 2 of them are just the same character. But yeah, let's just look at Farina. They are an AR-55, and wait, can you give me tips for building Kanish and Shangling? Okay, I'll give you that. So for starters, you have a C1R1 Farina. Good crit rate because, well, you have 100% crit rate. Pretty good crit damage despite for having those together. And I will cut you some slack for being a low AR. So yeah, this is fine. Low ER, that's all I really got to say. And your burst is the more important aspect of the talents, so I hope you level that up to 9 as well. But yeah, anyways, yeah, good stuff. All right, so Shangling. So you need tips on her. So you do go for weapon banners. So what I will say, so Shangling is a character who is very energy hungry, which means you would like to get a 4-piece emblem on her because you can utilize all that extra energy recharge forward more damage. So yeah, pretty much like Crimson Witch is good for power characters, but for Shangling, that's if you can get her burst all the time. And well, with 116 energy recharge, you'll be struggling, unfortunately. So 4-piece emblem with an energy recharge main stat Sands, and then everything else as the basic standard, stuff like that. That's all I really got to say there. Just a boatload of energy recharge and emblem. Like, crit is the standard of what you understand, hopefully, but like, I don't want to go too in depth. Like, just say, yeah, boatload of energy. That's all I gotta say. That's all she wants. Okay? That should be it, hopefully. And not having the C4 is a bit rough, but it is what it is. Yeah. As for Kanich, so you need tips on Kanich. So for starters, the crit ratio is fine. Like, you have good crit rate, it's 93, and then okay crit damage for what you could do with no crit weapon. All I could say is hopefully you can snag yourself a Dendro damage bonus one here, or a good attack percentage onset one, so you can get an off-piece Dendro. That's pretty much it. The crit ratio is okay. It still can be improved, but for now, we want to make sure we get the right main stats. So, yeah, just Dendro. I think you know that, but you got the alternative option that should get the job done for now. But yeah, that's all I really got to say. So, yeah, Kanich, Xiangling. Xiangling just needs a boatload of energy recharge, and then Kanich just needs the Dendro damage bonus, and maybe a little bit more crit damage, and that's pretty much it. So, yeah. Venti, he just needs energy recharge. You haven't even finished the build, so I can't say too much about it. You could even get attack on the main stat here, but preferably energy recharge, but the weapon gives you a lot of that, so yeah. As for Emily, oh, wait, okay, I see. Now I can go backtrack. You have the catch, so this weapon could go on Emily, and the catch can go on Xiangling for the energy recharge. I don't know how much you like fishing. There's a high chance you hate it like me, but R1 is usable for now, just so you can have the ER main stat to help out with Xiangling. So energy recharge here, and then all the rest energy recharge as much as you can, along with like pyro damage and crit, obviously, but yeah. And then you give her this fork for more crit, and because you have crit damage here, so you need more crit rate, and then you need to just finish up attack here, and then finish up the set. It's a work in progress, I can't say too much, so just keep doing what you're doing and see what happens. So yeah, that's all I really got to say for this account, I believe. Just, it's an early into AR55, so they haven't been farming as much as everyone else. So they have some work to do, but not like a catastrophic. They haven't been doing like everything wrong. They have an idea. So yeah. So yeah, this should be all good to go. Hopefully that was enough help. That's all I can really say, I believe. Without like, if you need more help, feel free to ask. But yeah. Anyways, let's go to the next account. All right, moving on to this account. Let me refresh the page just in case they added something. Another pipe Farina that just has 2 again. Fun. But they state that they're just a free-to-play casual account, so they don't go too extreme, and they would like to have a review. It would be fun. So that's what we're doing, and we're gonna see what they all have. So lots of achievements, which entails that, yeah, free-to-play is really go for the achievements for the Primo Gems. So Ayato, from here, 4-piece Heart of Depth, which is a good set, double crowned. I'm guessing that's your main character. So all I gotta say here is like, well, it's good crit value overall. I would just prefer a little bit more crit rate, which can be adjusted through something. Maybe the flower, because flowers are the easiest to upgrade. Maybe you can get like one with maybe less crit damage and like 10 crit rate to help out a lot. Maybe even no crit damage, I don't know. Just to get you like 70 to 80 crit rate. And that would make it feel more comfortable. But since it's like your highest ranked build, it isn't the priority if you want to improve your account at all. Because it, well, you already clear the Abyss, you clear the Theater, you clear Onslaught on Menacing. Do you need the upgrade? Probably not. But if that's something you want, that's an option. Escoffier, she isn't the main focus of the team, so, or of the main focus of the team's damage. She does good damage, so we won't have to look too in depth here. All I could say is energy recharge. That's all I really got to say here. Crit ratio, is fine because you get cryo resonance for more 15, so 79 crit rate. But energy recharge, I just know you got unlucky and you didn't get any ER substats, but you did get all the crits you really needed, and you have a lot of attack, 8%, or 8 rolls, I mean. Yeah, you got good on that. Unfortunately, no ER happened, so all I could say is hopefully you can get like some adjustments around there. If you have any issues with her burst. If you don't, then I guess no need. For Arena, so with the pipe, you have good crit rate, 72. With a decent ER after casting the skill, with over 200%. Double crown, C0. 181 CV. Decent all around the board. Double HP, which is preferred for C0, so that's fine. A lot of HP subs, 5 of those. And a 19 crit, 5 ER. Yeah, this is fine. Like, nothing... Only like minuscule buffs that you can do to improve the build, but if you're looking for baseline function, like this one is doing the job pretty well. Like, I think if we go to the lower end characters, I can talk more about those. So these are among your best ones. So let's keep going. Kazuha, very simple to review. A lot of EM, a lot of ER, good to go. More ER than most of Kazuha's once again. More Kazuha's than, what am I saying? Okay, more ER than typical on Kazuha's, which is what I like that. It may not be enough for a consistent burst every rotation because he's C0, but it's still a good like start. So I'd say that's enough to function well. I like that. Great. Don't mind my stuttering. I've been talking for like hours. All right. So bear with me. Let's keep going. This is good. We can skip over Farina because it's the same thing. 190 or 200 ER Yelan, that's already great because every Yelan I see doesn't really have enough, typically. Especially if they have her signature weapon, which makes me never mind. I'm not happy when I see a low ER Yelan. I don't know why. Just helping out people. So for here, this is good. Fine. Relatively lower crit rate, but if you just hit enough with her burst, then you should eventually proc a Favonius. Because you mainly, like, she's not the main DPS unless you want her to be. So with her having like perfect crit versus not perfect crit stats, whatever, as long as she is consistently bursting so that you can feel comfortable playing your main DPS in either Dendro reactions, electrocharged, or vaporizes, it makes the game more enjoyable. For me personally, just for having consistent bursts. Damage is always nice, but if you're doing a lot of damage, but you're bursting every 40 seconds, then it isn't exactly the most fun experience, in my opinion. But yeah. Crit Fish. So I didn't know there was a Crit Fish leaderboard, so they must have like 5% crit rate. Oh, never mind. Wait. Crit Fish. Oh, it's basic combo with Crit Fish. So this is like where the low crit comes in. 5%. Oh my. Okay. Anyways, let's check this out. Triple Crowned Eula, lots of ER, which is good because she needs that. Good crit value. 3 rolls into crit, I believe. 4 rolls. Wait, 3. 4 rolls into crit. 3. Gosh, the physical logo is so similar to attack. And then yeah. Otherwise, this is fine. You got no attack substats, unfortunately. You got 23 rolls into crit, 4 into ER, no attack percentage, sadly. But if you don't mind the crit rate, it's okay. If you use the team it says, you have maybe cryo resonance. I'm not sure. Maybe. Along with the crit rate from Rosaria. So that might help out a little bit more as well. So, yeah. Ayaka, Mistblitter, the classic Blizzard Strayer, triple crowned. Cool. So 15% plus 40, which is a good amount of crit rate for her because, yeah, cryo resonance in the set. You got 6 attack percentage, 5 into ER, and 19 into crits. So that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. The only improvements is converting her to Marershal's Hunter for more modern day builds because so you can fight bosses and having all the crit rate you need. But otherwise, if enemies are frozen, things will be dying with her. All right. And Tainari. There we go. Finally, we got a C0 Tainari. Every single one has been C1 plus. So C0 Tainari. This is the raw crit rate, not plus 15. So that's all we get. Attack there, all the Dendro stuff, decent CV. A little bit of EM substats, 4 rolls, some ER in case you need that. But he's a pretty cheap character. 2 rolls into attack and 18 into crit. So pretty well balanced, I'd say. Nothing too crazy, but he should be a comfortable character to play around with. So yeah, let's go here. So Navia, not Nahida. Navia double crowned. Good crit rate. This is a very high CV build actually because it's not a crit weapon, but it's a two-piece, which brings it down the leaderboard because they want to rank it off of the, you know, they want to rank it off the signature set. So what we got here is good CV here with energy recharge, good CV here, 4 rolls with attack, good crit value here with nothing else, a 5 roll into crit with attack percentage, and then decent crit, okay crit damage, and everything else is useless. So this is the weak link. So this is a good crit ratio for a two-piece. It will get the job done. She will be killing things. If you wish to improve, 4-piece Golden Troop or 4-piece Nighttime, whatever the set's called. That's all I gotta say. It's a good crit ratio, good CV. It's probably your highest CV on the account. Yes, it is. So, yeah, I think this is a good build for what it's worth. Despite it being top 29%, it's just because mathematically the other sets are better, but for what you want, this is good. Wanderer, this is your second highest crit value that I glanced at. So this is a very good crit ratio. So what do they not like about this? Why is this one so bad? Oh, it's two-piece. I see. So utilizing your spare pieces and whatever you have to be resin efficient without farming the new sets and the other ones, you get a pretty strong crit ratio. It's just that mathematically the other sets are better, but for you, this is strong enough and you're happy. That's my guess. So two-piece normal attack and charge attack, that's what he does, and then more attacking. So to have 2300 along with the 4 attack subs, a little bit of ER, and then 24 into crit, that is a good ratio. I like that with cash flow. So you get a little bit more attack, and if you use them with Farina, then you get more damage, which is actually this is his best weapon, isn't it? Which they haven't done the math on. Technically, this weapon's better than his signature, right? Because his best team is with Farina, but they haven't updated it, I think. It's the classic hyper team. Farina, Farazan, and probably Bennett or C4 Gene. Probably Bennett. But yeah, like stuff like that. So you have like more charge attack, normal attack damage with, Farina buffing you. So yeah. I didn't even know it increases your attack speed too. Even better. I didn't even know that. Well, cool. So yeah, that's very nice. And Nuvalette, so very good crit damage. C1 R1, so he will be killing things no matter what. So the reason why the ranking is low is just because the crit rate's low. For you, it might be enough because you have 77 crit rate with the Marechal Hunter activated, and well, that's a good baseline crit rate, but I personally like a little bit more. But if you like this build is just enough for you, then no need to stop there. That's like only improve it if you're struggling, I'd say, so that you don't like live in a domain too long in case that's what you don't want to do. So yeah, this is good. 30 crit damage just looks prettier than less, so it's funny. So yeah, there we go. Yaimiko, a good crit ratio, 4-piece Golden Troop. Wonder why it's a low ranking though. Let's find out. So if I like click on the leaderboards, if it lets me. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think it's just crit rate. They have, yeah. So lower attack too. Is it EM main set? Okay, so for aggravate, elemental mastery is good, but for Yaimiko, just typically attack is just better no matter what. So yeah, that's all I gotta say here. Decent stats here, just some crit damage and attack. 4 rolls into crit with attack percentage. This one is good, but just yeah, attack percentage would be better. This one's pretty good, not too shabby, and then this one, oh my gosh, I feel bad. I think you keep this out of spite because it's just funny to look at. 5 rolls into flat attack. I've never seen that before ever. Dude, if your crit damage was right where that flat attack was, you would have had a 40 crit damage. Hold up, I'm sorry, I gotta look at this. Where is it? Where's the flat attack? Are you down here? Yes, 560%. So it's pretty high rolled. It was just 40% off from 600%. I think that's the maximum you could possibly get a flat attack. That is rough. Oh my. Okay, well, I mean, that one's very easy to upgrade in case you want that, and then just get attack here. So I don't even know if I want you to delete this. It's just funny to look at. You probably got this, and you're like, wow, it's got energy recharge, EM, and crit damage, 4-liner. And then it just gets attack every single time. Wow. Okay. Well. Alright. Going to your Skirk. 4-piece Blizzard Strayer. Okay. So you must have farmed a lot for Ayaka to where to have more Blizzard Strayer. So for this, enemies may not be frozen everywhere, but I don't know does she shatter enemies? Maybe not. So, I mean, if the enemies are frozen, your crit ratio is good. Obviously, the math isn't really doing too much against that because nobody's really using Blizzard Strayer. But, yeah. That is fine. I'm not going to say too much about it because it's, well, a niche build that nobody's using here. So, if it works for you, that's good. Just a little bit wasted ER, but that happens. You got 6 rolls into attack, though. And 21 to crit. Sweet. This one is going to be easy to review. Just attack, attack, attack. 153 ER. It's fine, but probably not enough. But that's just how Shenhe works. So there we go. That's fine. And then HP. Okay, it's not even done yet, so it's just Diona. Nothing too crazy to talk about here. Amos bow, though. Along with her C4 with her charge attack reduced duration. I mean, it could be Ganyu Jr. But anyways, that is probably all the stuff. This is like simple things here. Nothing too crazy. So, yeah. Okay. There we go. Pretty nice account. A casual free-to-play account. So, yeah, these pieces, as like they stated, they are casual. So, 2-piece. If it clears, they're happy. All right. So, they don't need to min-max to get the 4-piece set just to, get rid of all these good pieces to put somewhere else, if anywhere. If that's enough for them, then that's good. So yeah, this is a good account. Alrighty, I think that's it for this one. Let's check out the next account. Alrighty, on to this is actually the second to the last Asia account of the video. This section, okay, so this video is gonna be really long. So if you make it this far, I'm very impressed. So anyways, let's refresh the page just in case we miss anything. We get a little bit of adjustment. All right. The double Farina. That's so annoying, but whatever. 2 Farinas. So, Skyward Blade. High base attack, which is useless on her, but it gives you energy recharge and a little bit of crit rate. So, preferably, maybe you can get the Pipe or Favonius, but if that's enough for you, it's like on nobody else, then fine. Some decent crit rate. Crit damage is fine. A bit of energy recharge. How much does this thing give? 45. Okay, it gives you less, but when you cast your skill, you'll get more. But just basic all-rounder. Not too shabby. There's no information about this account, so I don't know exactly what they need. So I'm just gonna go around everything, see what happens. 4-piece Wanderer's Troop. I'm surprised the off pieces of Gilded Dreams. So impressive. So off piece here or onset goblet. Everything's pretty decent. Good EM, slingshot, C1, so you'll have 83 crit rate. Yeah, it's pretty good. And I will say, like, they clear the Abyss, they clear Theater with their characters, whatever. Yeah, they probably just didn't have enough for the big one, which is fine. That happens at like most players. And they clear Onslaught, so they know what they're doing. So I'm not gonna like critique too deeply into their better characters because they know what they have, done. And any say, like if I say, oh, get more crit rate here, they most likely know that. They just don't care enough to farm just for a little bit more damage. So yeah. So alright, Nahida, just good baseline. Hybrid build. You have good crit rate with the elemental mastery here. 9/9, C0, sacrificial fragments. Similar build of mine. Portis similar, so yeah, nothing too much to say here. Pretty good. Then we got a Raiden Shogun. Pretty good one actually, but the competition's so large so to where it seems like it's mid. But there's 1.27 million to compete with. Same thing with Nahida. That's a lot. So, looking at here, good crit rate because you get 12 through here, so 82 with okay crit damage. I mean, pretty decent. Good energy recharge, and you have 4 rolls into attack down here, 23 into crit, 2 into ER. You know what you're doing. This is good. Yeah. And you double crowned her. Nouvellette, C0, R1, triple crowned. Good crit damage. A little bit low on the crit rate, but if it's enough for you, then no need to worry about that. 5 rolls into HP substats, and then we got 22 into crit with 5 ER. So that's plenty of ER because you get a little bit from the weapon. So this is good to go. Yeah. Nothing much to say here. It's a Nouvellette that's going to be killing things really easily. So yeah. Because, he'll be missing a few crits, but roughly being high 80s to 90s is most likely, that's good enough for most players, so no need to worry about that if you don't care enough. So, alright. Stavahoma Arlecchino. So we got the good crit ratio, decent EM, got attack, good 1 roll into attack, 4 into EM substats, 22 in crit. This is pretty good. Guessing the ranking is pretty low because you need more EM, attack, and a lot of crit rate, and the set. A lot of, so yeah. Yeah, that's pretty understandable. So, yeah. It is what it is. This is a good crit ratio. I probably wouldn't change a thing unless you intend to. It's strong. It's good. Jade Spear on Kutao. Crit rate's a little bit low. I see why it was ranking the Scarlet Sands, because the crit rate would be pretty good with that, but yeah. HP 186 there. I'd say for starters, probably just switch to a crit rate circlet, but the crit damage circlet's pretty good. Because I like to crit on charge attacks, and then you just kind of maybe reduce your crit damage to roughly around 200 with like 70 to 80. But that's all I gotta say. If this is enough for you, then by all means, you do this. Alright? That's all I gotta say here. So, yeah. Kokomi, simple. Nothing really much to say here. It's a Favonius Codex, though. So I guess just for the baseline ER stat, ignoring the crit. But yeah. Nothing too crazy. It's Kokomi. And a crowned Skirk. Not Arlecchino. A crowned Skirk. A bit of ER, unfortunately, but they have a decent crit ratio because it'll be 86 with the Cryo Resonance. And they have 2 rolls into attack. Unfortunately, 4 into ER, but 24 into crit. So this is a good build. I'd say that's pretty good. It's their highest CV, so can't say anything against that. So that's good. Kazuha, very simple to review. High ER, C0, pretty good EM, and Favonius. So you'll have his burst pretty often. And nothing to really complain about there. Mavuika, on the lower end of crit rate for my standards. But if that's enough for you, then by all means do that. Only thing I would adjust is maybe, yes, the crit rate and EM on the sands would be preferred. But if this is killing things in one slap, one hit, I think you are just fine. If you don't care about that, you do that. You enjoy this build because Mavuika is very strong to where she'll kill anything anyways. So, yeah. HP, very simple. ER, though, interesting. So, maybe you like the meatball. But he has a 40 cost. So, I don't know. It's fine. He's got plenty of HP to keep you alive, so that's nothing to worry about. And then Dea is just there, so nothing to review. That's all I got to see here, I believe. Nothing. There's just Shalon, and there is a Sino hiding down here. Nothing on him, though. So, Yeah. Alrighty. So I think that is it. Who is holding this one? Oh, nobody is. Huh. Well, if nobody's using that, might as well give it to me, right? Just kidding. Yeah. This one isn't holding anyone either. A goblet? I mean, you could just do that and get rid of this weakest link here for crit value. Or, yeah. But that's up to you. I don't know what you've done. Maybe you swapped something out at the wrong time, and right when I see this review, or I see this account, that something very vital has been swapped. I don't know. But if not, up to you to change it up. So anyways, there we go. I think that's it for this account. And we have one last account for this video. We have finally made it. So let's go do that. And of course, the last account happens to be the largest one. So let's just work around that. Okay. Things may have been adjusted here. Okay, let's just go through this, I guess. All right. I don't think I'm gonna go through everything because I think all these builds might be just unfinished. Where should I stop? Let's go backwards. This one's not done yet. This one isn't done. You're like building so many characters at once. Okay, hold up. You have a statement. I should read this first. Farina is the only character that you have well built. Everyone else is mid. Not sure what to do better for in Dire. Stygian Onslaught. You like playing Farina. You like playing Farina, Hu Tao, Aika, Molani, Kaching, Varesa. They don't like playing Arlecchino and Mavuika's main DPS or Nuvalette. Their skill level is probably slightly above average. Or slightly average to slightly above. They would like tips to eye on Dire, Stygian Onslaught. So for starters, Dire is most likely unachievable for you. If you look at my account, I have completed I have completed Fearless in 169 seconds. I can probably complete Dire if I played absolutely perfectly. I have to be extremely perfect to where it's not even worth the effort. So I'd say Dire is not for players like us, unless we have C2s or C6s. Yes, players have completed Dire without those constellations, but they have like the most perfect builds and they grind so hard to get the perfect rotations. We are not like them. We are just people who want to have fun and just beat content, most likely. So I'm just gonna, just because you mentioned your characters, all these other ones are like not even like finished. They're like not max. So we're not gonna look at those. We're gonna be only looking at the ones that you use, just to make life easier for me, because this video is really long. So yeah. So Dire. Okay, you have a C6 character. Looks like the maybe. Wait, how do you wait? Hold up, let me like 2. Okay, C2. Is there another 5-star around here? I don't think so. Let me like, I'm like yapping up a storm and I realized you had a C6 hiding in there. Okay, just 2. All right. Farina. So DPS Farina, it's fine. Good, pretty good ratio. Could maybe use a little bit more crit rate, so you can be consistent. Because her hits are very hard and important, and you get like what? How many auto attacks? I do not know. Normal attacks will be further increased by that, which I actually don't even triggered up to 6 times. Does that mean 6 auto attacks? So 6 attacks, you want to make sure those crit. All I gotta say for this character is maybe just get a bit more crit rate. And for this, since you have C6, you have plenty of HP, I believe. You'll have plenty of HP through C2, so hydro damage would be better if you can acquire that. But if not, HP gets the job done. But mainly, more crit rate, stuff like that, and yeah, crit rate, hydro damage bonus. You have a C6 for Arena. She probably kills things so easily. And the next character, you like playing Hu Tao. So Hu Tao is on 4-piece Crimson Witch. So C2, triple crowned. Once again, I'd say more crit rate for this. So because missing a crit is like really losing a lot for heavy hitters, especially since her charge attacks are her important part of the kit. She does do a lot of them, but just making sure they crit is always nice. But the problem with Hu Tao is that she has a crit damage weapon and she ascends with crit damage, meaning crit rate is a bit tougher. I believe so. Yeah, crit rate is tougher to get for Hu Tao, if I am correct about her ascension stat. So you have to get a lot of crit rate substats because you have crit rate here. You have nothing here actually. So this could be a good place to get crit rate if you maybe craft an artifact, maybe. A little bit of crit rate here, a little bit there, and a tiny bit here. So yeah, like you have a lot of room to squeeze in crit rate if you desire that. If you want to improve the build, that's up to you. Because yeah, 51 crit rate may be a bit rough for completing the harder content in the game. But yeah, that's pretty much that. They like playing Ayaka. Ayaka's over here. Freeze. So for Freeze, this build is a bit outdated for most content nowadays because enemies can't be frozen. So if you can maybe manage to get another Marshal Say Hunter set for her and use your C6 Farina to support her, maybe you can alternate between DPSs. You burst with Aika and then use Farina to auto attack. Maybe you already do that, but having Marshal Say Hunter will help out a lot. All right, so that's pretty baseline stuff. You have a lot of attack. You have 11 rolls into attack, which is very nice for back in the day, but times have changed, unfortunately, for modern day, because, you know, enemies can't be frozen. They're too big. They're too fat. That's a shame, but that's all I gotta say for that. She's strong already, if enemies are frozen, though. You like playing Molani, who is right here. Once again, same situation with the other characters, that the crit rate can work, but preferably you want to get like a crit rate circlet here. I think that's all you really need, since this one's pretty stinky with the defense. If you could swap to a crit rate circlet, I think you're good to go. Like, a lot of crit damage is pretty to see, but if you're not actually getting it, it's rough. Like, sure, the 76 crit rate is good on another character, but since the main gimmick of the set is to give you crit rate, it's just to fully utilize that, because that's where the damage, like, that's where it competes with the rest. Because other sets, like this thing only gives you damage, 15% damage. That's it. That's all it really does. So it's like very weak compared to other sets. But since you're critting more often, then you're doing more damage than the rest. So that's like pretty much it. I think you know that, but I'm just kind of like, in case someone else is listening, you know, in case they want to figure that out. That's where that could be useful. So more crit rate is very essential here. Just swap the artifact to be something else. Like maybe your Mavuika's holding a crit rate one. Maybe just drag that off of her, since you don't like her that much. You have C2. Okay, you don't like that. Well, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's all I gotta say for that. And you like playing Kaching, who is Am I blind? There she is. Well, for this one is unfinished, so I can't really say too much about it. Just pretty much finish the build eventually and give her crit rate, since this is a attack circlet. That's all like, you're working on this. I can't say too much about it. Just the basic stuff. And Varessa, who is one of your better builds. So you did get good on this set. A little bit low on the crit rate, but it is a new set, so I can't say anything against that. So you're critting 66% of the time. That's fine. And she should be clearing stuff pretty easily. So yeah, 5 into attack, 21 into crit, a little bit of ER, which is useful for her. That's pretty much all. So yeah, Varessa is yeah, she's tough. And then you don't like playing Arlecchino, so she's way down here. There. You don't like playing Mavuika as a main DPS, but you like playing Mavuika as a support. If that's the case, you can give Mavuika the codex set in case your team doesn't have a codex user, and then give that crit rate circlet to Malani. That could be a good option. That's all I gotta say for that. And you don't like playing Nouvelette, I believe. So Nouvelette's way down here using scraps. So are you really lucky, or do you just roll for constellations for everyone just because they say so, but then you don't like the character afterwards? Because if you don't like the character, just make sure you play the trial enough to where you realize I don't like playing this character, so you don't waste money on them. But don't try to like get dragged to where you think that you need them. If you wish to beat the hard content, yes, the best characters are necessary. But like for what you have, what's your Arlecchino con? I swear. Okay, C0. I swear she was like C3 or something. It's like, jeez. Skirk is new. I don't think you said anything about Skirk yet. Yeah. So the Skirk team, having a strong Skirk team. Skirk is not done yet, so I can't say too much. A finished Skirk team, or maybe your C6 Farina, along with Aika, clears the dire, the automaton. That one should be fine. If you used main DPS Mavuika, C2 will make you able to clear the Tulpa. And then the last one will be the trickiest one, because I don't see it either a Emily or Kinich, I believe. What I did to beat the dragon efficiently was to use Arlecchino, which obviously you don't like using. So Dire is a bit tricky one. So I'd say maybe wait until the next onslaught, and maybe it'll be more tailored to the characters you like. I kind of forgot what is coming, but like Dire, you don't have to worry about clearing Dire. Yes, clearing the hardest content in the game is fun, but like, or for some players it's fun, but seriously, it's like you have to have crazy builds to do that, crazy dedication. But if you're just a casual player, even if you're a casual whale, you don't have to do it unless you really need it. Like I tried a little bit and I realized like I don't think so. So just overall, just keep doing what you're doing. Like, you have a lot of unfinished builds. I'm actually surprised. Like you have so many characters that just have like they're just existing, but they have like either scraps or unfinished artifacts. Like I don't know if you're spending a lot of money on this game. Just be careful. Just don't be getting like every character in the game just to have them. Like if you don't, because you're spending time and resources leveling up a character that you may not enjoy. Just make sure you're getting what you want to have fun, the most fun in the game. So yeah, just keep that in mind. I don't want you to just be, overwhelmed by all these characters, because you have a lot on the showcase. So yeah, just pretty much like some improvements in the artifacts, but just mainly like Dire is not exactly for us. Maybe it's more achievable for you since you have more constellations than me. Just the dragon would be the tough part for you, because burning. Oh no, I seen Emily. So Emily, my bad. There is an Emily. There's just so many characters I can't see everything. There is an Emily here. So is there even a search bar down here? There is. So I could have just found her myself. Emily obviously is not finished, so that's also a downfall about like clearing that. You really just have like every character, it seems. So yeah, pretty much Dire is just, don't worry too much about not being able to clear Dire, because most players won't be able to unless you've spent a lot of time or money on the game. Mostly money, unless you're just built different and have like top 10 characters all over the board and you just have everything perfect. But that's not me. That's not you. That's not most players. We don't have the perfect builds and the perfect rotations for everything. So yeah. But maybe one of these days you can go for Dire. But yeah. Anyways, I think that's all I got to say for this account. Hopefully that was enough information to help out. Hopefully it wasn't just, stuff you've already heard. Because, yeah. So, if you made it this far in the video, I am surprised if you watched through the entire thing, even if it was in multiple sessions. I hope it was multiple sessions because this video is way too long for the average for just anyone. I have to watch it for while editing, so I have to suffer through that. But if you made it through this far, I greatly appreciate it. My yeah, very much. My Discord server is in the description down below. As if you haven't joined yet, you want to hang out, show you some builds or something like that, or ask for help and get quicker, quicker support and advice, something like that. But if not, feel free to just, I don't know, like and subscribe if I haven't said that already. I don't even know. I've been yapping for so many hours. I just need to take it easy. So, yeah, I think that's all I really got to say for this. This was a long video. I don't think it'll be this long again. So if an account review gets really popular, hits the algorithm, and I get like 80 accounts, I might just have to change some rules, because I do want to include everyone, because, well, I don't want people to be missing out. So anyways, that's all for this. We're done. We're wrapping it up. The video's over. I hope you all enjoyed. So I'll see you next time. Peace.